Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 374, When the Flames of the Past Start Burning in the Present. Dumbledore rubbed the bridge of his nose. That blue fiend fire. He didn't even need to say whom it reminded him of. Once, that color of flame had rolled over battlefields and nearly burned Wizarding Society to ash. Then another memory surfaced, something he had dismissed long ago. Years earlier, Snape had dueled Tom. Afterwards, Severus mentioned something peculiar. Tom fought like a young Grindelwald, overwhelming, domineering, never satisfied with mere victory. Not only winning, but winning beautifully, crushing resistance so completely that the opponent didn't even want to fight back. One coincidence, two coincidences. Was it still just coincidence? The more Dumbledore thought about it, the heavier his mind felt. Maybe he was getting too old. Maybe he was clinging to old fears. But the pieces were aligning too perfectly. Should he have intervened earlier? Should he stop watching from the sidelines? He sighed and turned away. Hagrid, since you've agreed to help Mr. Riddle, then don't worry yourself further. I can guess why he needs so much venom, but that's his business, not ours to reveal. I understand. I'll go to Nocturne Alley tomorrow and get the potion for Professor Sprout. Good. Thank you. Dumbledore nodded slowly, then walked away. Down the road to the castle, he remained deep in thought. Time had passed so quickly. Perhaps he could no longer pretend he didn't recognize the signs. Meanwhile, in the room of requirement, Tom inspected his new rewards. He hadn't gained a new bloodline, but his longevity body had changed him subtly. It wasn't an obvious transformation, more like a bottle that had suddenly gotten bigger while still made of the same glass. He didn't even need testing to believe in his new toxin immunity, and the moment he touched Slytherin's venom-based magic, door panels melted like butter. Snape would have screamed if he saw that. Then, of course, was the death eyes. Tom tested on animals first, squirrels, boars, anything he could catch. As long as eye contact was made. Instant death. But the cost varied wildly. Killing a squirrel was nothing. Killing something big sucked a heavy chunk of magic. Against a wizard. Dangerous, but possible. Against Grindelwald. Tom nearly passed out from the effort, head spinning, magic drained, before the effect even triggered. And when it finally did, the great Dark Lord merely turned to stone for 10 seconds. Both of them stared at each other. And Grindelwald broke the silence with dry irritation. My eyes feel like sandpaper. Tom slammed the table. What is this scam? The basilisk glares at people and they drop dead. I go through a mental breakdown and a migraine just to paralyze someone. Refund. I want a refund. You should be grateful. Grindelwald massaged his neck, half annoyed, half fascinated. The basilisk uses a curse. You're cursing through its legacy. The stronger the target, the more power you need. Try killing an ordinary Auror, you'll vaporize his soul with a glance. But me? Who am I? He gave a dramatic snort. Even if that snake appeared before me, it wouldn't kill me with a look alone. Unless I were arrogant enough to ignore it without counter-curses. His tone was scolding. His eyes, however, were envious. If Tom mastered this properly, one day he really could kill a Dark Lord with just a glance. Let's test it again, Tom muttered. The paralyzing version is too slow. 10 seconds of staring makes it look like we're confessing feelings. Oh, gladly, Andrus grinned. Tom activated his death gaze again. And Andrus transformed into a colossus of pure light. All curses evaporated instantly. The backlash hit Tom like a hammer, his eyes blurred, a stabbing pain making him go temporarily blind. Tom stood still for a moment. Then. You think you're cool? Just because you turn into a celestial kaiju. It was hopeless. The death eyes worked like gravity, you crushed those beneath you, but not those far above. Especially not this walking sunbeam of a monster. One glance and Tom was practically blinded. And yet, both elder monsters still called him the scary one. Hypocrites. He glared at them both, then turned and patted Ariana's head. You're the best. Those two are just trying to bully me. Hee hee. Ariana giggled, sticking her tongue out at Grindelwald behind Tom's back. Instead of anger, Grindelwald looked pleased. A little spite, a little temper, she wasn't turning into another Albus. That was good. And your next trial? Andrus asked. Tom's lips curled upward, mystery glowing behind them. A very nice one. Once I pass it, no magic in this world will feel different from any other. They'll all belong to me equally. The system revealed. Trial 7 medal, tame an adult niffler and defeat it in its strongest domain. Reward, Heaven-Earth Synergy Physique. Tom smiled slowly. Things were about to get interesting. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, Convincing a Pacifist to Commit Felonies for Love. Heaven-Earth Synergy, black magic and white magic must advance together, neither may fall behind. Master one, and the other will rise to match it. This trait didn't strengthen bloodline, soul, or raw spell power. It did one thing, erase weaknesses. Whatever Tom's weakest branch of magic was, this talent would drag it upward until it matched his strongest. No more uneven growth. No more worrying that the darkness would swallow him. Before today, he had been cautious about learning too much black magic, wary of ending up like Voldemort, brilliant but warped, a man who rejected ordinary spells as beneath him. Grindelwald, on the other hand, wielded both sides freely. His black magic enhanced his normal magic. His mind remained coherent, his ambition frighteningly logical. Now Tom could walk the same path, but easier. When Tom explained, both Grindelwald and Andras fell silent. Grindelwald's eyes actually reddened. You little brat, do you have any idea how much suffering I endured to keep my mind intact? Do you know what I sacrificed just to remain sane? Tom blinked. So, it means you can endure hardship. Grindelwald slammed the table and stood up instantly. Fight me right now. Only an idiot would duel a black mage in a rage. Tom politely exited the learning space. He still had work to do. The meal wasn't cooked yet, no celebrating until he devoured the whole prize. And anything involving magical creatures meant one person. Newt Scamander. Tom opened WhatsApp. Tom, big help needed, Master Newt. You online? Newt. Newt, what happened? Tom, I'm about to get stronger again. In New York, Newt paused mid-breakfast. Then. Newt, like last time with the Thunderbird. Tom, exactly. Newt, but you said you were stuck waiting for the Merlin medal. Tom, different quest. I already finished one. Basilisk. Newt froze. This boy casually acquired life's rarest achievements like a teenager collecting trading cards. Newt, fine. What creature this time? Tom, niffler. I need everything you know. Of course Tom recognized the magical national treasure, he just didn't know enough. Low fertility rate, strict restrictions, barely a few available per region. But Newt's response shocked him. Newt, eat. Tom stared. Tom, you're joking. Newt, no. Only then did Tom learn the horror. Nifflers spent half their day eating, the other half sleeping. Sleep. Eat. Sleep. Eat. A lifestyle that many humans only dreamed of. And they ate, a lot. Daily food intake, 10% to 20% of body weight. Wild adult nifflers weighed around 80 kilograms. Meaning Tom would have to eat 20 to 35 pounds of food to beat one at its specialty. Even with dragon blood, Tom was not an industrial meat grinder. Newt, beginning to worry, asked. Newt, what exactly is your challenge? Tom, tame a niffler and beat it in its strongest domain. Newt nearly spat out his drink. Newt, what kind of bizarre quest is that? He thought more, then froze again. Newt, did you say, tame a niffler? Tom, yes. That's the prerequisite. Just help me pass that part first. Newt, Tom. That's illegal. Nifflers were more tightly regulated than dragons. Trading one without government approval was grounds for arrest. Tom's reply came instantly. Tom, sir, in your suitcase, the illegal contents could fill a library-sized WhatsApp history, yes. Tom, I'm not asking you to poach anything, just to relocate some lonely creatures to a warm, loving home. Across the ocean, Newt stared at his screen. For a brief, dangerous moment, he actually pictured Tom's expression as soft, innocent, full of hope. The world's greatest pacifist and magical conservationist nearly became an accomplice. And that scared him more than Fiendfire ever could. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, when getting stronger means eating like a monster. In the end, Newt Scamander agreed to Tom's request. He had lived through the Grindelwald War, he knew a basic rule of life. Never let a powerful person go do something dangerous unsupervised. The world can't afford the consequences. And Tom was exactly that kind of person, powerful, unpredictable, and the type who might make poor life choices simply because he's curious to try. Even if Newt refused, Tom would still go looking for nifflers. If something went wrong, it would be more than a small scandal, scores of wizards could end up paying for it. Thus, there was only one safe way. Help him. Properly. legally. Newt quickly came up with a solution. Go through official channels. File a research request. Have Tom temporarily care for nifflers for study purposes. As long as Tom sent occasional observation reports, the ministry would approve it without suspicion. Tom's praise came instantly. Brilliant, Newt. Truly brilliant. Tom knew even if he came up with the idea, he wouldn't have the connections to execute it. In the magical creatures community, he had zero face. Newt had enough clout to move the entire department. Tom, please hurry, Grandpa Newt. Time is precious. My destiny awaits. Newt, you're requesting a favor. Try sounding like it. Tom, would that make you happy? Be honest. Newt chuckled despite himself. This boy. Tom was not humble, not gentle, not harmless. But Newt had admired him since the first day they met. Tom showed his talent openly, trusted him with his truth, and never pretended to be a saint. You show me trust, I give you loyalty. That was Hufflepuff's way. With the hardest step delegated to Newt, Tom exhaled in relief. Now he only had one problem left. How to eat like an unholy bottomless pit. Nifflers ate 10 to 20% of their body weight in a day. With wild adults averaging 80 kilograms, Tom would need to gulp down 20 to 35 pounds of food to beat them in their specialty. Even with his dragon bloodline, he was still human. There were limits. But magic existed to break limits. He considered solutions. Plan 1, shrink the food. Smaller food equals easier to eat. Problem. Gamp's law, magic cannot reduce actual mass. Shrunk food still weighs the same, shrinking just hides the bulk temporarily. A trial would definitely detect the trick. Rejected. Plan 2, make himself bigger. Bigger body, bigger stomach. But transforming a human body was not child's play. The human body is the most complex magical structure, even a Nimigus transformation was rare for a reason. If he wanted to be Hagrid-sized, that would require research, risk, and likely organ failure. Also, he did not want to spend the rest of his life shaped like a refrigerator. Rejected. Hard. Plan 3, boost digestion and metabolism. Eat faster. Digest faster. Burn energy faster. Eat again. Endless cycle. This one was feasible. But required knowledge of blood and flesh magic. So it comes back to Slytherin's legacy again. Tom had already been drowning himself in Slytherin's blood rites, learning metabolic and mutation-driven magic. It was steeped in potioncraft, so much that he had been practically living in Snape's office every day. Snape refused no question, no matter how irritated he acted. It benefited them both. Snape gained access to unprecedented lore, and Tom gained knowledge worth entire fortunes. Slytherin was an alchemical genius, Snape muttered one evening, unwillingly impressed. From him, such praise was monumental. Snape never called anyone a genius in potioncraft, not even Slughorn. Old Sluggy only got labeled as acceptable but unimaginative. Then Snape turned and glared at Tom. Why didn't you mention Slytherin's potion accomplishments in Magic History Chronicles? Because it's about the family, not his biography. Tom didn't even look up. Then write a biography. You are a Slytherin. Stop letting the world misunderstand our greatness. The historian Slytherin picked up his notes and sighed. As if he didn't already have 30 things to do. Meanwhile, his article series had fueled a massive debate about blood purity. Supporters of redefining pure blood were now waving Tom's text like a holy scripture. The public discourse exploded. So did Tom's mission progress bar. Nearly 40%, just from writing articles. Do I look like someone with spare time? Tom sighed, leaving the office. Relax, Professor. I'll make Slytherin greater than ever. Eventually. Snape hissed at his back like a resentful bat, then went right back to studying. He was in panic mode. If he slacked even a little, his student might exceed him. The same intellectual crisis that had eaten the pride of the Centaurs was now eating Snape alive. Walking the halls, Tom encountered Filch scolding some terrified students over muddy footprints again. Hard to say if it was the 5th or 50th time this week. Easter break was coming in a week. And after the break, 2 magical schools would be visiting Hogwarts. It would be the first official exchange visit in decades. Even the professors trembled with stress. The castle had never been scrubbed this hard in its entire existence. And Tom Riddle, who planned to eat like a mythical beast, was going to be one of the faces representing Hogwarts. The irony was delicious. More delicious than 30 pounds of food, hopefully. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, The Price of a Map, and the Madness of Research. Hogwarts was being polished like a jewel for the visiting schools. Old decorations were removed, new stonework repaired from basilisk damage, and Flitwick personally enchanted the brick to age properly so it matched the castle's style. At night, House elves even flew on broomsticks, scrubbing the exterior walls until they gleamed like wet obsidian. As for the suggestions Tom had given Professor McGonagall, those would have to wait. He wasn't worried. Last time he visited her office, she was designing the monthly exam papers. He quietly lit a candle for every Hogwarts student. Riddle. Filch spotted him and his sour expression eased. He even greeted him warmly. Tom lifted his foot. "Don't worry, Mr. Filch. My shoes are spotless." In the room of requirement, blood-red mist seeped out of a cauldron. Tom stirred slowly until the last trace of crimson vapor vanished. The potion solidified, transparent, elastic, glimmering like a ruby-colored jelly. A bite. The idea appeared for half a second before Tom crushed it. He was no Grindelwald, some brute who tested mysterious things on himself. Thankfully, he'd secretly kept a couple of human test subjects when procuring materials for Grindelwald. These had been sent by Rogier, former prisoners of Bastille, dangerous criminals. One had tortured an entire Muggle family with the Cruciatus curse for amusement. Tom felt no guilt using him for research. He cast the Imperious curse, forcing the men to ingest the potion, quill ready. 036, face flushing, mild pain. Low severity. 140, normal expression. Body expanding. Aura changing. 226, casting spells. Magical output increased. Potion effect confirmed. 5 minutes later. All that remained on the floor was a splash of blood and chunks of meat. Tom sighed. And people wonder why I don't test things on myself. The transformation collapsed halfway, meaning the body couldn't utilize the newly formed flesh. The pain also needed to be neutralized, meaning he'd have to add numbing powder. This would require recalibrating multiple ingredients. A nightmare. Time to cheat. He entered the meditation chamber. EX Transcendence mode. Days passed, Easter break arrived. Students cheered after their last lesson, and Tom finally completed the formula. When his final test subject showed no side effects, he let out a long breath. Done. At least, the prototype. Grindelwald had been observing through their linked perspective. He clicked his tongue. You really are something. Merely using your own body as a model and it actually worked. As long as it works, Tom shrugged, cleaning the room. And you? Any progress? Grindelwald sighed. Not everyone can improve Slytherin's research overnight. That man was a genius. It requires time. Tom nodded. Then begin with small trials. I need controlled results. We can't assume every user will be perfect. Fine, I'll bring you some magical creature tissue next time. And what do you want to fuse first? Tom replied as if stating the obvious. A dragon, of course. Why waste time on anything less? Grindelwald's grin stretched wide. If he had inherited Slytherin's work, he never would have shared it. He would have secretly strengthened his loyal inner circle and conquered nations. Tom, however, planned to turn enhanced bloodlines into currency. A new economy. A new form of control. Tom. He paused. Luna Lovegood stood behind him, dreamy as ever. Where did you come from? She pointed at a nearby door. There. I was looking for you. Why not use WhatsApp? Luna blinked. Oh. Why didn't Ginny use WhatsApp? No, I mean none of you did. I left mine in the dormitory, Luna admitted. Tom facepalmed. Fine. Where is Ginny? 10 minutes later, they reached the courtyard garden. Ginny Weasley rushed toward him, triumphant, waving a rumpled parchment. I got it. Tom raised a brow. Marauder's map. He accepted it, drew his wand, and tapped the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Ink spread like wildfire. Rooms, hallways, secret passages, and dozens of names bloomed across the page. Real and genuine. He glanced at Ginny. I gave you half a month. You took 6 times longer. It's not my fault, she protested. Fred and George are too sneaky. I spent forever finding something to blackmail them with. Tom crossed his arms, intrigued. In that case, tell me. What did you discover that made them hand over their prized possession without a fight? Chapter 378, Chapter 378, Whose love letter is it? Talking about how she got the Marauder's map, Ginny instantly brightened, eyes dancing with mischief. She was clearly very pleased with herself. Fred and George, TSK, you will not believe it. They both fancy Angelina. No, not just fancy, they have actually started writing love letters. So you saw their letters and used the contents to threaten them? Tom guessed. Ginny nodded, then shook her head. More or less. I did see the letters, but the point is not that I caught them writing. It is that The girl burst out laughing, rocking with mirth. If she had been holding a bouquet, the stems would be trembling. With this little tablet in hand, well, it cannot exactly sway. It is that the letters were stitched together, one line from George, one line from Fred. I saw them in the library scratching their heads, spending ages to come up with a single sentence. So whose love letter is it, then? If Angelina sees it and agrees, who exactly is she agreeing to? Piecing a letter. Tom blinked. Fred and George really were something. Maybe they are so used to trading lines when they talk that each can only manage one sentence, and without the other picking up the next line they cannot think of what follows. That will never do. They might as well get used to it now. A few years from now they will have to get used to it anyway. So, if they wanted to keep any face at school, they had no choice but to hand me the Marauder's map. Truly filial, Tom ruffled Ginny's hair. Having a sister like you is the Weasley family's good fortune. Obviously. Ginny failed to hear what was off about that and grew even more smug. Luna, usually blank-faced, tugged the corner of her mouth, worried for her friend's intelligence. Tom, do you know how hard I have been working lately? Ginny's little face fell as she began to complain. To help you get that blasted map, I followed George and Fred every spare minute. I have not even had time to hang out with Luna. Ask Luna if you do not believe me, she is already upset with me. No, Luna shook her head earnestly. I would not be upset with you, Ginny. Ginny. Touching as Luna's words were, Ginny was in the middle of playing the pitiful card for a reward. Even if Luna does not mind, I still feel guilty. Ginny forced the conversation back on track. Tom slanted her a look. So what do you want? What he sent did not matter. She only wanted to know whether Tom would agree. This was about attitude. All right. To Ginny's surprise, Tom not only agreed, he agreed readily. You are not tricking me. The girl leaned forward, almost disbelieving, and asked for confirmation. Why would I trick you? Tom tapped her on the forehead and nudged the little head away. But I am busy these days. I will give you your reward in a few days. He himself had been so busy he had nearly forgotten about the Marauder's map. Ginny had not forgotten at all. For that alone she deserved a reward. Deal, no take-backs. Having secured the promise, the girl was delighted. She tugged her best friend by the hand and skipped away. Tom looked at the parchment in his hand and prepared to go back and study it. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Professor McGonagall had finished marking the first batch of papers. In much better spirits, she planned to head to the Great Hall for something to eat. As she worked through the papers, she felt the benefits of frequent exams. With more tests, there is no fear of missing a topic. In a month students learn only so much, so everything can be covered. A midterm can then place emphasis, strengthening key points. Every kind of exam has its own purpose. It really is as Tom said. Increasing the frequency of exams helps students reinforce their memory again and again, leading to a solid final result, and they will not forget everything the moment the test ends. Something will always stick. Professor McGonagall felt a touch of regret. Tom had such insight into education. If he were a bit older, she would have kept him on as a teacher. Suddenly, a low growl and a cry of pain reached her ears. Her expression changed. She listened, pinpointed the direction, and at last fixed on a classroom. The closer she came, the clearer the sounds became. Potter. You wimp. Scarhead. Open your eyes, you blind idiot. Oi, my bits, you are hitting below the belt. Professor McGonagall pushed the door open and her eyes stung at the sight. Malfoy and Potter were tangled on the floor, grappling. Malfoy was clawing at Harry's scar, letting out a shrill, silvery laugh. Harry aimed low, and the laugh turned into an exquisite howl of agony. What are you two doing? Professor McGonagall was shocked and furious. Students brawling in a classroom, and fighting this filthily. Her stern, blazing voice made both boys flinch. Seeing the old cat's fiery stare, they scrambled apart and lurched to their feet. The skin around Harry's scar was red, as if someone had pinched it hard. Malfoy was hunched over, sucking in cold air through his teeth. Very good, very good. Professor McGonagall's body trembled, her voice shaking with anger. You think I cannot manage you because it is the holidays? Then I will make sure you have no holiday at all. No, Professor. Harry rushed to defend himself. Professor, did you forget, you approved me to use a classroom to practice magic, I was just. You call that practicing magic? Professor McGonagall stared at him in disbelief, disappointment overflowing in her eyes. Harry Potter used to cause trouble from time to time, but he had not been this sophistic. Professor McGonagall, Malfoy spoke through the pain. Rarely, he stood on the same side as Harry. Potter is not lying to you. We really were practicing, we just. As the two of them explained, one sentence from each in turn, the full picture slowly came into focus, and Professor McGonagall's expression eased a little. In short, they had started by practicing magic in a perfectly proper way. Then someone made a snide remark, and the other answered back. Very quickly, trading barbs turned into a brawl. Chapter 379, another round tomorrow. Professor McGonagall glanced at the two wands kicked aside and felt her mouth twitch. She truly had no idea what to say. These two were born to be each other's nemesis. They reminded her of James Potter and Severus Snape in their school days, with one difference. James had a few reliable friends at his side. Harry, on the other hand. Suddenly she frowned. Potter, did you not say you were borrowing this classroom to practice with Weasley? How did it become Mr. Malfoy instead? Harry's eyes dimmed for a moment. He answered without much spirit, Ron is not very interested, so I went to Malfoy. He agreed right away. We have been training here since last week. Tom had judged Ron correctly yet again. Not that he was hopeless, more that he was too content to drift with Northwest Rail Drive. So you have fought once before. Professor McGonagall caught the key point at once. Harry and Malfoy hunched their shoulders. Last time had been worse than today. Enough. Seeing their expressions, she sighed silently, most of her anger subsiding. Wanting to improve is good, but you must pay attention to the way you go about it. Remember, you are wizards. Do not behave like Muggle street thugs. I cannot stand to watch it. I must warn you as well. You are not permitted to use dark magic or any spell with severe side effects. And whoever loses is not to come crying to me or Professor Snape, nor rally friends for help. This is your choice. Understood. When both boys nodded, Professor McGonagall left the classroom. Let them fight. When teachers interfere too much in students' grudges, it backfires. Better to let Potter and Malfoy settle it one-on-one. It is fair. The loser can only blame himself, not anyone else. Just as long as they do not disgrace the school beyond its walls. The moment she left, Draco and Harry exchanged a look and spoke in unison. Potter, same time tomorrow. Of course. Malfoy returned to the Slytherin common room, cursing Harry all the way. That bastard was improving too quickly. In last year's dueling club Draco could beat him easily. Now he could hardly keep up. His savage threat earlier had been pure reflex. He already regretted it. What if he lost tomorrow? Oi, Malfoy, brawling with Potter again. Blaise Zabini's sharp eyes took in Draco's torn robes and bruised cheek at once. He smirked, delighted to rub salt in. Shut it and fetch me some bruise balm, Draco snapped. Blaise spread his hands. I do not have any on me. I will bring some later. From the look of you, today was not your day, was it? They all knew Malfoy and Potter had been arranging fights since last week. Draco was far more bedraggled now than he had been then. Do not remind me. Draco dropped onto the sofa, scowling. Potter suddenly picked up several new spells and he uses them like second nature. It was as if he had the brains for it. Blaise snorted. Theodore not shook his head. Potter does not have that kind of brain. He almost certainly learned them very recently because Tom gave him a notebook. Tom's notebook. Draco shot bolt upright. Explain. Blaise idly fiddled with a set of wizard's chess pieces. Potter helped Tom with something. We saw Tom compiling a notebook a while back, and later he gave it to Potter. No, that is not fair. Draco panicked. If Potter could call in outside help, why could he not? He would get a notebook from Tom as well. He raced back to the dormitory and checked what pocket money he had left, to see what gifts he could still afford for Tom. Unfortunately, the next morning, when Malfoy marched out with a heavy present and asked around for Tom, he could not find him anywhere. Tom had gone home. Not only had he left himself, he had also taken the Greengrass sisters and Hermione with him. In principle, no one should leave for Easter, but Tom was not a man of principle. Staying at school was inconvenient for everything, nowhere near as free as being at home. No Slytherin student dared snitch, and it would have done no good anyway. Tom had hitched a ride with Fawkes this time. Dumbledore already knew. Chee-oo, chee-oo. A crisp birdsong rang out in the room, and Tom looked up in surprise. Fawkes, you are still here. Chee-oo. Fawkes flew over and pecked him in annoyance. Scoundrel. Use me, then try to send me away. Arg. Rayquaza swept in, shouldered Fawkes aside, and the two little ones immediately started squabbling. Tom. Very well. Now Dumbledore would not even know he had slipped out. Hopefully the old men did not need to be elsewhere this holiday, or Tom would still end up being dragged back. Sunlight poured through the half-open window. April was London at its most pleasant. Daytime hovered around 15 to 17 degrees, neither cold nor hot, with a breeze that smelled faintly of damp earth. Tom spread the Marauder's map across the table, put on a pair of heavy, dark spectacles, and examined it inch by inch. These were the X-ray spectacles he had confiscated from Nicholas. Their proper use was to analyze enchanted items, to read the crafting method, the runic arrays, and the materials used. Nicholas had used them to admire pretty girls instead. Truly, well, that was not the worst application either. After a while, Tom's expression turned thoughtful. Leaving aside what one might say of the Marauder's character, the magic and ancient runes bound into this map, at least the portions he could tease out, were enough to prove that this group's magical attainments were far beyond their peers. Chapter 380, A Forbidden Elixir. A full 2 hours passed before Tom finished combing through every inch of the Marauder's map. By then, he had a basic grasp of how the Marauders had built it. The map's greatest strength lay in marking names and tracing movement. Tom did not recognize the spell work involved, so he called Grindelwald out to consult. "This is an advanced tracery charm for living beings," Grindelwald said. "It marks and follows a target creature. It should be the work of the Potter family. They are very good at running." Tom could not help nodding. The Potters were indeed excellent at flight. According to legend, the Potters' forebears were the Peverills. The third brother escaped Death's hunt, and James Potter once slipped Voldemort's clutches 3 times. As for the way names show up, Grindelwald pinched his chin. "True name magic. A fine thing. Tom, try to reverse engineer it. You could extend it into many uses. Such as making others too wary to speak my name." Tom asked with a smile. Andrus, listening to them, could not resist. "Tom, you sound more and more like Voldemort. Why should a perfectly good name be unsayable?" "Only a joke," Tom shrugged. "I want to hide my true name so no one can curse me with it later." It sounded similar to Voldemort changing his name, but what Tom described was more abstract, not altering the string Tom Riddle, but stripping away the part that represented his true name's essence. It was a pain to explain, and even messier to perform. For now, Tom had merely warded his name with standard protections, far less secure than the thing he envisioned. These purebloods, they carried treasure in their pockets. True name magic was, in all likelihood, a Black family heirloom. Lupin and Peter Pettigrew might have helped with the map, but they were mostly gophers. The real core had been Sirius and James, 2 scions steeped in family lore. Madame Greengrass had helped Tom collect many pureblood curiosities, but no one would hand over a core secret like that. Owing a favor did not mean one would sell the family crown. Even so, the map gave Tom a rush of inspiration. He had been moving forward so smoothly that he had nearly forgotten how many treasures lay within reach. He would have to do a proper sweep when the chance arose. Tom. It is the holidays, stop working so hard and come out to play." Daphne's cheerful shouting floated up from downstairs. Tom smiled helplessly, put the map away, and went down to keep the little witch company. At lunch, the house elf Para had laid out a glorious spread. Daphne reached for extra cannoli, but the silver platter reflected a face a touch rounder than before. Her expression crumpled. With a pained little gasp, she set the sweets aside. Tom almost burst out laughing. He decided there was no point hiding it anymore. "Daphne, from today, eat as you please. I promise that whatever weight you want to maintain, you will maintain." Swish, swish, swish. All 3 girls looked at him. Daphne's golden hair seemed to float as she practically flew to his side. "Tom, the slimming potion, you finished it." "I did. I even had someone test it, and the results are accurate." Tom took out the potion he had prepared long ago. He had planned to give it to Daphne as a birthday present, only a month or so away. Seeing her eyes now, he sighed. Time to find another gift. Jelly. Hermione and Astoria leaned in, peering at the bottle's contents. Unlike common drafts, it was set like a gel. "Yes, it tastes rather like jelly. I call it the Path of the Heretic Slimming Elixir." The Path of the Heretic. All 3 girls spoke at once, baffled by the strange name. "Right." Under their puzzled stares, Tom explained, "Its main purpose is not slimming. It is a temporary boost to magical power. It lets your spells hit much harder." "Ah." Daphne could not hide her disappointment. "But you said it was a slimming potion." "I was not finished." Tom caught her hand, motioning her to be patient. "I use the side effect to slim down. In dark magic, there is a class of sacrificial magic that burns flesh to boost magic for a short time. Voldemort knows it and taught it to some Death Eaters. For example, Peter Pettigrew." Tom added silently, recalling the day a single sacrificed finger blew up half a street. By that yardstick the little rat was not exactly weak, merely vicious and self-serving. Hermione and the others had turned pale, staring in horror at the pretty crimson jelly. Daphne swallowed. Tom, I do want to lose weight, but not that badly, surely. Relax. I optimized it. The flesh converts straight to energy, and there is a numbing component so you will not feel pain. One bottle consumes about 1 kilogram of body mass. After you take it, you will feel full and swollen. Spend the excess magic and your body returns to normal. Tom's reputation was solid with Daphne. Doubt vanished from her eyes. She hugged the bottle. Then I will eat first and test it after. Hermione hesitated, then lifted her hand. Tom, do you have more? I want to try it as well. Which girl does not yearn to eat without gaining weight? Hermione could not resist either, though she was not as single-mindedly snack-happy as Daphne. Lunch vanished in no time. Daphne let go completely, eating twice, maybe thrice, her usual amount. A tiny belly appeared when she finished. She dragged Tom upstairs to weigh in, then rushed to the back garden to test. She downed the potion like jelly. Heat rose under her skin, no pain at all, only a restless tide of energy with nowhere to go. Tom conjured several targets before her. You can begin. Stupefy. Diffindo. Bombarda. Chapter 381, Chapter 381, 1 kilogram, just like that. Spell after spell lanced out, and the swelling pressure with no outlet ebbed away. When the energy from the transmuted flesh had been fully spent, Daphne's body returned to normal. The heavy fullness of a recent meal disappeared as well. They weighed her again. As expected, not a gram more, not a gram less, exactly 1 kilogram gone. Brilliant. Daphne bounced up and hugged Tom, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. From now on I can eat whatever I want, as much as I want, and never worry about getting fat again. Be a lady, Daphne, mind your image. Hermione hurriedly tugged her away before she could take further advantage, though the corners of Hermione's mouth were curving up. Both girls pestered him for more of the slimming elixir, but Tom had not brewed much. He promised to prepare enough for the week-long holiday, which finally satisfied them. Hermione darted in to peck his other cheek, perfectly symmetrical to Daphne's kiss, then fled before Daphne could react. What are you thinking about, sister? Astoria found it odd. At times like this, her sister would usually pounce and wrangle with Hermione. Now Daphne stood there frowning, as if she had not noticed Hermione's outrageous act at all. I was thinking. Daphne almost spoke without thinking, then slammed on the brakes and leaned to whisper in Tom's ear. This. Tom gave the tense girl a peculiar look. Strictly speaking, it should average out. Controlling the distribution is difficult, very difficult. Ah. Daphne drooped, staring at her toes. Astoria's face flamed. She understood exactly what her sister had asked and rushed her back into the villa. The potion's impact was far larger than Tom had expected. Lady Greengrass arrived the very next day. They chatted for ages without getting to the point, leaving Tom utterly baffled. He thought she was worried he might bully her daughters and had come to keep an eye on him. Only when the awkward small talk could not continue did Lady Greengrass, cheeks faintly colored, finally voice her true request. She had come to ask for the elixir. Tom could only laugh and agree. He stayed up that night brewing slimming drafts. Another day passed. Lady Greengrass returned, and this time she brought a guest, Amelia Bones. Once Tom had seated them, Bones joked, Mr. Riddle, I seem to recall that Hogwarts does not allow students to leave during the Easter break. Have the rules changed? Tom lifted a shoulder. Has the Department of Magical Law Enforcement extended its reach into Hogwarts already? Bones gave a rueful smile. I would not dare. Tom's eyebrow rose slowly. He heard the subtext. I thought your relationship with Dumbledore was not bad. Public duty and private friendship should not be confused, Bones said with a small shake of her head. Hogwarts stands a little too high above the fray. The ministry has long wanted better insight into what goes on in the school. Unfortunately, the headmaster is who he is. Hogwarts had always been lofty, but never quite this lofty. Not every headmaster can overshadow an era. There have been middling ones. Right, Phineas. That is enough, Lady Greengrass cut off the sensitive line of talk. Amelia is also here to ask you for the potion. Her salary is not low. Tom, name your price. Bones lowered her head, embarrassed. Her public image was that of an immaculate iron lady. If word got out that she had come knocking for a slimming draft, many jaws would drop. Tom did not tease her. A glib remark would only deepen her awkwardness and risk prickling her pride. He did not play the magnanimous host who gives it away for free either. He simply quoted a price of 1,000 galleons per bottle. Bones was delighted and ordered 20 bottles on the spot. Then she brought Tom some good news. As for your order of Merlin, first class, I would say it is as good as done. More than half have already voted in favor, and among the rest quite a few are inclined to agree. Only a very small number cite your age as an excuse and think it should be delayed. Even awarding it after you graduate would not be too late. A cold light flickered through the boy's eyes, though Tom hid it well. Neither Bones nor Lady Greengrass noticed. Looks like our world still has plenty of hidebound old fossils, Tom said lightly. Which esteemed seniors objected, exactly. Bones looked troubled. Tom. I am not seeking revenge. Do I seem so small-minded? Tom smiled and shook his head. I only want to send them a bit of galleon so they can buy some tonics. After all, that is what a black did back in the day, is it not? These old fossils will not bend for money, Bones said. Leave the money to me. Lady Greengrass took an elegant sip of red tea. Donate it to the ministry. We only need one last push. With the right funds, there will be no more difficulties. She had opposed Tom donating earlier because there had been no proper reason, and his age made it unseemly. Even if money changed hands, the ministry would not dare treat the public as fools. Now things were different. He had saved the next generation of the magical world from the basilisk's maw. Awarding the first class was not excessive. Then I must trouble you, Tom said, trading a glance with Lady Greengrass. They spoke a little longer. Bones had to return to work, but Lady Greengrass found an excuse to stay. She asked, something you could not say in front of Amelia. Tom rubbed his hands, almost bashful. Auntie, who raised the objection? Please tell me their names, and if you can, their family trees as well. Lady Greengrass. So this is what you call not holding grudges. Chapter 382, Names on the Blacklist. What a petty little thing, thought Lady Greengrass, though she kept it to herself. In the end, she still listed the strongest objectors one by one. Parkinson. Travers. Bathilda Bagshot. After seeing Lady Greengrass out, Tom repeated the three names under his breath. So, weeds clinging to age as an excuse, are you? Then I will see to it your families are left with only the elderly, all heirs cut off by my hand. Such a punishment would be far more terrifying than death. In the wizarding world, the weight of legacy holds much value. For a child, Narcissa dared betray Voldemort. For his son, the law-bound Barty Crouch broke the law itself. For the sake of succession, the Greengrass family endured 1,000 years of torment. If these lines were made barren, the old ones left behind would live worse than death, waking each day to despair. And after that, I will feed them a few draughts of longevity, so these old undyings can better savor the benefits of living too long. Old G. Tom stormed into his study space and yanked Grindelwald in with a glare. Swallowed a blasting curse. Grindelwald stared at the scowling boy, baffled. If I remember right, Bathilda Bagshot is your great-aunt. Tom looked at him from the corner of his eye. Grindelwald nodded. Yes, the old woman is my great-aunt. By the number she must be 180 by now. She has been muttering nonsense since, ages ago. Did she cross you? Tom laid out the matter. Grindelwald burst into hearty laughter. Ariana, hearing the commotion, drifted over. Grindelwald turned to instruct her. Do you see, Ariana, how rotten this world has become? Fossilized relics like my great-aunt hold the right to speak, insisting the wizarding world remain a stagnant pool. Fear of change only breeds stagnation. Without upheaval, there is no rebirth. That is what I once hoped to do with your brother. Sadly, we ended up on opposite sides. Ariana said nothing. She had met Bathilda Bagshot before. They both lived in Godric's Hollow, and Ariana remembered a kindly old face, but one that launched into lectures every time she appeared. She remembered too how her father had been sent to Azkaban, and a few years later died there. What crime had he committed? Was avenging his daughter a crime? Grindelwald was not wrong. The world had grown rotten and disappointing. The obscura stirred, taking advantage of Ariana's unsteadiness. Tom did not intervene. He only watched in silence. After 2 long minutes the black, tattered wisps were forced back down. Ariana beamed at Tom. Then we should just kill them all. Grindelwald smiled as well, with the quiet pride of kin watching a girl grow strong. My thought was. Tom explained his method of revenge. Ariana nodded again and again. This is better than mine. Tom is really clever. Grindelwald, however, shook his head with a rueful smile. Your trick would work on others, but my great-aunt. She is already without issue. Tom blinked. So she was as unselectable as he was, unable to be targeted that way. A moment later, another idea flashed. But you are her descendant, are you not, Gellert? Grindelwald. Tom, aside from a very few, who even knows we are related? And do you think she would care? He was speechless. This boy truly did not treat him as human. In pursuit of revenge he would even scheme against his own allies. No wonder you entered Slytherin, and honestly you lower even Slytherin's standards. Then, academic warfare it is. Tom's eyes gleamed with mischief. Her life's achievement is compiling a history of magic. If I drag that book through the mud, I can make her life a misery. Grindelwald could not listen any longer and slipped away to clear his head. Whatever else Bathilda Bagshot was, she was his great-aunt. Plotting her ruin right in front of him, Tom might as well have pretended he was not there. Tom did not strike back at once. It was not his focus now. The reckoning could wait until after the Order of Merlin was in hand. Beyond pestering Grandpa Newt every day about the progress with the niffler, he spent most of his time studying flesh-crafting magic, brewing when he could, and crafting the protective necklaces Bones had ordered. She wanted only the very best, which made the work troublesome. Fortunately, with slimming drafts in hand, Daphne spent her days roaming London with her sister and Hermione, feasting to their heart's content, leaving Tom in peace to toil. At last, on the final day, just before Bones arrived to collect, Tom finished the lot by the skin of his teeth. "You worked hard, Tom." Seeing how tired he looked, Amelia Bones spoke with real apology. "It is nothing." Tom shook his head. "I was up late for other reasons." Last night, he had been on a video call telling Gabrielle bedtime stories until past 3, when the little one finally slept. Just as he looked to snatch an hour himself, Grindelwald made a new breakthrough. Tom hurried to Nurmengard overnight to help with an experiment, assisting a subject to fuse a fire dragon bloodline. The result was decent. The subject showed no rejection, the fusion rate was high, and both magic and physique rose by a respectable margin. But compared with Tom, it lagged behind. Though he had bathed in dragon's blood, the blood truly fused in him was not from the slain fire dragon. It was the bloodline granted by the 12 trials, purer than any living, so pure it surpassed even a true-blood fire dragon. The same way the Thunderbird bloodline, once fused in him, exceeded the king of Thunderbirds. If this experiment's outcome is scored 5 points, there remains another 5 points of room to grow. Perfect fusion will surely be stronger. Grindelwald only needed Tom to refine a good heap of stubborn, refractory materials. Chapter 383, busted at the door. He might never obtain the mystic eyes of death perception nor the basilisk's instantly lethal venom, but after watching Tom demonstrate those eyes, Grindelwald declared he did not need such baubles. For swatting small fry he had 100 curses at hand, any one of which could lay waste to a city. If you doubt it, ask Paris. What he needed from the basilisk was longevity, not only for himself but for his old comrades. Bones had noticed a change in the protective necklace. "This emblem, is it a crest?" Tom stifled a yawn and nodded with a smile. "Yes. Professor Nicholas designed it for me. Think of it as a trademark. With it, some bottom feeder will think twice before counterfeiting my products and causing trouble." Bones approved. "You do need a mark. As your creations multiply, that symbol will stand for quality. A crest is the sign of bloodline and honor." Strictly speaking, Tom was a child and an orphan, in no position to bear one. Families with crests are those with generations of lineage, houses that once held real power. Even among the Sacred 28, fewer than half still have true heraldry. But with Nicholas Flamel's backing, and Tom's own prodigious gifts, he was now entirely qualified to design a crest for himself. It would be a branch opened afresh in the family rolls. In future, when people said Riddle, Tom would be the ancestor. After a few minutes of small talk, Bones took her leave. Tom went upstairs for a nap and slept until afternoon. "Should we head back?" Hermione entered with tea, a little nervous. "The headmaster will not punish us, right?" "He will not. Dumbledore is very reasonable." Tom finished his milk, ate 2 squares of tiramisu, then hopped out of bed. "Ask Daphne to start packing. Once we are set, we will return." Hermione answered and went to call the others. Half an hour later, the girls were ready to depart. "Usagi, Fawkes, time to go." Tom called toward the back garden. A small dragon and a phoenix swooped in at once. Usagi slipped into Tom's pocket. Fawkes settled on his shoulder. "Do us a favor and drop us outside the headmaster's office." Tom took Hermione by the left hand and Daphne by the right. They caught Astoria's hands in turn, forming a circle. Even for a phoenix, long-range side-along apparition with 4 passengers was a strain, so Tom had been pampering Fawkes these past days with fine food and rare herbs. By sight alone, the phoenix had filled out. This was also Tom trying to save himself some trouble. Because of counter-curses on the castle, his own apparition could only land in the Forbidden Forest or Hogsmeade, and then he would have to sneak all the way in. Back and forth, too much time wasted. The shortcut came with a catch. After a whirl of light and a lurching fall, they landed at the office door. The girls had not yet shaken off the dizziness when the stone gargoyle jumped aside. Tom arched a brow, thinking it had stepped away for him. He explained quickly, I am not here to see Dumbledore. Mm. The gargoyle blinked. What if Dumbledore is here to see you? What? No answer was needed. Tom could see for himself. Dumbledore's robe hem moved behind the doorway. Tom. Dumbledore. They stared at each other in silence. Tom wanted to swear. Did it have to be this coincidental? Sneak out for a holiday, and on the first step back you run into the headmaster. How do you talk your way out of this? Advice needed, urgently. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Fawkes, still drooping on Tom's shoulder, and complicated emotions passed across his face. The moment holiday began, the bird had vanished. Operating by himself these last few days had felt strangely inconvenient. At last Tom broke the silence and poured on the charm. Headmaster, a few days away and you already look more spirited, and your beard even more handsome. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Mr. Riddle, you too are glowing with health. It seems your holiday agreed with you. Not bad, Tom said. I perfected a potion I have been researching, so I am in good spirits. Then accept my congratulations. Dumbledore's smile deepened. Go rest for now. Please come to the Great Hall on time in a little while. I have announcements to make. Tom nodded. I will head off then, Professor. He tugged the already speechless girls along and started down the stairs. Ahem, Fawkes, are you not coming back? The old man finally broke and called out when the phoenix looked ready to trail Tom. Only then did Fawkes, sulky and reluctant, flap back to his master. 2 flights down, Hermione's knees went wobbly. She sagged into Tom's arms, whispering in terror, Merlin, the headmaster caught us the instant we returned. We are done for, utterly done. Do not worry. Daphne squared her shoulders. My mother is on the board. Dumbledore will not expel us, no Matt. Tom clapped a hand over her mouth. Could she not see Hermione's eyes glistening? One more word of comfort like that, and she would burst into tears. Then he would have to coax her, which would only make more work for him. Hermione, Dumbledore will not deduct points. Tom's voice softened. Just now, he clearly saw we were returning from outside the castle, yet he said nothing. That means he has chosen to let it pass, and he will not bring it up again. Do not frighten yourself. Thinking back to the headmaster's demeanor, Hermione had to admit he had not seemed angry. Her panic eased at last. Chapter 384, Feeding the Acromantulas. After escorting the little witches back to their common room, Tom headed to Hagrid's hut to collect supplies. Hagrid laid out the week's haul, mutated venom gathered from 5 acromantula corpses, plus half a small barrel of ordinary venom. Tom frowned. Why is there so much less ordinary venom this week? The barrels he gave Hagrid were not large, 200 ounces at most. Usually, when he came bi-weekly, they were at least 2/3 full. This time the level was barely half. I was going to tell ya, Hagrid said, looking embarrassed. The acromantula corpses are a key nutrient for the colony's growth. With Utakin, all of M, they've had to expand outward, attacking other magical creatures. Tom brightened at once. They have started fighting. Then there will be more bodies, right? Little devil. Hagrid choked on Tom's reaction. The careful speech he had prepared collapsed in an instant, and he could only state his aim plainly. Tom, the acromantulas cannot expand unchecked and threaten the other denizens. That is the line Dumbledore set for letting them live in the forest. If we do not solve their food problem, the whole colony will start declining soon. So you want me to find them a new source of food? Tom asked. Hagrid gave a sheepish grin and kept quiet. This is not quite right. Tom pinched his chin, sinking into thought. Aragog had not even given him a few more offspring to work with, and already he was being asked to feed the children. If he refused, he would be the one to lose out. Hagrid, you do not usually manage Aragog and his brood closely. What do they eat day to day? Insects, birds, any magical beasts they can handle, Hagrid said. But Aragog keeps the numbers controlled. So long as they stay under a limit, they do not wreck the forest's balance. Tom asked a few more questions and then settled the acromantula's menu. Pigs, cattle, and sheep were easy enough, but the crucial part was magically infused meat. In the end he found substitutes, gnomes and ghouls, 2 vermin most wizarding households never run short of. They breed fast too, so cost would not be a problem. Once Tom agreed, Hagrid let out a long sigh. Lately Aragog and his children had grown several sizes leaner, and it pained him to see it. By the way, Hagrid, I heard you were close with Harry's parents, Tom said, as if offhand, casually shifting the blame for his curiosity elsewhere. There were some matters for which he needed an open, respectable source of information. It would make later moves much easier. Hagrid started, then his features softened with remembrance. James and Lily. Aye, they were my best friends. James was a fine lad. Lily was kinder and every bit as talented, and she could keep James in line. They were both head students back then. The boy's finger tapped lightly on the tabletop. Then how is it that Professor Snape told me James Potter was a bully and a brute? The smile on Hagrid's face froze at once. Memory does polish a friend's portrait, and Tom had no sense for polishing. Dragged back to reality, Hagrid could only answer honestly. Well, when he was young, James did have his faults. He had a mate, Black, and the two of them, with two more friends, strutted round the school like they owned it. You have no idea. Back then the four were even harder to deal with than Fred and George, and not in a good way. The twins are not as annoying as they were, Hagrid added. I truly disliked those lads at first. Thankfully Lily reined them in later, and everyone started to change for the better. James became a hero in the end. He stood against you-know-who 3 times. As he spoke, Hagrid's voice hitched. And then that damned Black betrayed James. Oh. Tom leaned forward, clearly intrigued. Betrayal? What exactly happened? I cannot tell ya, but you don't know. Tears proved as potent as Veridicirum. Though Hagrid kept saying he could not tell Tom, the story poured out like beans from a split sack. He did hold one thing back, he did not mention Lupin being a werewolf. But he made the Marauders' relationships clear, and the grudge with Snape too, enough that even Tom felt a stab of sympathy for his head of house. It was true that Snape had fallen in with a circle of little Death Eaters at school. He was close to Lucius Malfoy's crowd. Yet Snape's standing had been low at the time, being a half-blood. So when he clashed with James, Slytherins often watched from the sidelines. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. His later rise came after he became a spy, and because his mastery of potions drew Voldemort's eye. By the time Tom left Hagrid's hut, the sky had deepened. He went straight to the Great Hall. Whatever Dumbledore planned to announce probably concerned the 2 visiting schools. Tom, you are finally back. No sooner had he entered than Malfoy, who had been pining for that familiar silhouette all holiday, abandoned his 2 shadows and slid into the seat beside Tom. You were looking for me? Tom gave him a curious glance. I have been looking for you all holiday, Draco groaned, pitching his voice low and urgent. What exactly did you write in Potter's notebook? He has been beating me like a dog. Can you give me one too? Can you really bear to see me lose to a Gryffindor? To that dunce Potter, of all people. Draco produced an exquisite little box he had been carrying everywhere these days. When he opened it, the shimmer inside instantly drew the eyes of nearby Slytherin girls. One by one, their eyes lit up. Chapter 385, 5 crowns or none. Light spilled out. Inside the box sat a delicate tiara, set with a profusion of gemstones that scattered rainbow glints at every turn. In an instant it captured every girl's heart. Draco, is that for me? Pansy Parkinson clasped her hands to her chest, eyes shining. Out of the way. Malfoy impatiently shouldered Parkinson aside, then slipped on a fawning smile. Tom, this gift is prepared especially for you. Do you like it? Draco had a little cunning, after all. The longer he thought, the more he realized he had no idea what Tom liked. So he decided to attack from Tom's circle. Everyone in Slytherin had seen how Tom treated Daphne. If Daphne was pleased, would Tom not agree to anything? So although he asked Tom, Draco kept sneaking glances at Daphne to gauge her reaction. Seeing her eyes light up like the others, he relaxed. It looked nearly in the bag. Tom's face changed. Draco's intention was obvious, and Tom did not dislike it. If anything, it showed Draco had put real thought into the choice. But, one tiara, are you serious? What about Hermione, what about Astoria? And next year, when Fleur arrived at Hogwarts, if Daphne flaunted this before her, would Tom not be in pieces? Tom's finger twitched. A muffliato curtain fell around the 2 of them. From outside, people could see their lips moving, but not a word carried. Draco, it is a fine piece. Where did you buy it? I want 4, no, 5 more. But not identical ones. Understand. Tom had already seen that this was a pure ornament, nothing but pretty. Easy enough to replicate with a copying charm and transfiguration, but gifting identical jewelry was worse than gifting nothing. It screamed carelessness. He needed Draco to fetch different pieces from the same maker. Huh. Draco stared. One is not enough. Is Daphne's appetite that big? There is a lot of depth you would not grasp. Tom waved him off. Take this back for now. When you have 5, give them to me all at once. I will give you a copy of Harry's current notes now. After you deliver, I will hand over the advanced edition. Tell me, do you want to thrash Potter or not? I do. At the name, Draco snapped to attention. I will write to Mother at once and get more. I promise every one will be top shelf. So Mother picked this one, Tom said, enlightened. He should have known. With Draco's tunnel vision, how could he have such taste? Narcissa, though, that made sense. Whatever else one said of that family, their outfits were always put together to perfection. When Tom had met Lucius, the men had been dressed like a classic old Londoner, crisp as a Union Jack. Draco hurried off to write his letter, gift in tow. Watching him take it, Daphne huffed. What kind of person takes back a present? Tom, what is wrong with Malfoy? Did he not say that tiara was for you? Why did he change his mind? In the little witch's mind, any gift to Tom in this vein basically meant it was for her. Or would Tom wear it himself? On second thought, she would not mind seeing that. Tom did not blink. I found a flaw in the setting. Malfoy was furious. He went to write the shop to send a perfect replacement. He will give it to me in a few days. Daphne nodded, satisfied. So that is it. Tell him to hurry. No problem. Tom made a mental note to visit the Muggle world and recruit a few good jewelry designers. With a line of exquisite pieces on hand, he would never again be stuck for gifts. Soon the great hall filled to the last seat. The professors took their places as well. Tom noticed Professor Snape had grown thinner, with bruised shadows under his eyes. He looked wrung dry. Feeling someone's gaze, Snape glanced up, spotted Tom, and shot him a murderous glare. He had spent the holiday helping Tom research that disgusting potion. He had not slept properly in days. If not for that boy, where would all this extra work have come from? Tom blinked at the glare, baffled as to what bug had bitten his head of house this time. At the Gryffindor table, Harry ate with his mouth permanently quirked up. This holiday had been glorious. Every other day he had pounded Malfoy into the flagstones. Tom's notebook was a cheat device. It recorded practical little jinxes and the fastest ways to master them. Every day he learned something new. Especially Levi Corpus. That charm ignored Protego, sweeping away Malfoy's biggest edge in one stroke. In one holiday, Harry had repaid all the frustration Malfoy had made him swallow. A pity that once term resumed, he could not duel so often. The itch already nagged at him. After a while, plates lay bare. No one left. Everyone had been warned there would be important news. Under 1,000 eyes, Dumbledore rose and went straight to the point. Please note, in 2 days' time, our friends from Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo will arrive at Hogwarts. So soon. Students looked at one another. No one had expected the visitors to come the moment the holiday ended. Chapter 386, A Gift with a Gaze. After Dumbledore finished a few reminders, he dismissed everyone to return to their common rooms and talk as they liked. Because of rows and the history between the schools, conversation quickly centered on Ilvermorny. Almost no one knew much about Castelobruxo, so there was little to say. How many will Ilvermorny send? Their total enrollment is 4 times ours. It is only a regular exchange, probably not many. Do people in South America speak English? How are we supposed to communicate? Use hand signals. Worst case, say nothing. Who knows what bloodlines they have? Tom did not join the chatter. He kept Daphne company in the common room for a short while, then returned to his dorm. He took out WhatsApp. Ginny had already begun a barrage. Ginny, where is my present? Ginny, Tom, if you dare back out, I will fight you. Tom, fight how, exactly? Use the spells I taught you to beat me. Ginny, I can tell Greengrass that the week before holiday you spent 2 hours with Cho Chang at the astronomy tower. Tom, how do you know that? Ginny, Marauder's map. Tom, impossible. The map does not show my name. Red-haired maid, hey. It does not show your name, but Cho would be an idiot to go to the tower alone late at night. If it was not with you, I cannot think of anyone else. TSSS, Tom drew a sharp breath. This version of Ginny was dangerously sharp. Why was she not practicing magic instead of practicing deduction? Tom, fine, you win. Your reward is ready. Be early to the Great Hall tomorrow and I will give it to you. Ginny, not tonight. Tom, I am too lazy to go out tonight. Ginny, all right. Ginny put away her phone with some regret. If they met tonight, they would surely end up in the room of requirement, and Tom would almost certainly teach her a new lesson. At that thought, Ginny's cheeks warmed. It was obviously something shameful. Yet after a few times she had begun to grow used to it, even to look forward to it. On the other side, Tom had no idea what habits he was building in Ginny. After fixing a time, he unfolded the Marauder's map, found Gryffindor Tower, and zoomed in. Ron's name and Peter Pettigrew's were nearly superimposed. The sight made Tom's skin crawl. In this, he could sympathize with Ron. Scabbers, that is Pettigrew, had first belonged to Percy. When Percy made prefect in 5th year, the family bought him an owl, and Scabbers was passed down to Ron. Ron was the Weasley hand-me-down collector. Almost every second-hand thing ended up with him. Why did Pettigrew not hide his name? Tom figured either he thought the map was no longer in use after the Marauders fell, or he never learned true name protections. How to drag him out would take thought. Early next morning, Tom left the Slytherin common room before 7, only to find Ginny had beaten him there. She had been watching the stairs. The instant she saw him, she skipped over and held out her hand. Present. Now. Not here. Come with me. He led her into an empty classroom and brought out the reward she had been waiting for, a gold pocket watch. A watch. The girl frowned, instantly disappointed. Whatever. It looks expensive. If I run short, I will sell it. Tom rolled his eyes. Try selling it and I will lock you in a room and hang you there for life. Really? Ginny almost asked, but forced herself to swallow it. She kept her chin up and muttered, "It is just a watch. No need to be that fierce. You have no eye." The case clicked open. Inside it looked perfectly ordinary. No special details. Tom pressed the top button. The face rotated. The ring of hour marks slid away. In their place opened a pale yellow vertical pupil. Petrify. Tom spoke lightly. A yellow beam lanced from the slit pupil and struck the unprepared Ginny. The girl froze where she stood. This is the eye of petrification. I made it from a basilisk's eye. You have seen what it does. I originally wanted a true death effect, but aside from whether it is possible, it would be far too dangerous to use. Smiling without warmth, Tom lifted Ginny's chin with the tip of his wand. So, still thinking of selling it for cash? He pressed the button again. The serpent eye rotated away and the normal watch face returned. The petrification ended at once. Ginny almost dove into Tom's arms, not for a cuddle, but to snatch the eye of petrification. How was I supposed to know it was powerful? I was wrong. Give it here. She caught the watch and toyed with it, eyes shining. She had thought it was an ordinary trinket, yet it was a ring of rotating magic. This must not reach Snape's eyes, Tom said, watching her grin from ear to ear. Huh. Ginny stared warily. You stole it from Snape. Ow. Why did you do that? The knock this time hurt. Real pain stung tears from her eyes. I said I made it. Tom was exasperated. Snape asked me for basilisk eyes before. I told him they had been destroyed. With his eye, one glance at this and he would know it is tied to a serpent's pupil. Do you think a pettyman like him will target you, or me? Ginny asked. Tom rolled his eyes. Obviously. Ginny shivered and nodded. You really do understand your head of house. Chapter 387, Familiar Faces, Old Grudges. Ever since word spread that Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo were coming, students had no heart for lessons and professors tossed out assignments like confetti. Transfiguration turned into a seminar on proper conduct, with Professor McGonagall spending the entire period warning the young witches and wizards to behave. If anyone embarrassed Hogwarts, she would see to it that the smile vanished from their face. Rumor said she kept Fred and George after 4th year's class and the twins slunk out much later, noticeably subdued. In Charms, Professor Flitwick spoke about friends he knew in South America. They tell me Castelobruxo stands atop ancient ruins. A few Muggle archaeological teams once tried to study the site, but were driven off by repelling charms. The grounds are guarded by spirits called Capra. I have not seen them myself, but they are said to be rather cute. Wizards from there excel at magic tied to nature, since the school sits in a vast rainforest. They are also skilled in transformation and can change into different animals. Animagi. Hermione blurted. Similar, but not the same, Flitwick said, smiling. Animagi can transform wandlessly and very quickly. Castelobruxo's body transformation uses a special potion and a wand as focus. It is easier for less advanced students, but the potion is expensive. In one dueling tournament I faced a Castelobruxo wizard who turned into a bear and still lost. He left the stage looking as if his heart had been cut out. You can use potions in a duel? Seamus Finnegan asked, wide-eyed. So long as you brewed it yourself, Flitwick said, hint heavy as a hammer. Professor Snape knows quite a few useful recipes. In herbology, everyone became gardeners under Professor Sprout's direction, pruning and tidying. Terry Boot misjudged a cut and took too much of a patch of Mimbulus Mimbletonia, earning a dark look and a punishment of hauling soil. It was plain the professors were more nervous than the students. Heads of house were giants in their fields. Their one weakness was this hive of children, who could ruin a reputation in education with one careless spectacle. Filch was the most frantic of all, sprinting the halls like a man possessed for 2 straight days. He wanted every flagstone to shine like a mirror and every portrait to hang perfectly level. Many disliked Filch, but no one loved Hogwarts more. At last came the second day after term resumed. At 5 o'clock every student was summoned to the Great Hall. The house tables had been lengthened, and 4 extra chairs waited at the staff dais. From these details alone, many guessed the delegations would be small. "I wonder whether I will know the chaperones," Rouse murmured to Dumbledore. "It has been ages since I went back to Ilvermorny." "The answer is about to arrive," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Minerva has gone to receive them. She should return shortly." "We shall see," Rouse nodded. This was an informal exchange visit, not grand enough for Dumbledore to marshal the whole school at the gates. Professor McGonagall alone would suffice. Creak. Creak. After about 15 minutes the rarely used main doors swung open and every head turned. Professor McGonagall led 2 groups inside, each with 2 adult wizards, a man and a woman, followed by 7 students. Dumbledore rose, and everyone followed, applauding their guests. Tom's eyes roamed over the visitors. Castelobruxo's leopard-patterned robes nearly blinded him. Ilvermorny's were far more conventional, standard wizarding robes with high collars, and stitched emblems at the cuffs and chest to mark their different houses. One blonde girl made him look twice. She was strikingly beautiful, her expression lofty, her gaze as nose-tipped as Malfoy's. Something about her felt familiar. He was not the only one staring. Many boys were openly dazzled. The girl, under their scrutiny, only gave the faintest hum, untroubled, as if attention were a birthright. Another figure drew stares as well, Ilvermorny's witch professor. Her face was pleasant but her figure was breathtaking, and more than a few mouths went dry. The more Rouse clapped, the stranger he felt. When the party reached the staff dais and Dumbledore shook hands with the 4 chaperones, realization struck him and he blurted, "Frank." The Ilvermorny male professor had just released Dumbledore's hand. A playful curl touched his mouth as he looked at Rouse. "Wilkinson. I thought you would not recognize me. Good to see your eyes still work." Dumbledore's smile hitched. Had he just been caught in a blast radius? Rouse stared as if at a specter. "And the likes of you are a professor?" "Ah." Every professor and student sharpened at once. From the gunpowder in their voices, there was clearly a story here. Chapter 388, Old Grudges on Stage. The appetite for gossip is human nature. Even the wizard of the century was not immune. Dumbledore simply stepped aside and left the stage to Rouse and Frank. The students craned their necks toward the high table. At Rouse's offhand jab, Frank Graves' face went black. "Wilkinson, if even a wanted man like you can be a professor, why would I be less qualified than you?" "A wanted man." Gasps rippled through the hall. Every eye swung to Rouse. Was Professor Wilkinson really unable to escape the curse on the defense post? That friendly, big-browed professor who always seemed like a pal to students, a wanted man. Dumbledore's expression tightened, but Rouse's tongue moved faster than any wand. "Spare me your dog's breakfast, Frank Graves. Did you leave your mouth in your mother's ass when you were born and speak through your backside now? Why does everything you say stink? My wanted notice was cancelled ages ago, only in North America your sainted Graves clan keeps it pinned up. To what end? That is called abusing public office for private ends. I will have your dear uncle put in the tower for life one day. So what if I slept with your aunt? I did not sleep with your mother. Why are you so riled up? Planning to apply to me yourself? Send a photo first. After all these years, I truly have forgotten what your mum looks like." Silence. Dead, echoing silence. Students and professors alike were stunned by the elegance of Rouse's diction and the earth-shaking scandal he had just dropped. From that highly concentrated passage of filth, everyone still managed to extract the key information with perfect accuracy. Wilkinson slept with Frank Graves' aunt. Frank looked about Rouse's age, pushing 30. So his aunt would be. TSSS, heavy taste indeed. The temperature in the hall shot up for lack of chill, but not as fast as Frank's flush. Well then, his fame was secure. Not only Ilvermorny, but Hogwarts and Castelobruxo would know the Graves family scandal now. "I will fight you," Frank growled, reaching for his wand. The Ilvermorny witch beside him was quicker and caught his wrist. "Calm down, Frank," she hissed. "What are you doing, attacking one of Dumbledore's professors in front of Dumbledore?" "Ahem." The old man coughed at the perfect moment, one hand that had been poised for a spell rising to cover his mouth. A vast pressure blanketed Frank. Though the hall was warm enough for short sleeves, he felt plunged into ice. The blood haze in his eyes cleared at once. He took a long breath. "I am fine. Solène. Solène." Rouse frowned and stared at the woman for a long moment, especially at certain key features. Solène did not mind. She drew herself up with pride. Rouse, your memory is as poor as ever. Solène. Solène Caruso. Rouse's eyes bulged. Merlin's tape, were you not pushing 300 pounds back then? Called out on her history, Solène did not grow angry. She only smiled more proudly. A woman will do anything to be beautiful. Rouse had no answer. He stuck a thumb up in genuine respect. Dropping 2/3 of your weight in one go was no small feat. Do not get chummy with my fiancé. Frank stepped between them, glaring murder at Rouse. If you have courage, never set foot in North America again. Otherwise I will have the Aurors on you the moment you land. He would not draw a wand before Dumbledore, but he was not about to swallow his words. Our professors are bound to be emotional when they meet after so long. There will be plenty of time to reminisce during this exchange, Dumbledore said cheerfully, papering over chasms with one breezy sentence. The crowd could only fall silent. No wonder he was headmaster. No one else could lie with open eyes on that level, not even on a broom. Dumbledore offered a few more ceremonious words to welcome the delegations, then introduced the chaperones for the students. Frank Graves, Ilvermorny Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, one of them. Solène Caruso, Ilvermorny Professor of Transfiguration. Alessio Vela, Castelobruxo Professor of Transfiguration. Isabella Camido, Professor of Special Potions. Special Potions? Tom's eyes lingered on the young, bronze-skinned witch. Was this the auxiliary transformation potion Professor Flitwick had mentioned? Introductions done, Dumbledore invited them to sit where they wished. Ilvermorny chose Slytherin. Castelobruxo chose Gryffindor. Dishes bloomed across the tables in a feast fit for the welcoming banquet. But after that bit of theater, few had an appetite. Small knots whispered, eyes drifting toward the high table. Rouse was unchanged, thick-skinned enough to act as if nothing had happened. He chatted with Professor Flitwick, and from time to time leaned past several professors to exchange greetings with Solène. Frank's face was considerably darker. He had humiliated himself abroad this time. Some students tried chatting with the guests. Ilvermorny posed no language barrier, only the occasional unfamiliar accent. Castelobruxo was not about to send students who could not speak English. With the shared Latin roots, English was among the simplest foreign tongues for them to learn. Before long, a piece of news reached Tom's ears that genuinely surprised him. The haughty beauty who looked down her nose like Malfoy had a name Tom knew very well, Cassandra Vory. Another familiar figure had appeared, and on a timeline that did not match. Chapter 389, more guests, more gossip. It only surprised Tom for a moment. He had already crossed worlds, with 2 old codgers and a pretty girl living in his head. After things that absurd, what was one more timeline hiccup? Tom did not care about Cassandra's sudden appearance, but Cassandra cared a great deal about him. After striking up a connection with the Slytherin pure-blood girl, Cassandra asked in that lofty tone that suggested no one measured up to her, as if in passing, I heard the author of Bloodline Theory is a Slytherin student. Bloodline Theory? The girl looked blank. Oh, here you call it Annals of the Wizarding World. Enlightened, the girl tipped her chin toward Tom, seated between Astoria and Daphne. That one, the best-looking boy in the whole school, Tom Riddle. Not only handsome, but a genius. Do not let his muggle-born origins fool you. In Slytherin no one refuses him. Well, perhaps a few, but they do not dare show it. Cassandra followed her gaze. Tom did not seem to have hands. On the left, Daphne fed him a piece of beef. On the right, Astoria offered him a slice of fin fish. That was the one she was looking for. Cassandra wondered whether the girl was having her on, but no one around looked surprised. A layabout who needed others to feed him, was that really the Tom Riddle shaking the wizarding world? Still, he was very good-looking. After the feast, Dumbledore rose early and stayed the crowd as they prepared to leave. He raised his voice so all could hear. To avoid panic and misunderstanding, I must clarify something for Professor Wilkinson. When he applied, he explained his situation to me with perfect honesty. The school has no right to meddle in the personal lives of employees. As Professor Wilkinson himself has said, the warrant for his arrest was already rescinded. It was a misunderstanding. So I ask everyone to avoid excessive speculation and needless conjecture. His skill and his dedication are plain to all. I am proud to have such a responsible professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. The old man was reliable. Once Rouse proved himself competent, Dumbledore had begun to work behind the scenes. The warrant from the International Confederation had long been withdrawn. Any remaining bounty was only the Graves family using their influence to keep a private notice alive in North America. Students did not react much. In truth, they had understood most of it already. Some glanced at Rouse with a touch of awe. He knows how to play. Only Frank's face stayed dark. He had flown here thinking he could finally press Rouse down, which was why he applied to lead the delegation himself. Instead the man was even more shameless than before, his lines polished and plentiful. Frank did not even know which scoundrel he had learned from. Achoo. Lost in the crowd, Tom suddenly sneezed. He was immediately surrounded by worried Astoria and Hermione. Are you catching a cold? I will get you. Turns out I am related to a Vory. Back in the dorm, Malfoy could not stop boasting about the evening's discoveries, his metaphorical tail practically wagging. Do you see now? The Malfoy family's heritage is vast. We have branches across the ocean. Rosier snorted. You think you have more kin than I do? Go ask around, France, Spain, Italy, where have I not got cousins? And besides, her surname is Vory, not Malfoy. You do not understand, Draco snapped, irritated at the undercut, but still explaining for the equally puzzled crowd. 1,000 years ago the Malfoys moved from France to Britain, but some remained. Later they went to Prussia, and only in the last century did they move to America. The Vorys are their descendants, except... Here Draco faltered, embarrassed. Theodore Knott, resident history buff, filled in, except that branch already had no male heirs, so they merged into the Vory line. More or less. Baron of sons, outside of special cases like the Greengrasses, was shameful for any house. Facing several purebloods' teasing looks, Malfoy fought to salvage dignity. Do you know how high the Vorys fly in America now? They are not descendants of the 12 Aurors, but they are the richest purebloods there, with business across the world. What, planning to live off your wife? Daphne happened to come out looking for someone to write her homework and fired without thinking. Color crept over Draco's pale cheeks. Rarely, he grew shy. Not impossible. Pansy Parkinson felt the sky fall. Daphne rolled her eyes. Go look in a mirror first. When you are half as good looking as Tom, then try. Not, write this week's history essay for me. On it. Not agreed with canine enthusiasm. Laughter rippled through the room. Malfoy, hear that? You are a long way from living off anyone. Exactly. Maybe Tom could pull it off. Tom needs to live off someone. Do the Greengrasses not count? Oh please. Have you ever seen a Keptman juggle close ties with several girls at once? Fair point. The boys sighed in envy again. A model for our generation. While they envied, Tom was frantically pinging Rouse. He needed gossip, and he needed it now. After dozens of messages, Rouse finally replied. Rouse, boss, that Solène gal is dynamite. Chapter 390, Frank's temper, Rouse's tea. Tom, done already. That fast. Tom began to suspect there was something wrong with Rouse Wilkinson's mental wiring. Usually Rouse showed zero interest in women. The moment the Graves family was involved, he acted like he had swallowed a handful of pills. Rouse, boss or not, you cannot slander me. I am innocent with Solène. Tom, save the detour. Your grudge with that Frank, is it because of his family's power? Rouse, no. I disliked him before I ever crossed his uncle. First year I cast a Confundus charm on the girls' loo. Frank walked in, got thrashed, and nearly earned a demerit. Tom, so you picked a fight with the Graves clan on purpose. Rouse, what can I say, it is like Gryffindor and Slytherin. We just do not mix. We came from Germany. They came from Spain. The ancestors once beat each other's brains out. Ancient blood feud carried to this day. Rouse, it is just that our line has slipped these last generations, no real talents. We have had to keep our heads down. Otherwise we would have thrown hands long ago. You are a talent in your own right, Tom thought. Rouse's raw power might be ordinary, but his tongue and his wits outpaced many stiff-minded wizards. Or perhaps North American wizards were all like this. On the surface, North America looked the most closed, still banning marriages with muggles by law. In practice, they embraced change the quickest. Everything Tom had seen, from Tina to Rouse's offhand tidbits, proved as much. Rouse sketched the triangle between them. He, Frank, and Solène had been classmates. He and Frank had butted heads from day one, brawling often. With a professor for an uncle, Frank usually had the upper hand. Solène, then as round as a braised lion's head, came from a decent family but few wanted to befriend her. Still, she disliked watching Rouse get bullied and spoke up for him several times. Rouse, how did she change so much? And now she is Frank's fiancée. Tom, interested. Rouse, boss, do not be crude. I want to repay a debt. She helped me then. Now it is my turn to put in work for her. Tom, do you want her as a person, or the Graves engagement buff as well? Rouse, both. The latter is a buff, gives me extra motivation. Tom, I do not recall Chancellor Chow having descendants in North America. Anyway, be careful. If you need a mortentia, tell me. For now, business. Chancellor Chow. Rouse had no idea what Tom meant, but he tucked the name away. Tom, there is something off about Frank. I tried legilimency and almost got caught. Either his acclimacy is good, or he has other protections. Tom, you said North America felt wrong lately. Keep your ears open. Tell me the moment you see anything. Acclimacy was the one art that ignored raw power. Snape had spied for years without Voldemort ever catching a whiff, and the Dark Lord's trust in him had only grown. Tom's own legilimency, therefore, was not especially refined. The effort-to-payoff ratio was poor. If only he could roll a Queenie-style talent, he could flatten decades of practice in an instant. Rouse, boss. Frank is a Graves priority project. He is stronger than me, but his brain is not as good. Relax. I will strip him to his drawers. While the two plotted to peel Frank's secrets, the subject himself was raging. The guest quarters Hogwarts had arranged for Ilvermorny lay in wreckage. Anything that could be smashed had been insufferable. Insufferable. Dumbledore dared hire that dolt Rouse, and just now stood up for him. He does not see us at all. Must he see you? Solène asked mildly. She had long grown used to a fiancé who snarled like a beast. At Ilvermorny, Frank was popular, witty, and humorous, young and handsome, from a good family. Many girls had written him love letters. Solène knew better. That was a mask. The real Frank was petty and vindictive. In his bones he believed himself born a winner and looked down on everyone else. Frank, do not think your family's clout in North America reaches Dumbledore, Solène said. Solène, he snapped. You are my fiancé. Why are you speaking for outsiders? I am asking you to stay calm and stop making trouble. Solène drained the last sip of lemon tea. A few bright drops slid into an unspeakable valley. We are here to assess the level of Britain's new generation. If we sour relations with Hogwarts staff, what exactly are we assessing? What is there to fear? Our main task is already done, Frank muttered. Lester has. Silence. Solène's voice cut like a knife. Lester who? We know no such person and have never heard the name. Understood. Color rose in Frank's face again. In the end he swallowed it and nodded. Understood. Not far away, in another room, the Castelobruxo professors were gathering. Chapter 391, do I have the right? The basilisk report can be confirmed as true, said Alessio Vela. We still need to investigate the particulars. Good, Isabella Camado nodded. I only feared the British would hype a newcomer and publish sloppy reporting. Alessio, you and Minerva McGonagall both teach Transfiguration. Her reputation is universally respected. I have never heard a single bad word about her. Work on that relationship. One way or another, we must secure basilisk flesh and blood. Alessio smiled. Indeed. Professor McGonagall and I once exchanged letters. She is a professor worthy of respect. Oh. Isabella raised a brow. How is it that I never heard of that? Alessio lowered his head, embarrassed. I am a fan of Professor McGonagall. I study every paper she publishes and even wrote to her as a reader. The replies seemed to come from the Transfiguration Today editor. All stock phrases. Isabella. So that was your so-called correspondence. It was likely that even Dumbledore and Rouse, who organized this exchange, had not expected that both Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo had come with firm objectives. The exchange itself was simple. Each school brought one student representative per year. Whichever house they chose yesterday, they would follow that house's schedule today. The chaperoning professors would attend Hogwarts classes with their counterparts and also teach a few lessons for selected years. When Tom arrived at breakfast, he ran into Cho. She shot him a look. They drifted, as if by coincidence, to the courtyard garden. Are you free on Saturday? The girl's cheeks were rosy, her voice soft. It has been so long since we read together in the library. Tom shook his head at once. Let us not. There is something wrong with that library. I do not feel safe there. All right. She lowered her head, crestfallen. How about I take you to see the unicorns, Tom said with a smile. Their glen is very quiet. Other creatures do not dare disturb them. Tea and books amid the trees. Better than the library, is it not? Her smile returned, bright as morning. They settled on a time. A good move never goes out of style. Most things follow a fixed rhythm, even courting. Tom was using the unicorns the way one shows off a cat that can backflip. If a child came of this someday, he would make her thank Max, Leo, and Milo, those life-saving guides. Without them, who knows where the shot would have gone. Back in the hall, Daphne finally appeared, yawning. Tom had already told Astoria his plan for Saturday. The little sister's loyalties leaned more and more his way. He needed her as wingmate to manage Daphne, otherwise when things flared up he would be the one overwhelmed. After breakfast came lessons. Second year's schedule had not changed today, and the teachers were all Hogwarts faculty. With them trailed an Ilvermorny boy named Mark Collins. Tom had thought Cassandra was his year, but Draco told him she was in third. She only looked Daphne's age. Still very fresh-faced. Tom was not going to rush over just because he recognized a name. He already had enough to juggle. He was not in the mood to add more. But if he did not go to Cassandra, that did not mean Cassandra would not come to him. When the last Charms class ended, Slytherins and Gryffindors filed into the corridor and crossed paths with third years coming down the stairs. Tom Riddle. Clear and bell-like, the voice cut through the noise. Feet halted. Heads turned. The corridor slipped into melon-eating mode. Who had the gall to call Tom by his full name? Since they had watched a certain someone lop off a basilisk's head with a single stroke, even Gryffindor had been behaving. So who would? Tom stopped too and looked toward the voice. The crowd opened a lane. Cassandra strode forward, chin high, every step measured like a practiced figure walk, distances almost identical. Miss Vory, I do not believe we know each other, Tom said. What is this about? He spoke to Cassandra, and also to Daphne. He wanted it clear that he did not even know the girl. Indeed, we do not, Cassandra answered frankly. My name is Cassandra Vory. I know. And then? Tom asked, puzzled. Cassandra tipped her head. The line of her fine chin drew a clean arc. You are the author of Annals of the Wizarding World, are you not? You wrote competently enough. The data is accurate. But your presumptuous evaluations are laughable. The corridor fell suddenly silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes on Cassandra as if watching a champion. No one dared exhale. This woman was a warrior. Daphne's brows shot up. Hermione caught her sleeve and shook her head. Do not act rashly. Tom was here. Let him handle it. They were not to overstep. Tom smiled, a smile so radiant that for a heartbeat Cassandra's focus blurred. Then, Miss Vory, what instruction do you have for me? Instruction is exactly what I am here for, Cassandra said, steadying her mood and lifting her chin again. Writing books is your freedom. But your evaluations betray shallow research and childish judgment. You are not qualified to assess our world's legacy. In the future, stick to presenting history. Do not add your self-important ratings. You do not have the right. I do not have the right. Tom's tone was half echo to Cassandra, half question posed to himself. Then, quietly, then I will show you whether I have the right. Chapter 392, pinned by a gaze. Author's note, I should explain Cassandra's temperament first, in case anyone thinks I wrote her OOC. I replayed Magic Awakened these past few days. Cassandra's defining trait is simple, make sure everyone knows their station is beneath hers. She believes her bloodline is superior, her family illustrious, and her own talent formidable. Now imagine a Muggle-born orphan, her age, standing above her and commenting on the thing she is most proud of. Before she understands the protagonist, of course she would be angry. That is why, in the last chapter, she used the word qualified. In her view, Tom was not good enough to have the standing to judge her. She did not use other insulting language. I think that is not a problem. Perhaps it felt a bit sharp, but it fits her character. I set it up this way to pave the way for the plot. Cassandra's arc is about being trained, so you have to hit hard first before you can, well, play with more flourish. Tom was smiling, and it was an annoyingly handsome smile. Even so, everyone present felt a chill. Cassandra, staring straight at him, felt every hair rise. Panic rushed her all at once. She opened her mouth to speak. For a split second the boy's eyes turned a molten, vertical gold. Her soul seemed to ice over. No voice. No movement. Nothing. See. That is my qualification, Tom said softly. When I speak, you stand there and listen nicely. You want to refute me? You can try, but start by proving you can even open your mouth. 3, 2, 1. Senior Vory. Let her go. The Ilvermorny student who had come down the stairs with Tom saw Cassandra frozen like a fool and panicked. He whipped out his wand, but before he could level it, Tom flicked his sleeve as if shooing a fly. A great force slammed into the boy. He bounced down the staircase like a leather ball. How do you feel now, Miss Vory? A huge wave of humiliation swelled inside Cassandra. She was on the verge of going mad. Who was she? Lady Cassandra Vory, heir of the Vory family. Their rise might be recent, but their pedigree and records were clear, a 1,000-year line brought to a new peak in recent generations. Classmates respected her, professors spoke gently to her, even the president of the Magical Congress and the head of the Aura office would give the Vory some face. And Tom Riddle had pinned her to the spot with a look. What kind of sorcery was this? What gave him the right to lay a hand on her? The cruel part was that under the deep petrification effect, only her thoughts could move. Her lashes could not even blink. That lovely face still held the half-formed alarm from the instant she sensed danger. The expression stuck mid-motion looked almost ridiculous. Students gathered and watched in a hush. More and more came, and those who tried to speak were pulled back. No one would let them interrupt Riddle. This result did not satisfy them yet. They grumbled in their hearts. Had Riddle's bite grown dull, or was it because this was an exchange student, and a pretty one, that he was being soft? Tom ignored the crowd. He conjured a mirror, glass clear as spring water, and set it in front of Cassandra. "Here, Lady Vory. Enjoy the sight of yourself." Truly, without pure blood breeding it is hard to produce such a richly layered expression. I find myself at a loss for words. "Ha, Tom, you're so dumb." The only person who would dare to speak now, and even mock Tom while doing it, was Daphne. The girl stepped forward, chin higher than Cassandra's had ever been, and looked at her as if she were an insect. "Don't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth, do you, ugly thing? You want to compare pedigrees? A pack of barbarians who fled to North America. Any random Slytherin can teach you what pure really means." Malfoy. Daphne suddenly turned to Draco, who was happily watching the show. "Yesterday you said Vory was your relative." Goyle and Crabbe took a synchronized step away as if Draco had begun to reek of doom. Draco himself flailed so fast his hand left after images. "I didn't, I never, you misheard me. Her surname is Vory. Your surname is Malfoy. How could you be one family? You yourself said 1,000 years ago they were all Malfoys." "Daphne, you cannot interpret it like that," Draco yelped, practically hopping. "Your great-grandfather was a Malfoy too. If we count like that, then you are Malfoy kin as well, which makes you Vory's relative." Blast it. Daphne was trying to throw him under the night bus. If Tom took that as the Malfoys opposing him, he was finished. Was he going to end up dangling from a wall again? Daphne's face stiffened. Annoyingly, it made sense. She could not rebut it. The green grasses often intermarried with the Malfoys and the Lestranges. By blood, their ties did reach back close to the 10 ancient houses. "You dare argue with me?" Daphne glared daggers at Draco. Her wand had already become a whip. She was ready to run the routine and vent her anger on Cassandra. "Wait, Daphne." Tom caught her hand. A guest of the school, after all. Give Dumbledore a little face. Hanging her for one day will do. He waved. Cassandra's rigid body slid backward as the wall rippled and swallowed her upside down. Only the back of her head and a shocked face stuck out from the stone. Many students let out a breath in perfect satisfaction. Comfort restored. This was more like it. He had not needed to beat anyone, but at least she was on the wall. What happened here? Move aside, move aside. At long last, a professor appeared. Rouse shouldered through the crowd of little wizards, with Frank and Solène right behind him. They had both attended Rouse's class today. Frank had been nitpicking him all period and left with a belly full of grievances. Chapter 393, Into the Wall. The gathered students had been ready to explode, but when they saw the one in the middle was Tom, the fire guttered at once. "Mr. Riddle, what happened here?" Rouse asked, not noticing that there was an extra head sticking out of the wall. He missed it, but Frank did not. He jumped. "Vory. Why are you in the wall? Who did this?" Tom lifted his eyelids. "I did." "Problem." Frank blazed. "You dare cast on a student from Ilvermorny? Is this how Hogwarts treats guests? Come with me, Rouse. Take me to Dumbledore. I will ask him what sort of example he is setting." Tom frowned. Annoying. He met Frank's eyes. "You can go in too." With nothing more than a look, Frank snapped to attention, and Tom sent him into the stone opposite Cassandra. "Frank." Solène had no idea what had happened. Her fiancé had been bundled away before she could think. She drew her wand on instinct. More. Tom's eyes narrowed again. Rouse moved fast, stepping in front of Solène. "Easy, Riddle, easy. Solène means no harm. She just wants to understand what happened." As he spoke, Rouse threw Tom a frantic string of winks. "Tom. Seriously? I am fuming and you want me to play wingman while you flirt?" He sighed. Rouse had saved him effort more than once. Fine. He would play along. Professor Wilkinson, you truly want to vouch for her? She is your enemy's fiancée. Tom's voice cooled. Shall I put her in the wall as well, to help you vent a little? As a wingman, Tom was the wizard of the century. Rouse's eyes lit up. Inwardly he howled, "Boss, you are a saint." On the surface he arranged his face into gravity. Riddle, I am not one to confuse grudges. Even if Solène is Frank's fiancée, that is between me and the Graves family, not her. Besides, Solène helped me many times in the past. If you want to move her, you must defeat me first. Rouse. Solène looked at him, moved in spite of herself. Yesterday's quarrel with Frank had left her first impression of Rouse poor. Now she recognized her mistake. This is what people mean when they say, "Amen." Very well. I will give you that face. Tom nodded, unwilling on the surface. But let me make this clear. I did not start trouble with Ilvermorny's students today. Ask around. There are plenty of witnesses. He turned to Cassandra. Miss Vory, do you understand now whether I have the qualification you demanded? To be precise, for many purebloods, being reviewed by me is an honor. Most families are not qualified to appear in my pages at all. You are a spoiled child. Open your eyes and look at the world. At the very least, your Vory line does not have that qualification. He descended the stairs with Hermione and Daphne at his sides. We are letting him leave. He did not explain anything, Solène said, unwillingly. Is that Tom Riddle the one who wrote Bloodline Theory? It is him, Rouse said with a wry smile. Solène, Riddle is not simple. He is full of tricks. If you truly anger him, both of us will end up in the wall. He glanced around at the silent students. Can someone tell me exactly what happened? I will. Theodore Knott stepped forward. He had shadowed Tom the whole time and had seen everything. He did not embellish a word, recounting the affair from start to finish. Solène watched the surrounding faces. No one contradicted him. She sighed. Cassandra has been spoiled, she admitted. Her family are extreme bloodline purists. They raised her to that standard from childhood. The Vorys, Rouse gave a cold laugh. Birds of a feather with the Graves. A little money, and they reach farther every year. Solène let it pass. Rouse could say such things, they were not the same camp. She could not. She raised her wand to lower the two in the wall. Wait, Rouse stopped her. When Solène frowned, he explained patiently, Riddle's magic is strong. I am worried that forcing a countercharm will hurt them. Solène hesitated, suddenly unsure. Then what do we do? Find Dumbledore. Rouse gently took her hand. He is the only one in the school who can press Riddle down, and the only one who can resolve this. Solène felt nothing amiss and nodded, lifting her chin as they turned to go. Halfway up, Rouse looked back at the students. Do not touch them. Keep the scene intact. You, Hufflepuff, you are Colin, right? Colin stared. Yes. I remember you carry that camera everywhere. Take pictures now for the record, and send me a copy later. Oh. I forgot to take pictures. Professor Wilkinson had experience. Colin smacked his forehead, then raised the camera and snapped away at Cassandra and Frank, flash popping again and again. You think of everything, Solène said, admiration bright in her eyes. Hardly. Even if Frank is my enemy, I still want to uphold fairness. You are, honestly, too upright for your own good. They went upstairs chatting lightly. Frank wanted to die. This blasted fathead was not preserving evidence. He was collecting blackmail for the archives. Chapter 394, Chapter 394, Not an International Incident. In the courtyard garden, Hermione finally spoke, worry clouding her face. Tom, is this a diplomatic incident now? I trust Dumbledore will not side with guests over us, but if Ilvermorny gets angry and goes through the ministry, will you be in trouble? Tom sipped his juice, unhurried. Relax. What happened between me and Vory is a schoolyard spat. Did she suffer any harm? I never used an attacking spell. But you put her in a wall. Hermione still fretted. She could have a breakdown. I did not use anything esoteric. Tom shook his head. Professor Wilkinson was right there. The moment we left, he was bound to let her out. The heaviest punishment would have been petrification. By morning the effect wears off. He had trained enough that death perception and petrification were under fine control. Against a minor like Cassandra, if he said 8 hours, it would be 8 hours, not a minute more, not a minute less. One thing he had misjudged was Rouse's mischief. To make Frank suffer longer, Rouse had ensured Cassandra would be stuck just as long. Hermione eased a little at his explanation. Daphne was blithe. Hermione, you overthink. Right now Tom fears no one but Dumbledore. A few bumpkins from abroad will not turn Britain upside down. Just wait. At worst Dumbledore docks a few points and has a head of house put Tom in detention for a couple of days. Then it is over. No apology either. Vory was the one strutting around. The more Daphne spoke, the more indignant she grew. She slapped the table with a small palm. No girl gets to act more arrogant than me at Hogwarts. Hermione's and Tom's mouths twitched in perfect sync. The little witch shot Tom a blaming look. When they enrolled, Daphne had been haughty, and Hermione had argued with her more than once, but not like now, playing the big sister in charge. Tom had spoiled her. With him backing her, Daphne truly could walk the school sideways. Tom kept his gaze calm. A bit of swagger saved him trouble, as long as she did not pick on people. He knew her temper. She was flighty, not cruel. I will go to ground for a while, so Dumbledore cannot draft me as a rescuer. He told the girls, cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and headed for the Forbidden Forest. Inside the castle, Dumbledore hurried toward the second floor with Rouse, Solène, and Professor McGonagall. He had been discussing next term's expanded exam schedule with Minerva when Rouse and Solène arrived. Once they sketched the situation, he was stunned. McGonagall nearly fainted. Albus, I have walked on thin ice my whole life. Do you think I can live to see your retirement? Dumbledore. Truth be told, he was not sure he would last to see Voldemort settled. Tom found him trouble with uncanny efficiency. Second day after the visitors arrive, and he had boxed up a student and a professor's pride along with her. Was he trying to ascend to the heavens? Minerva, first things first. We need to get them out. He steadied her, and they pressed on. At the stair, the crowd had only grown. Professors Flitwick and Sinistra had arrived as well, but, warned by students of Rouse's caution, neither had dared act. Tom's reputation had spread in its own way. Clear off. Back to your business. Do not crowd the landing. McGonagall's bark sent the flock scattering. Dumbledore examined the scene, then flicked his wand. The two heads slid free of the stone and tumbled forward, bodies still stiff as boards. Albus, why not lift the petrification? Minerva asked. Because I cannot. Dumbledore circled them, blue eyes seeing too much. Mr. Riddle did not use the standard body bind. It looks more like. He paused, then finished it. More like Miss Clearwater's condition. McGonagall's face tightened. You mean basilisk? Yes. Dumbledore nodded slightly. A curse-based petrification. Far lighter than Miss Clearwater's, but not something ordinary counters will break. Best let Mr. Riddle undo it himself. Otherwise we wait until morning and let the timed curse release. Send them to their dorms first, Rouse suggested. Leaving them here helps no one. Not the hospital wing, Dumbledore decided. Minerva, take Miss Vory. Professor Caruso, see to Professor Graves. Phileas, please find a few Slytherins and tell Mr. Riddle to meet me on the 4th floor of the West Tower. I will be waiting there. Headmaster, let me, Rouse cut in at once. You have plenty to handle. I can wait with Solène. Thank you, Rouse. Solène's eyes softened. Very well, Rouse, Dumbledore said. He issued the last instructions and moved off. On the way to the West Tower, Rouse excused himself to the lavatory, pulled out WhatsApp, and rattled off a note. Rouse, Dumbledore has sent for you. He does not look very angry. Chapter 395, Go fix what you broke. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Tom was not checking WhatsApp at all. He had taken his 3 little companions to the Centaur tribe. With Centaur's exclusiveness, trying to threaten, no, entice them into working for him would be tricky, but Tom had come prepared. For anything involving magical creatures, seek out Grandpa Newt, and this time was no different. Chief Mogorian rejected him outright without thinking, but fell silent when Tom produced the token Newt had sent. I will bring the Centaur clan from the Vosges Mountains to you, Tom added another chip. Your herd is aging and your sex ratio is skewed. I am sure you have noticed. Mogorian, you do not want the centaurs of the forest to die out in 2 or 3 generations, do you? Even as chief, I cannot decide this alone, Riddle. Wait. Mogorian gathered every centaur. He presented Newt's token and repeated Tom's terms. After a fierce debate, roughly 7 out of 10 adult centaurs voted yes. Many were swayed by Newt's name, and Tom could not help but sigh. In the end, connections and standing decide things. With stubborn folk like centaurs, even if he could crush them by force, he could not bully them into obedience. No wonder those in power always hope for yes-men beneath them. Letting the unicorn sleep a night in his pocket world, Tom returned to the castle at 7 the next morning. The moment he appeared, heads turned as one. Overnight the story had spread. Facing Ilvermorny's delegation, Riddle struck hard. Student or teacher, male or female, provoke him and you end up mounted on a wall. Equal treatment for all, in the most literal sense. Riddle, with me. Professor McGonagall spotted him the instant she entered the hall. She did not waste words, just marched him into the little room behind the high table. Door shut, she rounded on him. Mr. Riddle, with a mess this big, you still have an appetite? How can you eat? Tom played dumb. No appetite. Tasted fine to me. The elves have improved since my first year. Save your cheek. She glared. Wait here. Dumbledore is calming our guests. Until he comes, you are going nowhere. Professor, I am still hungry, Tom protested loudly. I am full from being angry at you, and you still want to eat. McGonagall stormed out, but halfway to the door she turned back and, with a wave, conjured a simple breakfast onto the table. When Dumbledore arrived, he saw Tom finishing the last sandwich. Even with all his composure, he felt the sudden urge to inspect a student's coursework. Mr. Riddle, eating well, I see. Average. Could be better. Dumbledore took the chair beside him. Then you can keep Miss Vory company for a bite later. Tom stared. You are joking. Summoning a teapot, Dumbledore poured and sipped before speaking. I have already handled the trouble on the Graves side for you. You should thank Professor Wilkinson. He drew most of the fire. Am I supposed to be afraid of him? Tom snorted. Leave it. If he dares come to me, I will deal with him. Tom, Dumbledore sighed, weary. I am 110 and do not wish to see a third wizarding war. Your clash with Miss Vory is easy to resolve. It is an adolescent difference of stance. Frank Graves, however, stands for Ilvermorny. For pride alone, the school will back him. Ilvermorny has heavy tastes, the boy muttered. What was that? Nothing. Tom shook his head. Why send me to Vory? Miss Vory refuses to speak to anyone. She seems badly frightened. Dumbledore slanted him a look. You made the mess. You clean it up. Your skill with women is as impressive as your magic. Tom's eyelid twitched. Slander. Say that again and I will sue. Her room is on the 4th floor of the West Tower, the room to the right of the painting, Jenny and Mortal Dread. Off you go, Mr. Riddle. I have class. You do when Miss Vory wishes to have class. Oh, and Slytherin, minus 100 points. I have informed Professor Snape. He is most eager to speak with you. Tom shook his head and left. Fine, coax a girl. Following Dumbledore's directions, he found Cassandra's room quickly and cursed under his breath. Exchange students got private rooms, did they? The door was locked, of course. He did not bother with his wand. A light flick of his finger and the door swung open. The room was modest, about the size of a professor's office, 30 square meters at most. Cassandra lay on the bed, eyes empty, staring at the ceiling. The petrification had worn off, yet she looked as if still under it. Miss Vory, Tom said gently, donning his signature warm smile. At his voice she finally reacted. Seeing him smiling at her, she clapped both hands over her eyes and shrieked, "Do not come closer." Tom's smile turned instantly to the cold curve of a villain. Apologies. My favorite thing is to tell the self-important one word. No. Chapter 396, cry it out first. Tom sealed the door as if welded shut, laid a second layer of a muffling charm, then strolled toward Cassandra, whose shrieks only rose. Cassandra retreated and retreated, finally curling into a corner. The proud air from yesterday had vanished. Her pretty face was full of panic and confusion. Do not come any closer. Her voice had a sob in it, yet it did not stop Tom. He set a chair down and sat at his ease. With a tap of his finger, Cassandra stiffened again, petrified. This time it was an ordinary body bind, with a fixed duration. Take your time crying. When you are tired, we will talk. I am in no rush. Thanks to you, I can skip class openly today, Tom said, unhurried. Cassandra lowered her head and sobbed as if she had not heard him. When it came to coaxing girls, Tom had a set of rules. Whatever the age, girls were emotional creatures, quick to sink into their own world and logic. At such times, words were useless. They would not hear a thing, and any reasoning you offered would turn into an accusation in their ears, feeding the storm instead. So the best method was to wait for the outburst to burn itself out, and only talk once reason retook the hill. What then, if you meet the sort who does not calm down without coddling or a guilty apology, who keeps kicking up a fuss forever? You run. If you do not, you go mad. So the room took on an odd look. A very pretty girl curled up at the corner of the bed and cried. A very good-looking boy sat nearby and read the morning paper at leisure. Cassandra had issues with her ideas, not her head. Once she saw Tom was not moving to do anything more, her fear eased. Then she realized he had no intention to apologize or coax her, and a fresh wave of grievance made her cry harder. Even if a girl were made of water, she would still cry herself out. While cursing Tom in her heart, Cassandra cried, and, who knew how long later, fell asleep. Tom. That was a miscalculation. How did he forget that once the tears stop, drowsiness follows? He looked at the sleeping Cassandra and made a decision. If you sleep, I sleep. By late morning, Cassandra blinked awake. The world seemed lower than before. She looked around and realized she was not on the bed but on the floor, with only a small cushion beneath her. She looked up and saw Tom Riddle asleep on the bed, breathing deep. Sometimes you can only laugh when you have no words. Cassandra laughed from anger. Now that her head was cool, she could piece it together. Likely the Hogwarts professors had told Riddle to apologize. Was this an apology? Did he know how much that half hour in the wall had shaken her? The thought of the story reaching Ilvermorny made her want to die. Awake. While she was spiraling, Tom yawned, bleary-eyed, and waved away the last of the petrification he had set. Cassandra sprang up at once. She did not draw her wand. She went straight to the door. Of course, it did not open. Do not run. We can talk first. With this attitude, what is there to talk about? Who said I came to apologize? Tom cocked his head. My job is to make sure you can go to class like normal, not to let you hide here like a turtle. I am not a turtle. Cassandra snapped. Tom yawned again. A chair slid to a stop behind her. If you are not, then say your piece clearly. Start with why I should apologize to you. Did I do something wrong yesterday? Cassandra drew a steadying breath. She did not sit. You did not. I was weaker than you. You caught me off guard and won. I lost, and losers have no standing to speak of right or wrong. So the brain does work, Tom said, puzzled. Then what possessed you yesterday, charging up to pick a fight with me? Because that is what I think. Cassandra lifted her chin and met his gaze. You are a year younger than me. You are not from our world by birth. What right does an outsider have to pass judgment on us? Because I have the strength. Tom spoke evenly, almost patient. You believe your birth sets you above others. No. Cassandra corrected him. I am not above others by nature. I am above because I am better. Listening to me is the right choice. Fine. By your logic, let us compare who is stronger, Tom said. Take one thing. I killed a basilisk only recently. Do not tell me you did not hear. Cassandra turned her face aside, embarrassed. I thought it was fake. A second year killing a basilisk, that is impossible. You took part, I am sure, but I judged you were not the key. Tom laughed in anger. I take it back. Your brain does not work. You live entirely in your own assumptions. What gives you the right to say that? Cassandra bristled. The report flew in the face of common sense. It was not only me. Professors Graves and Caruso did not believe it either. Our school treated it like a joke. And yet they did not come pick a fight with me, Tom said, pricking the hole in her logic with one sentence. You did, and paid the price. There are plenty of fools in the world, but as long as they do not provoke me, I am not going to line up to teach them all a lesson. You, though, came charging in with nothing checked, relying on your own guesses until I smacked you in the face. If you are not being foolish, who is? You do not trust Hogwarts students. Then why not verify it with Veritasirum, or the Imperious Curse? Chapter 397, Chapter 397, Eat first, argue later. Veritasirum, Imperious Curse. Cassandra went blank with shock. If she actually did what Tom suggested, there would be no exchange to speak of. She would be shipped back to an American wizarding prison for further study. On the other points, however, she had no real argument. Who has been whispering against me around you? Tom asked, lightning fast. It is not slander, it was my father. Cassandra answered halfway, then snapped her mouth shut. The boy's brow creased. He would even trip his own daughter. It is not what you think, Cassandra blurted, knowing exactly what he meant. My father, every time he saw one of your articles, he would fly into a rage. I heard him during the holiday at home, so I decided you were only courting attention. Her face dimmed. My father is a staunch pure-blood supremacist. Mother has fought with him for years because of it. So he rubbed off on you? Tom asked. Cassandra said nothing. She did believe pure-blood families were more likely to produce exceptional talent. Enough. Tom waved it away. That has little to do with me. Even in Slytherin there are plenty who would love to see me dead. My task is to get you out to class like normal. If you refuse to attend, Dumbledore will not let me attend. How am I supposed to show my face? Cassandra's composure cracked. Half the school saw you shove me into a wall. The image of walking the corridors under the stairs of Hogwarts, Ilvermorny, and Castelobruxo made her want to quit. Not return to Ilvermorny, quit school, and hide at home. It is really not a big deal. Tom's smile went soft as he stepped close and spoke gently. You are taking yourself far too seriously. You were not the first to enjoy my wall treatment. For example, your kinsman Malfoy. He got there more than a year before you. Tom sketched, in very modest terms, his own track record. In Cassandra's ears it sounded like myth. First year he thrashed a whole house. Second year he half beat a professor to death and sent him to prison. He planted a few whomping willows and turned Gryffindor into farmhands. How did you avoid expulsion? Cassandra asked before she could stop herself. That is the treatment of a genius, I suppose. Tom shrugged. And it was never me picking the fight first, so I held the ground of reason. Dumbledore is a very reasonable headmaster. Take yesterday. He docked me 100 points to set an example, so you will think twice before poking me again. Can you stop bringing that up? Cassandra snapped, mortified. Still, after hearing his glorious disasters, she did feel better. By comparison, Tom had been almost merciful. There were plenty more miserable than she was. That did not erase what happened. Shame was shame. Yesterday would be a black page in her life. I am hungry, Cassandra suddenly barked, all decorum gone. Eat, then class after. Tom asked. I am hungry. Eat it is. Para. A pop, and the house elf Para appeared. Bring lunch. 2 servings, 1 for Miss Vory. Yes, Master Riddle. Para vanished. Cassandra stared. You have a house elf. I do have one, but not Para, Tom said. Para belongs to Daphne. She looks after our day-to-day at school. Soon Para returned with a tableful of dishes. Eat. Tom dug in first. If you eat my food and still refuse to go to class, I promise I will make you 100 times more embarrassed than yesterday. Cassandra ignored the threat. Riddle, what magic did you use yesterday? Talent. That is what bloodline advantage really is. Try to understand. Do you always talk like this? She growled. I match my tone to the person. Miss Vory, what do you think we are to each other? Tom asked around a chicken leg. Enemies. Then as enemies, should I sweet-talk you? You have no gentleman's manners. Do I? In a flash the tip of Tom's wand rested beneath Cassandra's throat. Yes, yes, fine, she squeaked, eyes wet. What kind of man was this, so quick to use his hands? Remember this. If you cannot beat me, you do not have the right to argue. He drew the wand back, calm again. By your own theory, since I am superior and stronger, you should listen to me. Cassandra wished she had a time turner so she could go back and cut down yesterday's self. Chapter 398, A Wild Lesson Begins. Out of habit, after the stick Tom offered a sweet date. You are worried your humiliation will get back to Ilvermorny and you will not be able to show your face, right? I have 2 ways to help. Sure enough, Cassandra's attention snapped to him. What ways? First, wipe the memories of the other Ilvermorny students. Once you handle them, I will take care of the 2 professors. I guarantee nothing goes back to your school. Cassandra had started to develop immunity to Tom's outrageous proposals, yet she still broke composure. Do you have a normal option? Of course, you just do not have the strength for it. Tom shot her a sideways look and whisked away the macaroni in front of Cassandra. Anyone dares laugh at you, do what I do and put them in the wall. After a while no one will dare say anything to your face. This time Cassandra did not argue. She lowered her head and thought it over, then after a long pause sniffed, You will see how strong I am at next year's finals. Tom ignored her and focused on his food. Half an hour later they left the room and went their separate ways. That counted as completing Dumbledore's errand. The rest had nothing to do with Tom. Cassandra's appearance did not draw as much attention as one might think. Just as Tom had said, too many had been punished by him already. Her only special trait was being an exchange student. It was less explosive than Professor Frank's identity. Even so, Cassandra felt a small knot loosen in her chest. It seemed Tom had told the truth. The consequences were not as dire as she had feared. Very soon, another bit of news made her flush with shame and anger. Somehow students learned Tom had soothed Cassandra Vory, and that the 2 of them had stayed in her room for half a day. Variations of the story spread through the castle at once. Even Tom was stunned when he heard. He knew Hogwarts gossip was ridiculous. A school full of adolescents with nothing better to do will make up tales for fun. He had already heard no fewer than 8 different versions of the great Malfoy and Potter saga. He had not expected the rumor mill to turn on him one day. People were too idle. Blame Professor McGonagall for delaying high-frequency exams until next term. Otherwise, who would have time to gossip about him? Thankfully, Daphne did not believe it, or his back would be sore again. In the days that followed, the castle settled down. With Cassandra soothed, only Frank remained a problem. He had planned to escalate, turn it into a diplomatic incident and pressure Dumbledore through the ministry to punish Tom. This was where Rouse's stir-stick talents shone. He drew off most of the fire. Frank now hated Rouse most and had no energy left for Tom. In a way, Tom had been saved. Friday rolled around again. Tom had just made it in time for the last lesson of the day, potions. Snape had dragged a chair to the back of the classroom to sit and watch. The teacher for today was Castelobruxo's Isabella Camado. Harry's grin could not be hidden, which darkened Snape's face. Only when the ever-sensitive Neville nudged him, warning of mortal peril, did Harry realize he was under the professor's death stare and school his expression at once. Tom was curious what this South American professor would bring that was different. Soon Isabella strode in with a springy gait. The Castelobruxo visitors truly loved their animal prints. Beyond the leopard-patterned robes, even their boots, gloves, and scarves were leopard spot. "Hello, everyone." Isabella greeted them with a bright voice that matched her own wild aura. Rather than call this a potions class, it is more accurate to call it herbology. Herbs are the basis of potions. If you do not understand their properties, you cannot grasp the distinctive character of South American brews or Castelobruxo methods. She smiled. Take our most representative craft, body transformation. Professor Flitwick told me he mentioned to you an auxiliary potion used for transformation at Castelobruxo. The students nodded. That is true. Magic performed through such potions we call druidic shapeshifting. A master druid can even take on the form of a magical creature. How is that possible? Hermione burst out. An animagus can only transform into a mundane animal. That is a law of transfiguration. That is a law of British wizardry, Isabella said without offense, smiling as she explained. Because this is no longer purely transfiguration. That is the wonder of potions. Am I right, Professor Snape? Snape's face did not thaw. He inclined his head. Professor Camado, too few truly appreciate the marvel and grandeur of potions. I do not recommend stuffing more into their limited brains than they can hold. Every young witch and wizard pulled a face. Even Tom felt the AoE sting from the old bat. Isabella laughed. This is only a simple introduction. Do not force yourselves to memorize it. Relax and listen like a story. None of this will be on your exams anyway. Soft chuckles rippled through the room. Isabella began in earnest. Our school lies in the depths of the Amazon, the region with the greatest known diversity of magical creatures in the world, a natural cradle for herbs and plants. On that foundation, Castelobruxo has developed potions and magic perfectly suited to living with the jungle. The core of druidic shapeshifting is, in fact, a single herb. A sheet of serpent skin parchment, enlarged dozens of times, unfurled across the blackboard. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, Druidic Shapeshifting. Emerald Vine, called the King of the Jungle. Its leaves gleam like jade, it climbs trees as it grows, and it only appears in the dampest places. Powerful magical creatures often guard the areas where it thrives. This herb not only reduces inflammation and fights infection, it can also temporarily heighten a wizard's magical activity and adaptability to magic. It is the primer for druidic shapeshifting. Isabella spoke with easy confidence. Just as she had promised at the start, the entire lesson was essentially an introduction to herbs. The students listened lightly, and before they knew it, the bell rang. As a professor, I still have to assign a little homework. She smiled. A groan swept the room. No one had expected an assignment. Choose any one of the plants I introduced today and write a paper about it. More than 8 inches in length. Then she added, Mr. Riddle, may I borrow a bit of your precious free time? Tom did not know what she wanted, but he nodded and handed his books to Daphne to take back for him. Snape shot Tom a look and made a subtle hand sign. Tom understood at once. The basilisk. When the last student had filed out, Isabella smiled. Mr. Riddle, your feat of slaying a basilisk alone caused quite a stir even at Castelobruxo. A stir or a joke? Tom chuckled, unconcerned. Miss Vory figured I was just courting attention. That is why she came at me. To be honest, at first I did not believe it either. Isabella was frank. In our records, every time a basilisk appears, terrible sacrifices are required to destroy it. The hide is as good as a permanent shield charm, and the deadliest threat is the eyes. Your achievement sounded too implausible. Once I arrived at Hogwarts, however, every professor and student I spoke to had seen it with their own eyes. I will not question needlessly. Wizards are, after all, the people of miracles. Tom almost wanted to call Cassandra in to take notes on what charm looked like. It felt good to be praised, but he kept his head. Professor Camado, you did not bring up the basilisk just to flatter me, did you? You are perceptive. Isabella smiled with pressed lips. To be blunt, I, or rather Castelobruxo, need basilisk materials. For what purpose? Tom asked. To brew a druidic elixir for transforming into a basilisk. Isabella was open. Castelobruxo has found a ruin filled with dangerous serpents and many traps and mechanisms tied to snakes. If we had a basilisk druid, exploration would go far more smoothly. What is inside? She gave an apologetic look. I am sorry. Work on the ruin is currently stalled. I do not know the details. Fair. Tom nodded. He would treat what she volunteered as true and nothing more. What can you offer in return? Galleons, potions, herbs. Whatever we can do, we will meet your terms, Isabella said quickly. What if I want the druidic shapeshifting method and the supporting potion recipes? Isabella blinked, then nodded without hesitation. No problem. Her ready agreement made Tom suspect she meant to palm him off with fakes. Seeing his doubt, Isabella explained with a smile, we graduate many students every year. Plenty learn druidic shapeshifting. The rare part is not the instructions and spells, but the materials. Then I want 10 full sets of materials as well, Tom said at once. Isabella still agreed. They arranged to trade after lunch tomorrow at the astronomy tower. Tom would provide 500 pounds of basilisk flesh and blood in exchange for 10 material sets and the corresponding knowledge. Leaving the potions office, Tom was still mulling over the ruin Isabella had mentioned. She had not told the whole truth. Even if the druidic methods and recipes were not rare, they were still Castelobruxo's specialty. To hand them over so lightly meant that ruin mattered a great deal to her school. Should he go take a look? The thought flickered and died. He had far too little information. The Amazon rainforest was 30 times the size of Britain. Calling it a needle in the sea would not be wrong. Why not wait for Castelobruxo to retrieve something first, then offer a fair price for it, or take a more direct approach after there was something tangible to target? That would be easier. In the Great Hall, Tom slipped into his usual seat, only to hear a soft huff from across the table. He looked up. Cassandra. His brow lifted. Why are you sitting here? She turned her head. Are the benches assigned? Your classmates took my usual spot. I am sitting here instead of there. Tom glanced down the table and saw Nott and Zabini chatting with 2 Ilvermorny students. He let Cassandra be and went back to his thoughts. He did not notice the subtle shift in the hall's atmosphere. Today was another public dueling class. The Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo students had been notified early and were itching to test themselves against Hogwarts. At the high table, the air was charged as well. Frank shot Rouse a taunting look. Wilkinson, I hope you truly taught Hogwarts something. If they lose too badly, it will embarrass Ilvermorny. Rouse's mouth was no softer. At least I am better than the last 2 defense professors. Right, Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Chapter 400, Who gets to boast? Dumbledore felt wronged. They bickered, yet somehow he was the one getting hurt. It was not as if he did not want to hire good teachers. The good ones had long since been used up. What exactly was he supposed to do? I too look forward to everyone's wonderful performances. Dumbledore could only offer an awkward yet polite smile. Frank's smile was openly contemptuous, though he did not mock out loud. After a few lessons he had sized up most Hogwarts students. Frankly, judged by Ilvermorny standards, they were 1 or even 2 years behind and could only scrape by. He wanted to laugh. This was the world's top school. Give 90% of the credit to Dumbledore, 20% to the heads of house, and the students still owed 10% back. If the full mark was 100, most Hogwarts students scored in the 90-somethings. He almost regretted that the interschool dueling tournament had been scheduled for next year. If it were held now, a single summer would be enough for Hogwarts to fall from its pedestal and leave Dumbledore and his faculty red-faced. Of course. Frank looked toward Tom, who was chatting and laughing with Daphne. Remove that unfavorable factor first. What are you staring at, Frank? Rouse sneered. Do not tell me you are afraid of Riddle. I understand your worry. With him around, Ilvermorny can forget about winning a championship in this lifetime. Although he graduated from Ilvermorny, Rouse felt no affection for his alma mater. He too had been bullied there, worse still by teachers, while the school looked away. No wonder he bore a grudge. Frank snorted and withdrew his gaze, already plotting how to remove Tom Riddle within the rules. 8 o'clock. Nearly the entire school packed the Great Hall. Even students who did not plan to fight wanted to gauge the level of the 2 visiting schools. The candles overhead burned brighter than usual, casting a hazy glow over the 5 long tables arranged as always. The staff had turned out in full, a rare sight. Aside from Dumbledore, whose time at school had grown scarce of late for reasons unknown. Usually Rouse ran the show and arranged the bouts. Today Professor McGonagall took over. She first introduced the rules to the visiting students, stressing that black magic was forbidden, then yielded the stage for cross-school challenges. In principle, you faced your own year. You could challenge up, not down. Friendship first, victory second. Do not let the result spoil good manners. No one was listening to the platitudes. McGonagall stepped to the edge of the stage. You may begin. Who would like to come up? Professor McGonagall, me. Ginny had been coiled like a spring and shot onto the stage the instant McGonagall finished, so fast that the professor blinked at her for 2 seconds before saying, Weasley, whom do you challenge? What is the name of Ilvermorny's first-year girl? Ginny looked to Frank. The 7 Ilvermorny students stood behind him. Their first year was a girl too, 10-skinned, with Snape-grade resting face. Challenging her without even bothering to learn her name was naked contempt. Not waiting for Frank's nod, she marched past him onto the platform and tossed, Remember me. Vanessa Garcia. What is your name, redhead? You do not need to know, pock mark. Ginny shot back and paced to her mark. I am in a hurry. Make it quick. The reek of gunpowder was so strong even a blocked nose could smell it. No one dared blink, afraid of missing something good. McGonagall frowned inwardly. In her mind Ginny was a talented, lively girl, but unlike the twins she did not start trouble and was a favorite student. Why so prickly today? She said nothing, lowered her wand, and signaled them to begin. They bowed. Rising from the bow, Vanessa barked a string of hexes, fast enough to launch 2 spells in a breath. For a first year, that was excellent. If not the strongest of Ilvermorny's first years, she was among the best. Ginny's answer shocked them more. A light flick of her wand knocked the hexes aside, and while parrying she countered. Bats burst from Vanessa's nostrils and flurried over her face, clawing and scratching. The girl burst into tears, shrieked, and flung away her wand. McGonagall moved at once. The bats unraveled into black smoke, but even with her speed, Vanessa's face was crisscrossed with cuts. Blood smeared everywhere. It looked dreadful. Poppy. Madame Pomfrey sprinted onto the platform, yanked Vanessa away with brisk efficiency, grumbling about the dangers of dueling as she worked. The first year kept clutching at her face. Madame Pomfrey snapped, touch that one more time and the scars will be permanent. Do not blame me then. The girl went still at once. Next. Second years. Ginny called, impatient the moment Vanessa was carried off. Tom wore a smile. He had already guessed Ginny was venting on his behalf. Though honestly, was this not the sort of venue where a protagonist like him should be showing off? Somehow he had not had a single chance to shine in public. Malfoy and Ginny kept stealing the stage. Not magical at all. Clap, clap, clap. Rouse applauded, eyes sliding to Frank. The meaning was clear. Can you swallow that? Chapter 401, Ginny turns it up. Frank of course could not swallow it. He shoved Mark Collins forward, that same unlucky bloke Tom had once swept off a staircase with a casual flick. After the scuffle, everyone from both sides had somehow forgotten him, even the onlookers. He had been the only one actually injured, which left Mark both gloomy and secretly relieved. If no one remembered, then he had not lost face. Still, fire boiled in his belly. He stormed onto the platform and glared at Ginny. Do not blame me for picking on a first year. Shut it, big nose. Professor McGonagall could only sigh. Ginny really did go straight for the throat, all offense, no filter. Mark flushed hot, hawk nose going scarlet first, like a clown. At the signal, the duel began. One trick used well will carry you far. Ginny opened with the bat bogey hex again. Mark thought himself stronger than Vanessa, which was his mistake. Ginny's hex was silent this time. His protego was half-spoken when he met the same end as Vanessa. This time McGonagall did not even need to call. Rouse hopped up helpfully and ferried Mark to Madame Pomfrey, then sauntered back to Frank and arched a brow. That is the student you sent. No wonder the two of you think alike. Gulp. George and Fred swallowed in unison. Many looked at Ginny with the same horrified awe. Too brutal. A silent bat bogey hex, how do you block that? When did Ginny get this fierce? Fred muttered. I just saw Mum, George shivered. Harry glanced at Ginny, then at a stupefied Ron. A ridiculous thought flickered through his head. Was there some secret to Ron's parentage? He kept it to himself. With the way his own sparring with Malfoy had strained things, he was not about to add fuel. Just when most thought Ginny would stop, she spoke again, less aggressive now, more teasing. Next up, the noble pure-blood scion from a 200-year-old nation, Miss Cassandra Vory. Oh dear. Ginny covered her mouth, very prettily. I do have the right to challenge you, do I not? Cassandra's face went from green to white to green again. It was a jab at what she had told Tom yesterday. The Hogwarts students caught on at once. So Ginny was venting for Riddle. I slid to Tom, who was still munching popcorn, so to speak. Daphne puffed her cheeks. She had planned to give Cassandra a lesson today and now someone else had stolen the show. Why look at me? Tom asked, innocent. Look at the stage. Do you not like watching girls fight? Of course they did, but why was a Gryffindor taking up for a Slytherin? Ginny's brothers ground their teeth, glaring daggers at Tom. Percy in particular felt the sky falling. Penelope ignored him but laughed with Tom, and now even his little sister had been lured away. Was he even human? Surely not a male Vila. Only when Cassandra stepped onto the platform did attention return. Ginny trilled, Lady Vory, you will not cry if you lose, will you? You are the daughter of a great house. I would hate to see you take revenge afterward. You little, dripping sarcasm like that. Cassandra clenched her fists so tight her knuckles creaked. She wanted to plant one right in Ginny's smirking face. The person you came for has stopped talking. Yet you are still bouncing around, Cassandra shot back. Miss Weasley, I think you need a few courses in manners. Otherwise, no one will like a little savage. Ginny's smile vanished. Vory, what you need to learn first is courtesy. You came into another's home and picked a fight with the host. No wonder nothing good comes out of a barbarian country. Ahem. Professor McGonagall coughed hard. Weasley, less chatter. Begin. Do not delay other matches. That was a wide blast if ever there was one. She was afraid Ginny would end up insulting every American in the room. Ginny reined in, grudgingly bowed with Cassandra, then rose with her signature opener. Bat bogey hex. Cassandra was ready. Magic coiled on her wand tip and disturbed the forming hex. She countered at once. Threads of light flashed between them. Both girls had Protego. They dodged and parried, sparks bursting from their wards. Salvio Hushia. McGonagall waved, layering a shimmering dome over the platform. The exchange dazzled the crowd. Cassandra did not look like a third year at all. As for Ginny, she looked nothing like a first year. A female Tom, through and through. McGonagall tried to keep a stern face, but the corners of her mouth would not behave. The wheel had turned. Gryffindor finally had a new prodigy. Cassandra, meanwhile, was shaken. Her pride came from outclassing Ilvermorny peers, even upper years. But this was a first year. She could not hold back. She clenched her teeth and loosed her strongest spell. Thunderstrike. Clouds gathered low over the platform. A muffled rumble rolled. Ginny's eyes tightened. She answered with her own hardest hit. Reducto. Chapter 402, Chapter 402, Who Wins the Last Exchange? Ginny is so strong. Daphne stared, dazed, as a single spell cleaved Cassandra's Protego and forced her into a messy roll. Measured against Daphne's own first year, even her current level would not beat Ginny. She could not help it. She was not a fighter, always a half-beat slow on the draw. Daphne did not mind, though. Tom said her kind of slowness was endearing, very cute. If Tom liked it, that was enough. Wait. Daphne whipped her head around and eyed Tom suspiciously. You did not feed her strengthening drafts, did you? I really did not. Tom shook his head. I did give Ginny a few pointers. The spell she is using now is one I taught her. But I did not give her body enhancers. Her talent is genuinely good. How good? By Tom's own scale, she was not far off where he had been before he gained Andros's gift for magic. That was already high praise. The key was mindset. Watching Ginny grow more ferocious on the platform, crushing Cassandra's momentum, Tom liked her even more. Talent plus mentality decide a witch's ceiling. With proper training, Ginny might become a very useful hand in the future. Training would start with her head before her hands. The girl was too jumpy, unlike well-behaved Daphne and Astoria. Daphne gave a glum little "oh." It was not Tom helping Ginny that bothered her. It was the sudden sense that she was useless. She had received the most of Tom's guidance and potions, yet seemed the weakest. Tom glanced past Daphne to Astoria. The younger girl was already snickering. Sister, Astoria rolled her eyes, have you fallen so far you are comparing yourself to me? As sisters, Astoria knew exactly what her unreliable elder sister was thinking and could only sigh. Hee, do not mind me. I only think it in secret. I will not tell you. Tom and Astoria both laughed. He ruffled the younger girl's hair and murmured, "Do not worry. Who knows, maybe one day you will surpass her." Astoria smiled sweetly and shook her head. She did not crave power. As long as she could live safely and stay by Tom and her sister, she was content. On the platform the duel had reached a boil and was sliding toward the end. Sustained intensity tested both girls, not in raw reserves, but in the strain of constant focus. As minutes passed, success rates dipped and spells weakened. The storm cloud had broken. Ginny's left forearm took a hit. Heat flared, twisting her expression with pain. Across from her, Cassandra, panting, smiled the smile of a winner, and that only stoked Ginny's ferocity. While surging, she unleashed her sharpest strike. Reducto. Expelliarmus. Cassandra snapped back, and to her horror, when the two spells crashed, hers ricocheted away without resistance while Ginny's kept roaring on. The scarlet bolt was on her in a blink. There was no room to dodge. Cassandra flinched and squeezed her eyes shut. Ting. A clear metallic ring. The blasting curse scraped sideways as if glancing off a shield. Cassandra opened one eye and saw Professor McGonagall's wand raised toward her. Obviously, that protego had come from McGonagall. "Miss Vory, this bout is yours to lose." Cassandra stood silent a moment, then nodded. "I lost." Ginny grinned. "Lady Vory, do not take revenge later. I am only a normal student. I scare easily." She bared her teeth, then hopped down and went straight to Tom, who was already meeting her. Without a word, his wand glowed green as he healed her arm. "Well. I am amazing, right? Compared to me there is still a gap, but you were very strong," Tom said with a smile, careful not to splash cold water. She was plainly venting on his behalf today. When a girl is that brave for you, you lift her up. Praise lifts people, and lifted high enough, they touch the sky. I want a reward. Ginny's eyes sparkled. Later. Come to the room of requirement. Professor McGonagall was already shuffling students into their own drills, unwilling to spend an entire class as spectators, and she sent Cassandra to Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. Cassandra watched Tom and Ginny leaning together and felt a rush of unfamiliar frustration. Was she really that bad? A first year had beaten her. Cassandra knew Ginny's true level was beneath her. This one had come from ferocity and that last burst. But a loss was a loss. Excuses were the refuge of the sore loser. Cassandra wrestled with shame and self-doubt. Frank burned with anger. One girl had picked off two of his, and Ilvermorny's face was about to be lost. "You lot, go find Hogwarts upper years," he hissed, keeping his voice low. They nodded. The tallest black-haired boy glared at Tom. "Should I test Riddle?" Frank, wary, shook his head. "Forget it. His petrifying curse is too strange. Do not provoke him yet." The boy looked unconvinced, but under Frank's hard stare he went off to find Slytherin's Avery and issued a challenge. He would not have feared an average teacher, but Frank was not only a teacher. He was also his third cousin once removed. The Graves family's prosperity showed in its numbers. For wizards, numbers mattered. With Tom's promise secured, Ginny happily returned to the Gryffindor crowd and was immediately hauled into a corner by several brothers. Chapter 403, What are you to him? "Ginny, what is going on between you and Riddle?" Percy asked, unusually grave. Fred and George, for once, were not smiling. Ron stood at the back, nodding furiously. "Yeah, spell it out. What's your relationship with him?" Ginny's smile faded a little. "You lot never care what I do, which is fine, I do not need you. But the moment I make a friend, you all jump out. Ginny, you are a Gryffindor." "So what?" Ginny snapped. "Gryffindors cannot be friends with Slytherins now. Tom has taught me loads of spells. I helped him vent some anger. What about it? Do you call that friendship?" Percy spluttered, spitting as he spoke. "You two were practically pressed." "Shut up." Ginny cut him off, eyes like knives. "Percy, mind your own business. Is it not because Penelope Clearwater turned you down and got close to Tom that you cannot stand the sight of him? Petty. Air." Ron and the twins turned in unison to stare at Percy, whose face had gone as red as his hair. An unexpected harvest of gossip, apparently. "Do not look at me. We are talking about Ginny," Percy barked. "George, Fred, you lot are Tom's friends. Why can't I be?" Ginny turned on the twins. Fred pulled a face. "Ordinary friendship is fine." George cradled his head. "But Tom is a male Vila, practically. He always has at least two girls with him." "You are our only sister," Fred sighed. "Dating is too early for you. We are saying this for your own good. I know what is best for me." Ginny threw down the line, shoved past Ron, and went to find Luna. The Weasley men looked at one another. In the end Ron spoke up, wary. Maybe, we should tell Mum. Fred and George said together, Ronnie, you are finally using your head. Friday night ended with fierce duels. Leaving the hall, Professor McGonagall looked grim, none of the joy she had shown during Ginny's 3 straight wins. The results did not flatter Hogwarts. Upper years lost more than they won. To be precise, only Cedric of Hufflepuff took a single victory. Every other bout above 4th year was a loss. All 4 heads felt their hearts sink. Some even wondered if Dumbledore had foreseen this and vanished in advance. Snape's voice was cold. This is not an ordinary gap. We need heavy measures. Dumbledore's string of second-rate defense hires got us here. We have 1 year. We must act. Severus, you know how hard it is to find a qualified professor, said McGonagall, first speaking for Dumbledore, then nodding. But you are right. We cannot go on like this. This is not a burden for the defense post alone. Colleagues, Mr. Riddle made a suggestion to me earlier. McGonagall took the chance to outline the exam reform. Snape lowered his head, a peculiar look in his eyes. Tom Riddle, harming others and not helping himself. What was he after? With monthly quizzes and a big test each term, the sky would fall on students' heads. Not his concern, he was not a student. I think it is a good plan, Snape said crisply. These brats have too much free time. Their minds are never on the right things. But there is a hole. What hole? McGonagall asked at once. Changing the studies of near 1,000 students required care. The first monthly exam is far too late. Snape folded his arms and smirked. To keep their sense of urgency, I propose a placement test in the first week of term, to see whose brains turned into troll brains over the holidays. It will also help professors target instruction. Flitwick and Sprout exchanged a complex look. Slytherin indeed. Students and head alike, all ruthless. You disagree? Snape met their stares without blinking. No matter. I will implement it in Slytherin regardless. In the end, it is my house that carries the school's honor. That hit below the belt. So Slytherin were heroes and the rest cowards. I have no objection. Minerva, I am off to write papers, said Sprout tightly, and left first. Then Flitwick. McGonagall sighed. Severus, I understand. But mind your tone in future. We all want what is best for the students and the school. Snape gave a noncommittal nod, and they parted. Midnight. At the stroke of 12, Tom slipped from the castle like a ghost, flew up to an 8th-floor window, and walked into the room of requirement. Ginny, bored in a rocking chair, sprang to her feet at the sound, pattering over with bright, expectant eyes. The reward? Give me something like the petrifying eye again. I am not picky. You call that not picky? Tom rolled his eyes, drew his wand, and made a couple of neat passes at her. Her school robes, and every layer beneath, shifted and flowed. In a blink she wore over-knee white stockings and a black and white maid outfit. Ginny's cheeks flamed. Why, you perv. It is a reward, Tom said as if it were obvious. You are my cute little maid. I give you a maid outfit. How is that not a reward? Ginny pounced with a yelp. Reward me. This was clearly a reward for you. Chapter 404, Dinner Before the Deal. A familiar place, a familiar posture. Ginny found herself suspended again by a restraint charm. Because of what she was wearing, the embarrassment today felt worse than before. The pressure at her thighs made her skin prickle. Comfortable. No, not that. Put me down. Ginny flailed, both shy and angry. I stood up for you today and you still bully me. Riddle, you are heartless. Tom watched her fuss and, despite the scolding, sensed something off. She was scolding him, yes, but that expression looked suspiciously like she was enjoying the game. I thought after several duels you would be starving, Tom said, pushing aside the doubt. He tapped the table with a finger. Steam rose. A celebratory spread filled the whole surface. He sighed on purpose. Seems my victory feast will be for one. Tom. I want to eat. I am starving. The smell of roast chicken and smoked meat curled upward. Ginny's stomach growled on cue. Beg me and I will let you down, Tom said, cutting a perfect bite of steak. The juices burst on his tongue, cooked exactly right, neither too rare nor overdone. He preferred his steak closer to medium well. At medium there was still blood. At 8/10 done, the blood vanished and the beef stayed tender. Para knew his taste perfectly, and always hit it just right. Pity British beef was not ideal for hot pot, or he would have set a simmering pot right there. Beg you. No way. Ginny turned her head. I am the hero today. You must feed me. Tom glanced at their arrangement, then at the angle, inventive. Fine. I will serve the hero, he said. With a wave, the binding lowered just enough that Ginny hovered above the table. He fed her a bite at a time, and she was not shy about it, eating everything he offered. By the end, a third of the table had vanished into her. Impressive appetite, Tom muttered. You ate more than me. Ginny stuck out her tongue and licked a dab of sauce from the corner of her mouth. The rest vanished into you. Different matter. I am training my capacity. Tom had been testing his limits and using magic to speed digestion. Progress was good. Once Newt delivered the panda, he would basically be a bottomless pit. He released the charm. Constant suspension was not good for digestion. As soon as her feet touched the floor, Ginny gave a satisfied hiccup, then sidled up with pleading eyes. Teach me a few more spells. I nearly could not beat that silly woman. More, and you will be dipping into dark magic, Tom said. Vory is not weak. She is 2 years older. Today's win was narrow. That gap is age and development. It is not something a couple of spells can bridge, unless you use dark magic. Then how did you do it? Ginny pouted. Astoria told me you were in school less than 2 months and you had already thrashed every Slytherin prefect 10 times. Tom lifted a shoulder. Luck. Talent, plus luck beyond talent. Drink this, then follow the movement sequence on the parchment. Curious, Ginny uncorked the vial on the table and drank. Heat rushed through her limbs. Move. Quickly. If the effect piles up in your body, do not blame me when you grow elephant legs and a round belly, Tom warned. He valued attitude most. Today Ginny had it in spades. Even if she had lost to Cassandra in the end, he would not have minded. Spirit mattered more than margin. So he gave her something he normally reserved for his own. Half an hour later she cooled down from the red-hot state. She could not say precisely what had changed, but she felt alert, no longer drowsy. It was like waking from a perfect nap. Tom's explanation finally sank in, and she realized how precious the draft was. It shortened the gap time it self-imposed and refined the body's baseline. To an ordinary person, that meant becoming a better ordinary person. To a talent, the boost was much larger. Tom, you are so good to me, Ginny murmured, eyes shining. Recognize me as your girlfriend, then. Trying to climb the ladder. He pinched her cheek. Be a good little maid. TCH. She did not bother to pretend otherwise. Since you got the benefit, help me with one more thing. Tom unfolded the Marauder's map. Check your brother's dorm. Which brother? Ginny blinked. Ron. Oh. Following the tip of his wand, Ginny searched the map. Soon she noticed the oddity. Ron's name was almost perfectly overlapped with another. She squinted, sounding out the crammed letters. Peter. Pettigrew, wait, that is Scabbers, right? Peter Pettigrew. What a strange name. Mid-sentence she fell silent. The name was clearly male. Ginny knew exactly how precise the map was about position, having used it for a while herself. Her imagination instantly conjured several very wrong scenarios. Her face went pale and she toppled into Tom's arms, repulsed by her own mental picture. What did you think of? Tom asked softly. What else could I think? Respecting differences, Ginny grumbled. I never thought Ron would, well, if anyone, I would have guessed Harry. Good thing we have plenty of Weasley boys. No need to worry about the family line. If it were Malfoy, their sky would fall. Chapter 405, Who is Peter Pettigrew? Tom was full of black lines. Only in Britain could people accept things this quickly, even wizards. That is not what I asked. Can you focus on the normal point for once? Is there anyone in Gryffindor called Peter Pettigrew? Ginny blinked, finally realizing she had run wildly off course. Then she frowned. Gryffindor had over 200 students, true, and she could not remember all the boys, especially the ones she seldom met. But she was sure there was no one with a name that strange. If there were, he would already be famous. Where did this person come from? 11 years ago, Tom said lazily, Harry's father, James Potter, and his mother, Lily Potter, were found by Voldemort because someone sold them out. The traitor, according to the story, was Sirius Black, and he was sent to Azkaban. Before Black was captured, he went after another friend. The chase ended with half a street blown to bits and a rather messy body count. 13 people. Ginny shivered. For a world with so few witches and wizards, that was no small number. The person Black supposedly tried to kill was never recovered, Tom went on. They found only a single finger. And the name on the record was Peter Pettigrew. Ginny finished, gooseflesh rising. Tom had laid it on thick enough that she guessed it before he said it. Then why would someone long presumed dead be in Ron's room? Her voice tightened. What is going on? I do not know, Tom said bluntly. But from what I am seeing, Pettigrew is likely Scabbers. Scabbers. He is an animagus. Ginny's voice shot up. You are telling me Peter Pettigrew has been at my house as long as I have? More or less, Tom said, barely keeping a straight face. Ginny's mouth really was made for barbs. She stabbed others and herself with equal zeal. Then we grab him. I heard Professor Snape has a good stock of Verita serum. We feed him a few drops and we will know everything. Huh. Ginny stared up at him. You want me to grab him? I cannot go into Gryffindor, can I? This one is on you. Can I even do it? She knew her limits. She could bully lower years, sure, but Pettigrew was a registered animagus, a skilled wizard at least in transfiguration. Idiot. Tom tapped her on the forehead. Trick him. Ambush him. You have the petrifying eye, what are you afraid of? Right. Ginny smacked her own forehead, annoyed she had forgotten her trump card. A sudden thought struck her. Who did you give the other basilisk eye to? Someone you do not know, Tom said with a dismissive wave. Not from our school. Definitely a girl, Ginny said, voice turning tart. He did not deny it. A 7 or 8-year-old. Safety first. Girls need to protect themselves. He had given the other petrifying eye to Gabrielle, and that version leaned heavily toward protection. In danger, the amulet would shield her and trigger the serpent's gaze, enough to keep even an adult wizard at bay. Fleur had been angry for half a month. Imagine opening a gift from your beloved, exquisite in form and powerful in function, your heart melting, then reading the little line at the end, please pass this to your little sister. Anyone would explode. Recently Tom did not dare provoke Fleur at all, better to have Narcissa source more jewelry as peace offerings. No, Ginny said, shaking off her jealousy. I still know too few spells. You must teach me 2 more for self-defense. What if Pettigrew runs? Fine. Tom considered. 1 more, sectum sempra. Use it carefully. Without the countercurse the wounds will not heal. Daphne brought joy, Hermione brought study, Fleur brought beauty, Astoria brought good luck. For fights, Tom would have to rely on Ginny, so he did not skimp on training. Saturday dawned heavy. When facing outsiders, Hogwarts still had a strong sense of collective pride. Yesterday they had been thoroughly humiliated by Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo. Thankfully Ginny and Cedric had salvaged a little face. Otherwise, many would not have had the nerve to show up for breakfast. Tom ate, then went to check the Whomping Willow. With summer coming on, its foliage was getting lush. A harvest would be ready soon. Combined with the Centaur Brood solution, the production of WhatsApp would finally move into proper mass output. Tom. Hagrid waved from the kitchen garden as Tom was about to go pull pests. About those acromantulas, Tom asked when he reached him, can we count on regular deliveries? Hagrid nodded firmly. With the Hobbs and the ghouls you set up, Aragog's brood will not starve. Good. Then in the summer, please pass the materials to Fawkes. He will bring them to me. Hagrid agreed with a complicated look. Dumbledore's bird, now acting like Tom's courier. They parted. Tom spent a quiet morning with Astoria and Daphne, then, when it was time for the meeting, headed to the astronomy tower. Isabella was already there, and Professor Alessio as well, both waiting. Chapter 406, Basilisk Bargain. Mr. Riddle. Seeing the boy appear, Isabella's smile blossomed as she stepped forward to greet him. Tom didn't waste words. He took out the basilisk flesh, still sealed in ice. 500 pounds sounded like a lot, but if you lopped off the head and tail of the whole basilisk, then subtracted the weight of viscera and bone, the usable meat came to over 15 tons. This batch wasn't even 3% of that. Besides, even the 500 wasn't exactly honest. Watering the goods was an art he excelled at, the real weight was closer to 400, and you couldn't tell at a glance. Isabella and Alessio, however, didn't show the slightest intention of inspecting it. Once Isabella confirmed it truly was basilisk meat, she packed it away, beaming, and immediately handed Tom a stack of notebooks. Mr. Riddle, these contain everything on druidic transformation and its associated potions. The materials you requested will need time to be shipped from Castelobruxo, but I promise you'll receive them before we depart. If you run into any problems in your studies, you may consult me at any time. She even offered a thoughtful warning, I suggest you begin with the simplest, mundane forms. Cattle and sheep are the best for practice. Transforming into magical creatures carries high risk, do be cautious. Thank you for the reminder. I will, Tom said with a nod, not spurning her goodwill. The trade concluded smoothly. Tom left the tower and, on his way, ducked into the room of requirement to flip through the notes. A full read-through later, he had a general grasp of the principles behind druidic transformation. Using the target creature's flesh as the core, you brew a potion and drink it, rousing your own bloodline into a boil. Under the protection of the emerald vine, the body completes the transformation. The biggest difference from animagus magic was the ability to take on magical forms, though the duration depended on the quality and quantity of the flesh essence, the potion's refinement, and the caster's mastery. At most it rarely exceeded 15 minutes, and you could not transform repeatedly in quick succession, or irreversible consequences would follow, ending in a beast, in every sense. Tom copied a set into the study space and tossed it to Grindelwald for a look. This system had quite a few parallels with Slytherin's bloodline fusion experiments, which gave Tom fresh insights. All roads in magic meet at the same summit, different methods, different tools, but the aim is always the same: approach the root, become the root. He spent the entire weekend studying Castelobruxo's magical philosophy, and in the breaks he coached Ginny. He suspected the girl had a knack for hexes and the darker edge of magic. In 2 days she had mastered Sectum Sempra, a spell that had taken him 2 hours. Armed now with a potent, subtle cutter, Ginny burned to go find Cassandra and make trouble. Tom stopped her. There was no need to hound someone who'd already been knocked senseless. Cassandra had indeed been rattled. According to Hermione, she had practically moved into the library and even secured a pass to the restricted section, an unrestricted pass, no less, free to browse anything. Hermione was both envious and fuming. On Monday, a not small, not large piece of news snagged the students' attention. That morning's Daily Prophet plastered its front page with several ghastly photos: wizards writhing in pain, mouths opened in silent screams, fangs pushing through their gums. The headline was worse: a new werewolf. Wizards, be alert. Tom frowned and read on. Something was stirring in the wizarding world. More and more wizards were being attacked by vampires. That alone wouldn't have raised eyebrows, but this time the vampires were different. Those attacked began showing mutations, an overwhelming craving for blood. When self-control snapped, they manifested vampiric traits and flew into a frenzy, attacking wizards nearby. Like an infectious disease, those bitten by these mutant wizards developed similar symptoms, milder but unmistakable. By press time, more than 15 victims had been sent to St. Mungo's. The ministry issued a warning: if you encounter such an incident, flee at once and report to the ministry immediately. Some lower year, Muggle-born students weren't quite getting it. Aren't vampires supposed to be like that? What's the big deal? Don't let Muggle films rot your brain, an older student said. In our world, the bite that turns you belongs to werewolves. Claws or a bite from a werewolf, and you become one. Vampires do not have that ability. They're just a shady lot of dark creatures, can do a few tricks, sure, but they've no right to wands. Put them with goblins and centaurs, adjacent. Oh. The baffled ones nodded, enlightened. Severus. Dumbledore entered the hall and called Snape out, his face grave. You saw the paper. St. Mungo's is asking for your help. We need a counteragent as soon as possible. I understand, Snape said, jaw set. He strode out of the castle. Tom found the whole thing odd. He didn't remember the original plot featuring anything like this. But this was the real world, anything might happen. He filed it away without dwelling. If one of the mutated vampires fell into his hands, he wouldn't mind a little research. Chapter 407, Ginny's Heist. No one noticed that, after reading the article, Frank seemed to be in a very good mood at the high table. As the students filed out for class, Tom waited by the doors and stopped Ginny and Luna, pulling them into an alcove. Don't drag this out, he reminded. You don't want your brother sharing a bed with a man every night, do you? I am trying, Ginny grumbled, cheeks puffed. Ron keeps scabbers in the dorm. I can't just barge into the boys' room and grab him, can I? That would set off a dash. Be alert. In the afternoon, the gift Daphne's sending you will arrive. There's a packet of specialty mouse feed inside. Use that as the excuse to lure him out, Tom suggested. Luna, what do you think? Ginny turned to her friend. Luna looked hazy and far away, as if she hadn't heard a word. Ginny knew that look, though. The girl was thinking. After a moment, that airy voice floated out. To catch a rat, you bait a rat. Dose the bait first. Safer that way. Tom. Please return the elf like Luna. Whoever this is has fallen gloriously to the dark side, coming up with a plan even he hadn't considered. Ginny, meanwhile, lit up and even shot Tom a faintly disdainful look. Luna's reliable. This is safer than your method. But. She pivoted smoothly, drugging just the rat isn't foolproof. Better to put Harry and Ron to sleep too, so they can't interfere. Tom fell completely silent. The future of the wizarding world did look promising. In the end, under Ginny's prodding, Tom agreed to hand over the necessary potions before afternoon lessons, strong enough to knock out a rat, a wizard, even an elephant. Evening, in the Gryffindor common room. The vampire attacks hadn't dampened the students' appetite for play. After dinner most of them drifted back to enjoy the easiest hour of the day. Harry and Ron were there too, idly playing a tabletop Quidditch game. On the miniature pitch, Harry was no match for Ron, already trailing by 200 points. A soft hoot broke Ron's triumphant streak. He turned and saw Ginny cradling a stunning white owl. "Ginny, whose owl is that?" "I've never seen it before," Ron asked, puzzled. "Mine," Ginny said, smiling as she rubbed the owl's big round face. She lifted it up so they could see better. "This is Freya, a purebred snowy owl." Ron gaped. "Where'd you get the money for a bird that expensive?" Owls were the most popular wizarding pets, easy to keep and great for post. Ron dreamed of having one of his own, and this one looked pricey at a glance. "I didn't buy her," Ginny shook her head. "It's a gift from Daphne." Daphne Greengrass did have a generous streak. Ginny had helped Tom challenge Cassandra and cut her down to size, which, in Daphne's eyes, made her one of their own. She'd been treating Ginny to good food all week, and even slipped her the cult variant slimming potion. At this point, if Tom and Daphne quarreled, the little maid would defect to Team Daphne without hesitation. "So you got bought off with sugared hexes?" Ron's tone turned sour. "I even brought some sugared hexes for you too," Ginny said, setting two beautifully wrapped boxes on the table and lifting the lids. One held a cake, the other was crammed with sweets. "Newest treats from the Diagon Alley Patisserie." "Don't want any, don't eat." "I want." Ron's eyes shone. "You're my favorite sister." He reached for a handful of fizzing Whizbees and was blocked by Ginny's wand. "Wait." The pet shop sent a sample of new rat chow along with the owl feed. "Bring Scabbers out, let him have a proper meal too." "You wait, don't start without me," Ron said. He didn't sense anything amiss, cast a longing look at the sweets, and sprinted upstairs. He was back quickly, Scabbers in his hands. Ginny couldn't suppress a shiver. In her mind, Ron was carrying a man in his 30s. The image was, a bit much. "Eat up, Scabbers. The more you eat, the more of my pocket money you save," Ron said, plopping the rat on the table, then promptly ignoring him to start gobbling. Harry cut a slice of cake and began to eat as well. Seeing two boys and one rat all tucking in, Ginny's smile widened. "Aren't you eating?" Ron asked, suspicious. "I already did. These are for you." She shook her head. "Oh." Thud. Harry toppled to the floor, a limp heaviness flooding his limbs. He couldn't even open his mouth, only strain his eyes, trying to look at Ginny. "Harry." "Har." Ron followed suit. Ginny, kinder to her own brother, had planned ahead, a flick of her wand and Ron fell backward into the sofa rather than the floor. "You dash." They understood now. Ginny had dosed the cake and sweets. On the table, Scabbers had melted into a boneless heap. Ginny pinched his tail, slid him into a large glass jar, and corked it. Meeting Ron's incredulous stare, she said softly, "You'll thank me when you know the truth." Then she left, jar in hand. Harry's fall drew a few curious glances. But people only looked, then looked away. No one imagined Ginny Weasley would drug her own brother. Their eyelids grew heavier, and a few seconds later both of them slept peacefully. Elsewhere, slipping out through the fat lady's portrait, Ginny thrust the glass jar at Tom like it was contagious. "Easy as pie." "Nicely done." Tom ruffled her hair. "Leave the rest to me." "Can I come?" She found Pettigrew revolting, but she wanted to know what had happened that let him fake his death and hide as a rat in the Weasley household for more than 10 years. Tom shook his head with a smile. "My interrogations get a bit bloody." "Not for you." "All right." Disappointed, she still nodded and watched him leave Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 408, Unmasking the Rat. Carrying the sleeping Scabbers, Tom stepped into his personal pocket world. The potion he had brewed was simple, a sleeping draught laced with a measure of the draught of living death. The latter was a little too fine in quality, which made the waking process troublesome. To save time, Tom chose the most straightforward method. Crucio. The balding rat began to convulse without awareness. After roughly 30 seconds it jolted awake, but Tom did not lift the curse, he pressed harder. Another 10 seconds, and Scabbers finally could not maintain the guise, his body ballooned and twisted, until a squat, balding, scruffy middle-aged man lay there. One look at him and the true meaning of the word sorted clicked into place. The fact that his animagus form was a sewer rat felt almost merciful. Stop it. Scabbers, no, Peter Pettigrew, squealed as he begged Tom to cease. Vines slithered up and bound him tight, and only then did the red arcs of the cruciatus fade. Tom summoned a plate of biscuits and a jug of milk, ate at an unhurried pace, and gave Pettigrew ample time to recover. By the time Tom had nearly finished, Pettigrew had crawled back from the pain that clawed at his soul. He lifted that oily face into an ingratiating smile, his voice thin and sharp. Tom, I am not a bad man. My name is Peter Pettigrew, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class. Oh. Tom set down his cup. Sounds like a hero. Then why are you hiding in Hogwarts? Because I have a terrifying enemy, Pettigrew said, terror washing over his face. His name is Black. Black is the Dark Lord's cruelest henchman. He is the one who murdered my friend James. Hagrid told me quite a lot, Tom said, obligingly playing along. I know Black. He has already been sent to Azkaban. Perhaps he is dead already, drained by the Dementors. So why keep hiding? You could come out and enjoy your hero's welcome. Pettigrew put on a pinched, troubled look. Black is gone, but Death Eaters still slip the net. For safety I could only become a rat and evade their hunt. Child, you do not understand how dreadful the Dark Lord and his servants are. How is it I do not believe you? Tom tilted his head. Best to hand you over to Professor Snape, let him make the judgment. Outwardly Pettigrew looked pained at the lack of trust, inwardly he exulted. He knew Snape, they were colleagues once, even partners of a sort. Snape leaked the prophecy to Voldemort, he provided the address as an agent. A perfect pairing, only the boss fumbled, failing to kill even a child. If you insist, child, Pettigrew said, eyes whirling. If I appear like this inside the castle I will cause panic. Give me the antidote first, let me recover my mobility, all right. His limbs were still weak, his voice trembled. Transforming into his animagus form was out of the question. No need to make it so complicated, Tom smiled, raising his wand. I can help you move. A thread of light flashed, Pettigrew's eyes rolled back and he slumped into unconsciousness, shrinking back into a shabby, molting rat. It was not animagus magic, it was Tom's brute force transfiguration. He shoved the rat back into the glass jar, left the pocket world, and walked only a short way from the Slytherin common room before stopping at Snape's office. He knocked without ceremony. A moment later Snape's irritable voice snapped from within. Whatever it is, come back tomorrow. I am resting. Excellent, he was in. Ignoring the shout, Tom twisted the handle. The door had been locked. He used a bit too much force, and the lock came off in his hand with the knob. Hearing the forced entry, Snape stormed out of his bedroom with wand raised, only to meet Tom at the threshold, a doorknob dangling from the boy's fingers. Tom. Awkward. He had come to deliver a gift. Levi Corpus. Snape finally lost control and spat the spell. Invisible force rippled over Tom's clothes, lifting a hem and nothing more, then faded out entirely. Did you skip dinner? Tom blurted before he could stop himself. Riddle, do you have a death wish? Snape's robes billowed, his magic fully roused. He was genuinely angry now. Wait, Tom raised both hands. Professor, that slipped out. You calm down first. I have something important. Did you not hear me? Snape's face was as black as a raven's wing. I said, whatever it is, tomorrow. Can't. This is important. Tom's expression turned grave. Snape, half fooled, glanced into the corridor and shut the mangled door. Spare me the rubbish. What is it? Actually. A bad feeling crawled up Snape's spine. He took 2 wary steps back and braced a hand on the desk. Because the boy's bashful smile had returned. In nearly 2 years of knowing him, Snape had learned that smile meant his blood pressure was about to spike. Truth is, Tom said, taking in the office that held almost nothing of value, the night of the Halloween feast, first year, when your stores were 5-finger discounted, that was me. So it was you. Snape started, then the words hit home. His gaze turned knife-sharp. He bit out each word. You. Not Quirrell. Not Quirrell, Tom said, looking at him as if he were slow. He had all his attention on the third-floor corridor. Why would he pick extra fights with you? I should have known. Snape's lips trembled with anger. A dragon heartstring, a sphinx's eye, half the components of that accursed physique tonic line up with what I lost. Tom arched a brow. Snape did have some chops, he had parsed out quite a few of the tonic's ingredients. Riddle, do you truly think I cannot lift my wand? Snape hissed, fury rolling off him. You do something this disgraceful and still come to gloat. I'm not here to brag. I came to apologize, Tom said, sounding genuinely contrite. Back then I was a greenhorn who had just entered the wizarding world. I happened to acquire a precious potion recipe, but none of the primary ingredients were anything I could obtain. Luckily I had your sponsorship as my startup capital. You call that bloody thing a sponsorship? Snape let out a disbelieving laugh. If it was an apology, you should have come long ago. Why wait until now? Trying to irritate me to death so you can take my place as head of house. Tom froze. Chapter 409, Chapter 409, Veritaserum in the headmaster's office. Ah. He had honestly never considered that path. Then I should wait until 7th year. He muttered under his breath. Door closed, only the two of them here, so Snape heard every word, crystal clear. Sectum sempra. Evanesco. Spell met spell in a snap. The invisible blade of magic skimmed Snape's cheek like a breeze and vanished. His expression turned complicated. Tom was still Tom, fond of flashy and impractical counters. Yet Snape no longer had the standing to nitpick. Flashy or not, the boy could swat aside his offense with ease. Head of house, why so irritable? Tom sighed. That is not very Slytherin. It is more like those brainless Gryffindors. I will faithfully relay your assessment to Granger, Snape said, composure returning, voice cold. No need, Tom waved it off. I have said it more than once. Hermione agrees. Then what is this apology gift? Snape frowned. Come with me. Let's explain it in the headmaster's office. Saves me repeating myself to Dumbledore. Tom finished and walked out on his own. Snape's curiosity was well and truly hooked. He wanted to know where the boy found the nerve to waltz in here with a gift that could wash clean an 11-year-old's zero-cost shopping spree. Going to Dumbledore was fine. At least his safety would be more or less assured. The two of them set off, one ahead and one behind. They had not even returned to their respective common rooms. Students wandering the corridors were the unlucky ones. Snape's face was thunderous, and he vented a day's worth of bile on every house, hacking away points in sweeping strokes. By the time they reached the 8th floor, he had probably stripped a few dozen points, evenly distributed. Tom slowed a little, walking shoulder to shoulder with him. By the way, you were gone all day, right? Skipped your class too. Snape's face did not flicker. I went to St. Mungo's. Tom had already guessed the reason. For the patients infected by those mutated vampires. Any solutions yet? I brew potions, not hallucinations. It cannot be that fast. Snape's irritation leaked through. That was part of his foul mood. He had worked half a day with no real progress and would have to keep going back. The stone gargoyle hopped aside the instant it saw Tom lift a hand, opening the way. As Tom passed, it muttered, Riddle, send the nuisance away for a moment later. I have business with you. Snape. Even the statue despised him. Tom nodded with a smile and stepped onto the spiral staircase. Inside, Dumbledore was brooding over the vampire mutations as well. He had paged through a stack of old tomes without finding any matching record. It was not only the patients in urgent need of treatment. The source mattered more. Where was that vampire, and were there more like it? The gargoyle opened. Dumbledore looked up in mild surprise, flicked his hand and the oak door swung inward. Snape and Tom had been about to knock. Headmaster, Tom greeted him with an easy smile. A rare sight, the two of you together. Dumbledore nodded, gesturing for them to sit. Every time I see Mr. Riddle here, a great matter follows. I hope this time brings good news and spares an old man's heart. It should be good news. Tom took out the glass jar. Under the curious eyes of both wizards, he tipped it and the shaggy thing inside thumped onto the carpet. This is. Tom tapped his wand. Scabbers unfurled and lengthened into Peter Pettigrew. Snape shot to his feet, shocked. Dumbledore leaned forward despite himself. Peter. Riddle, what in Merlin's name is going on? Snape snapped, whipping his gaze back to Tom. Tom repeated, verbatim, the tale Pettigrew had tried on him moments earlier. The two old foxes traded a glance and found the same dense skepticism in each other's eyes. Tom, do you believe him? Dumbledore asked. Tom shook his head. I happened to hear Hagrid mention the old rivalry between Professor Snape and the Marauders. Snape's fists tightened, a small flame flickering in his eyes. That chapter was not a pleasant one. Tom grinned and went on. As for whether Pettigrew is lying, I leave that to you. I am handing him to Professor Snape as my apology gift. Professor, shall we call it even? Snape ignored him, voice flat and heavy. Albus, none of this is normal. I need to employ extraordinary measures. Dumbledore considered a moment. Then Veritaserum. Severus, you have some in stock. I carry it on me. Snape's eyes never left Pettigrew. Riddle, wake him. Tom gave the barest flick. A wisp of light drifted from his wand tip and sank into Pettigrew's brow. Dumbledore's eyelid twitched. That was not a simple stunning spell. It was a control variant of the Imperius, drawn straight from will and spirit. Without returning that stolen thread, the subject would never wake. Was that degree of caution necessary? Ahem. Dumbledore coughed twice to cover a ripple of disbelief. No need to fret. 2 or 3 drops of veritaserum and we will know what happened to Peter all these years. He did not finish. Pettigrew's eyes fluttered open in a haze. Snape strode up, pinched a small vial between his fingers and dumped the entire contents down Pettigrew's throat. Tom cocked his head at Dumbledore. 2 or 3 drops. Dumbledore. Chapter 410, Veritaserum and the Truth Beneath the Mask. Veritaserum was not cheap. Tom felt a sting of genuine heartache over Snape's extravagant waste. If the remaining potion had been given to him, who knew how many mouths it could have pried open. Still, excess had its advantages. With an entire bottle forced down his throat, Peter Pettigrew was not only bloated as if he had drunk his fill of water, the potion also took effect with alarming speed. The haze in his eyes faded into a vacant, unfocused stare. His greasy, furtive face flushed with an unhealthy redness. Dumbledore rose from his seat and walked over to Pettigrew, waving a hand slowly in front of his eyes. Peter, long time no see. Who am I? Pettigrew lifted his head mechanically. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Dumbledore. Very good. And who is he? Dumbledore asked, pointing towards Snape. Snape. Dumbledore was clearly testing the effects of the veritaserum, though watching this made Tom click his tongue inwardly. Old Dumbledore's reputation really was something else. Even under the influence of truth serum, Pettigrew still reacted to him with instinctive fear. You must answer all of my questions in detail, Dumbledore said sternly. Pettigrew nodded blankly. What happened between you and Sirius Black back then? Why did you not die, and why did you turn into a rat and hide with the Weasley family? Pettigrew answered obediently, Sirius didn't kill me. Everything was a fake. I used magic taught to me by the Dark Lord. In exchange for one of my finger bones, I blew up half a street and escaped by transforming into a rat during the chaos. I was afraid people would hunt me down because of the Dark Lord's disappearance. But I didn't want to completely leave the wizarding world, so I chose the Weasleys. Then why did you betray them? Snape demanded. Hearing that the Dark Lord had personally taught Pettigrew magic made his heart seize, as if an invisible hand had clenched it tight. He asked through clenched teeth, did you have anything to do with the Potters' deaths? It was me. Guilt flickered briefly across Pettigrew's face before vanishing again. Back then, the secret keeper of the Fidley's charm wasn't Sirius. It was me. They were always like that, clever little tricks. Before signing the pact, James and Sirius suddenly decided to switch the secret keeper to me. They thought no one would ever guess that useless Peter was the secret keeper. And they were right. No one has suspected me even now. And then you told the Dark Lord. Snape looked like a demon pulled from hell. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. You were their best friend. Friend. Pettigrew shook his head wildly, rejecting the word. No. I was a lackey. Lupin and I were just there to make Sirius and James look better. Lupin didn't mind. As long as someone let him tag along, he was satisfied. But I had enough. Until one day, the Dark Lord caught me. Terror flooded Pettigrew's face, as though Voldemort stood right in front of him. His body shook like a leaf. If I didn't betray James and Lily, he would kill me. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I wanted power and respect. After saying this, Pettigrew seemed to exhaust every last ounce of strength in his body. He slumped forward, collapsing into himself. Dumbledore fell silent. Snape panted heavily. Tom sat back on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching the three of them with undisguised interest, appreciating their vastly different reactions. The mass of humanity, really. He could not relate at all. What was he supposed to feel? Sorry. He honestly felt nothing. At last, Snape drew his wand. Avada. Severus. Dumbledore swung his sleeve violently. A powerful shockwave blasted Snape off his feet, sending him crashing into a bookshelf. A cascade of books rained down onto his head, dealing a second blow. The headmasters who had been pretending to sleep could no longer keep up the act. Gasps and cries rang out. What do you think you're doing, Severus? Dumbledore strode over, dragging the dazed Snape out from beneath the pile of books. Sharp light filled the old man's eyes. Casting the killing curse at will, in front of students. Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? Snape roared, shoving Dumbledore away and raising his wand again. He killed Lily. Why are you stopping me? Move. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to avenge Lily. At that moment, the books behind him silently transformed into ropes, binding Snape before he could react. Dumbledore snatched the wand from his hand. Facing the old man's sharp, furious gaze, Snape cooled instantly. What had he just done? He had pointed his wand at Dumbledore. Tom is still here. I will not allow you to do something like this in front of a student, Dumbledore said in a low voice, pressing down on Snape's greasy hair. You cannot kill Peter. He still has other uses. Yes, he is the one who caused Lily's death, but, are you truly innocent yourself? That single sentence struck Snape squarely in the chest. The light in his eyes went out completely. Dumbledore ignored Snape and let out a long breath. He turned to Tom, who was watching with undisguised excitement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Mr. Riddle, you have indeed brought us a troublesome problem. One that has been fermenting for far too long. The true criminal will face judgment, and the innocent deserve to see the light again. No need to thank me, Headmaster. Tom shook his head. Go on. Talk. Do whatever you like. Just pretend I don't exist. Dumbledore took a deep breath. This boy really was impossible to deal with. Severus is emotionally unstable right now. You should return to your dormitory first, Mr. Riddle. Please come again tomorrow. I would like to hear more details about how you discovered Peter Pettigrew. All right. Since Dumbledore was openly ushering him out, Tom reluctantly stood up. Still, he clearly had no intention of leaving quietly. He grinned foolishly and rubbed his hands together. Professor, this counts as a good deed on my part, right? About that reward. Dumbledore looked puzzled. Slytherin already has the House Cup firmly secured. Does adding more points really matter? Of course it matters. Tom suddenly raised his voice. Even Snape, who had been emotionally shattered, was jolted awake by it. House points are recognition of my personal performance. They are proof of my effort. Even if Slytherin is guaranteed victory, you cannot erase my achievement. Chapter 411, 500 points and an unexpected companion. Dumbledore had a headache. It was just a few academic points. Was it really necessary to elevate the issue to this level? He genuinely could not understand why someone like Tom, whose achievements far surpassed those of ordinary students, cared so deeply about what was essentially a children's game. Slytherin gets 500 points. Put it on me. Snape suddenly spoke. Whether Tom knew it or not, he had indeed delivered his enemy right into their hands. Dumbledore was momentarily speechless. 500 points. Put it on you. Your head is really that big. But with Slytherin already miles ahead, the exact number hardly mattered anymore. To stabilize his potions, Professor, Dumbledore ultimately agreed. Very well. Once everything is settled, I will add the corresponding points. Only then did Tom leave, satisfied. 500 points meant 500 credits, 100 achievement points. Tom was so desperate for achievement points he was practically bankrupt. 5,000 points for a legendary teacher was absurdly hard to scrape together. On top of that, he had to push Slytherin's score to ridiculous heights this term. Only then could he secure a perfect evaluation at the end of the school year and obtain better rewards. By the time he reached the entrance of the headmaster's office, Tom found everything pleasant to look at. Even the ugly cute stone gargoyle spouting water suddenly seemed far more adorable. He patted the statue's head. Hey, didn't you say you wanted me to take you along? Riddle, the gargoyle whispered cautiously, do you remember what you promised me before? I want to follow you. Little brother, I'm not some gang leader. I'm a respectable person. Tom said helplessly, you're a headmaster's statue. If you're going to follow someone, shouldn't it be the headmaster? Why me? No, no. The gargoyle shook its head. I'm only Dumbledore's gatekeeper during the school term. During summer break, I'm off duty. You said it yourself. The world is so big. Take me out to see it. Tom widened his eyes. Dumbledore actually approved your vacation. Of course, the gargoyle said smugly. Only during summer though. Christmas break is too short, and there are still students around, so no rest. Not only that, he gives me 50 galleons a year as salary. I'll give it all to you. Tom fell silent, seriously considering whether to take the gargoyle along on his adventures. After all, he did have more than a few unspeakable secrets, like his connections with some of Dumbledore's old friends. If that got exposed, he would not just defect on the spot. Ah no, wrong world. Hogwarts. Still, since he had already promised, outright refusing did not feel right. Fine. He would bring it along. Leave it in the courtyard when at home, dump it at Newt's place when in New York, leave it with Nicholas when in Paris. It would not really affect anything. After thinking it through, Tom nodded decisively. No problem, little brother. I'll take you out to live the good life. Riddle, I can't eat or drink, the gargoyle reminded him gloomily. I didn't say you had to eat. I eat. You watch. The gargoyle fell silent. Inside the headmaster's office, Snape and Dumbledore sat facing each other. Snape had regained his composure, though his expression was colder than ever. Severus, I apologize for what I said earlier, Dumbledore said softly. No need. Snape gave a self-mocking laugh and clutched his head in pain. Why apologize? Because you told the truth. I killed Lily. What difference is there between me and Peter? We both deserve to die. But the one who truly deserves death is still alive, Dumbledore said, looking at him with a voice filled with steady conviction. I know you are not clinging to this world. You want to truly end him. In this, our interests align. That is also the foundation of our trust. You should know that my trust in you surpasses even Minerva's, especially when it comes to Voldemort. Her temperament is not suited for knowing too much darkness. I still need your help. Snape remained silent. He rubbed his brow hard. After a long while, he finally suppressed the pain and hatred in his eyes. His gaze returned to calm and depthless stillness. Speak. What do you want me to do this time? Peter Pettigrew cannot die, Dumbledore said quietly. Sirius Black was imprisoned for 11 years and never defended himself. He likely believed it was his fault that James and Lily died. Isn't it? Snape sneered, arrogantly switching the contact person. What right does that rat-faced bastard have to carry someone else's life? He is a murderer. Being locked in prison is exactly what he deserves. Dumbledore disagreed. If James had not agreed, Sirius could never have done it alone. Fate has never been kind to good people. Tomorrow I will summon Fudge. I need you to provide more Veritaserum, enough to make him believe this unbelievable truth. Snape snorted but did not refuse. He did, however, make a request. Fine. But tonight, Peter belongs to me. Dumbledore frowned slightly and refused. Have you forgotten your identity? The old man reminded him. You and him are colleagues. We both know Voldemort will return one day. If you torture Peter too harshly and Voldemort finds out, you will be in danger. There will be no problem. Snape stood up. Dumbledore saw his fists clenched so tightly they trembled. He walked over to the unconscious Peter. Gathering all his strength, Snape threw a punch, smashing it into Peter's bloated face. Blood sprayed instantly, some of it Peter's, some of it Snape's. Have you forgotten how the marauders treated me back then? Snape's voice was soft, but the hatred within it overflowed. They used my own magic, hung me from the Whomping Willow, humiliated me to the extreme. This is not revenge for Lily. It is the settling of old debts from my student days. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh. Go. Just don't break his mind. Like dragging a dead dog, Snape hauled Peter Pettigrew out of the office. Chapter 412, A Very Pleasant Night. Snape and Peter Pettigrew spent a very pleasant night together. Whether Pettigrew found it pleasant or not, Snape did not know. At the very least, Snape himself was thoroughly satisfied. All those methods he had fantasized about countless times, techniques originally reserved for idiotic students, were now applied to Pettigrew tenfold, 100-fold. So much so that the next morning, the students genuinely thought something was wrong with their eyes. They had actually seen Snape's lips curve upward slightly. Was that a smile? Even the Slytherin students looked at each other in disbelief. Aside from the rare occasions when Snape smiled while deducting points from other houses, they had never seen him this genuinely pleased. Morning, Professor. You're up pretty early. Tom, who had come to breakfast with Astoria, happened to run into Snape and greeted him casually. Very good. Polite, and you take the initiative to greet your professor, Snape nodded slightly. Slytherin gains 10 points. Tom. It was hard to imagine what Snape had gone through. One night, and the change was this dramatic. Professor, about the ingredients. Tom grabbed Snape and gave him a pointed look. The old bat had avoided giving a clear response last night. Afraid of post-event retaliation, Tom had to make things clear now. What ingredients? Snape said quietly. Don't waste my time. Dumbledore will be handing Peter over to Fudge soon. I need to seize the opportunity. Eat first, work later. Snape was clearly here to replenish his energy. As for the ingredients Tom had borrowed, Snape treated it as the head of house sponsoring an outstanding student. The only regret was that if Tom had been willing to hand Peter over to him alone, Snape would have gladly paid 10 times the amount in ingredients. Watching Snape hurry into the Great Hall, Tom clicked his tongue. Peter Pettigrew had fallen into Snape's hands. He could already imagine just how joyful Peter's night must have been. At the same time, in the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry, who had been unconscious all night, angrily blocked Ginny's path. Ginny, even pranks have limits, Ron said furiously. If Neville hadn't carried us back yesterday, we would have slept in the common room all night. And hurry up and give Scabbers back to me. He's my pet, not your toy. Harry also looked at her with displeasure. He still remembered how shy Ginny had been when he first met her at the burrow during the summer. It had not been that long, yet now she had become completely unrecognizable. Judging by this level of mischief, it had to be Tom's doing. But he had not offended Tom recently. If someone had to be messed with, shouldn't it be Ron? Why drag him into it too? Ron suddenly sneezed violently. Ginny deftly dodged aside, her face full of disgust. Ron, you got snot all over the wall. That's disgusting. Ron's face flushed red, but he still argued stubbornly, Ginny, give Scabbers back. Otherwise I'm telling Mum. She's already in a bad mood. That struck a nerve. Ginny was furious. These idiot brothers actually dared to tattle to home, getting her scolded by Mrs. Weasley. Finding a boyfriend was not the issue. Even dating a Slytherin boy was not necessarily a big problem. But at this age, dating a Slytherin boy who was involved with many other girls. That was serious. Ginny had been terrified by Molly's harsh wording in the letter. After reading it, she burned it to ashes on the spot. No letter meant she had never seen it. Scabbers isn't coming back, Ginny said, looking at Ron with a trace of pity. This time, Ron was truly miserable. Tom had already explained the general situation to Ginny the night before, satisfying her curiosity while also leaving her deeply shocked. The captured Sirius Black was actually innocent, while the one awarded the first-class Order of Merlin was the real culprit. Did the Ministry of Magic not investigate at all before throwing someone into Azkaban? And that Black was an idiot too, thinking this counted as atonement. Leaving aside the fact that Peter Pettigrew had not even died, even if he had, letting a traitor become a hero and turning Harry into a so-called savior without justice. Was that atonement? That was committing sin. Ginny thought Sirius Black had something seriously wrong with his brain. Another 10+ years locked up would completely ruin him. What do you mean? Ron shouted, jumping up. What did you do to Scabbers? That was the rat he had grown up with. Forget it. I'll take you to Tom, Ginny said. She did not explain further. Ron was not exactly quick-witted, and she could not be bothered wasting words. Let Tom deal with the headache. Human nature loved passing the problem upward. Once Ginny handed the trouble over to Tom, Tom immediately brought the utterly confused Harry and Ron to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore looked to be in good spirits. He smiled as he greeted Harry and Ron. Harry, Ron. I didn't expect Mr. Riddle to bring you along, but this works out nicely. As the parties involved, I believe you have the right to know. Parties involved? Ron's legs started shaking. Professor, I just want Scabbers back. I didn't do anything bad. I'm sorry, Dumbledore sighed. Your pet Scabbers is no longer with us. You will be able to see him one last time later. Here is what happened. Dumbledore patiently explained Scabbers' true identity, Peter Pettigrew's history, and his entanglement with Harry's past, omitting only the prophecy. When it was over, both Harry and Ron felt as though their minds had shattered, but their reactions could not have been more different. My rat was a man. My parents were betrayed by a friend, and that's why Voldemort found them. That's impossible. Ron shouted in panic. Scabbers is just an ordinary rat, just a bit old. How could he be an animagus? He's been in my family for 11 years. He's with Snape right now, Dumbledore said calmly, unfazed by Ron's breakdown. He gently reassured him, saying he would bring Peter over shortly. By the way, Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore said with interest, turning to Tom. How did you discover that Scabbers was an animagus? He had wanted to ask this question yesterday, but Snape's emotions had been far too unstable, so he had sent Tom away first. Because of this map. Tom placed the Marauder's map on the desk. Without avoiding anyone, he activated it directly and zoomed in on the potions classroom. Snape's name was displayed right next to Peter Pettigrew's. Chapter 413, The Map, The Lie, and the Minister's Choice. Hagrid told me quite a lot about Harry's father, Tom said calmly. He accidentally let slip this old feud. Combined with this map, my curiosity got the better of me. Tom's explanation was logical and convincing. Especially when Hagrid was involved. His loose lips were legendary. As long as it was said to have come from him, even Dumbledore would believe it. There was only one flaw. Now I finally understand why James and his little group were never caught back then, Dumbledore said softly, lowering his head as he admired the branching ink lines on the map. At a glance, you can tell it was their work. Black family true name magic, Potter tracking techniques, remarkable. To produce something like this while still students. Halfway through, a trace of sadness surfaced on Dumbledore's face. He sighed and changed the subject. Mr. Riddle, you haven't had this map for very long, have you? Tom nodded. Ginny gave it to me. Before that, it had been with Fred and George. Fred and George. Ron exclaimed in shock. They never told me they had something like this. If he had had this map last year, he and Harry would not have been caught sneaking around at night. Ron, Harry sighed. You seem to be focusing on the wrong thing. Shouldn't you be more concerned about why they had such an amazing map, yet never noticed anything strange about Scabbers? Ron froze. Ron's heart shattered. So that meant Fred and George had never once used the Marauder's map to check on him. Tom glanced at Harry. He strongly suspected Harry was deliberately stabbing Ron in the heart to make himself feel better. Truly a naturally sinister Potter. Even the Sorting Hat had desperately tried to send him to Slytherin. Going to Gryffindor was a waste of talent. Ron, meanwhile, was completely sunk. For a moment, he did not know whether to be more shocked that his rat was actually a man, or more devastated by the realization that in his brother's eyes, he was practically invisible. An eerie silence settled over the room. Seeing that Snape had already taken Peter Pettigrew out of the office, Tom turned to Dumbledore. Professor, since things are getting complicated, I'll head back to class. He had handed Peter over not for justice, but purely to tell Snape who his true enemy was, to settle old debts and unpaid wages. As for what happened afterward, he did not care. Not long after Tom left, Snape returned to the headmaster's office with Peter Pettigrew. When he saw Harry and Ron, the smile on his face finally disappeared. In front of the two boys, he forcibly compelled Peter to transform back into human form. Hatred burned in Harry's eyes. Ron nearly collapsed on the spot. He had hugged this greasy, wretched fat man and slept beside him for 2 whole years. Peter Pettigrew's eyes were dull and unfocused. His already tattered clothes now looked like strips of rags. Through the fabric, lash marks and bloodstains were clearly visible. Dumbledore's eyelid twitched. Handing him over to Fudge like this, anyone unfamiliar with the situation might think Hogwarts was some kind of interrogation dungeon. But seeing how refreshed and satisfied Snape looked, Dumbledore chose not to comment. Soon enough, Cornelius Fudge arrived at the office, accompanied by a dozen Aurors. When Fudge had read the letter that morning, he had thought Dumbledore was joking. But the seriousness of the tone forced him to take it seriously. Dumbledore noticed that Fudge had not brought along that so-called senior assistant this time, which instantly made his eyes feel less strained. Albus. Fudge stared at Peter Pettigrew, panic flickering in his eyes. What exactly is going on here? You'd better listen from beginning to end, Dumbledore said, giving Snape a meaningful look. Peter Pettigrew was once again force-fed veritaserum until he could drink no more. Fudge, along with the 10 Aurors he had brought, heard everything clearly, thoroughly, without missing a single detail. Harry could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. He charged forward, punching and kicking Peter in a blind rage, and no one stopped him. Fudge was stunned. The Aurors were equally shaken. Some of them even had distant family ties to the Blacks. After all, the Black family had once been immensely powerful in Britain, bound by countless marriage alliances. So Sirius Black had been an innocent man framed all along, while the so-called hero celebrated by the Ministry was the real criminal. What kind of mess had the Ministry of Magic made? Many gazes turned toward Fudge, who was sweating profusely. At this moment, Fudge's instinctive reaction was not to correct the injustice, nor to clear Black's name. It was to suppress it. Suppress everything. This colossal mistake could not be made public. It would be a massive scandal, one that would severely damage the Ministry's credibility and, most importantly, public support for him. Just like Muggle politicians, approval ratings were Fudge's lifeline. Lose them, and he was finished. Albus, this is truly unbelievable, Fudge said, wiping sweat from his brow, babbling nervously. Is Peter Pettigrew really a criminal? Could there be something wrong with the veritaserum? Snape, I'm not questioning your skill. You know as well as I do that testimony extracted by veritaserum cannot be used as evidence. Further investigation is required. Snape was not angry. In fact, he rather hoped the Ministry would not overturn the case. Letting Sirius rot in prison suited him just fine. Dumbledore lowered his gaze. He had anticipated Fudge's reaction long ago and already had a response prepared. The old man nodded approvingly. Cornelius, the Ministry is fortunate to have such a cautious minister. You agree with me? Fudge said in delight. He had expected Dumbledore to argue fiercely against him. Of course. You are the minister. It's just that. Dumbledore sighed. If the presiding judge at Sirius Black's trial had been a little more careful back then, perhaps this tragedy would never have happened. I'm old now, I can hardly remember who was responsible at the time. Wasn't it Crouch? Fudge stopped mid-sentence. 2 seconds later, his eyes lit up. He almost burst out laughing, but remembering there were others present, he forcibly held it back, his face flushing red. Albus. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Fudge raised his arm passionately. We absolutely cannot allow criminals to roam free. I am sworn to stand against evil to the very end. Chapter 414, The Minister's Performance and the Price of Truth. Fudge put on a masterful display of changing faces. In the entire British wizarding world, there were only two people he truly feared. The first was Dumbledore. Dumbledore's prestige was so overwhelming that if he ever announced his intention to run for Minister of Magic, no one else would even be qualified to compete. Fortunately, for all these years, Dumbledore had been content to mind his own domain and had shown Fudge sufficient respect. That was the only reason Fudge had been able to relax even slightly. The second was old Barty Crouch. Before Amelia Bones, Crouch had served as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and had been a leading candidate for the next minister. He was not only highly capable but also famously iron-fisted and impartial, earning him considerable support. Unfortunately for him, his son became a Death Eater and tortured the Longbottoms into insanity. From that moment on, Crouch's reputation plummeted. After Fudge took office, he immediately transferred Crouch to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Compared to the immense power of magical law enforcement, it was a department with no real authority. Even so, Fudge never dared let his guard down. To this day, he vividly remembered Crouch's commanding presence when he held real power, looking more like a minister than the minister himself. Dumbledore's casual reminder made everything suddenly clear. 11 years ago, Fudge had only been a minor deputy head in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, cleaning up trivial messes. No matter how accountability was assigned, it would never reach him. Back then, it was Crouch who had insisted on taking a hard line against Death Eaters, pushing for maximum punishment. With so many criminals, many were sentenced directly without proper investigation or evidence. In the blink of an eye, Fudge came up with countless ways to suppress Crouch. Seeing Harry still pounding Peter until blood was flowing, Fudge hurriedly had two Aurors step in to stop him. They could not afford to damage the prisoner. Then Fudge warmly clasped Dumbledore's hand. "Albus, I've thought it through. No matter how difficult it is, fairness and truth are what the public deserves to know. Don't worry. I'll initiate a full investigation as soon as I return. Everyone involved back then will be reviewed." The speech was delivered with righteous fervor. Harry's opinion of Fudge rose sharply, believing him to be a fine minister. Only Snape and Dumbledore caught the deeper meaning. The focus was not Sirius Black's innocence, but political enemies from the past. Snape sneered inwardly and showed no reaction. Dumbledore simply nodded gently. "Cornelius, you are the Minister of Magic. The decision is yours." That attitude made Fudge feel even more comfortable, his tone growing increasingly familiar. During their casual conversation, when Fudge learned that it had once again been Tom who uncovered Peter Pettigrew, he was visibly surprised. "It seems Mr. Riddle is truly capable. He's helped the ministry more than once." Thinking of something, he grew delighted. "That makes things even better. One medal needs to be revoked, and another needs to be awarded. This way, we can preserve the value of the Order of Merlin." "Oh?" Dumbledore asked with interest. "Has it been decided?" Fudge nodded with a smile. "A few more members agreed last night. The approval rate is already over 70%. With a bit more coordination, we can officially issue the medal." "That truly is good news." Dumbledore smiled as well, though there was a trace of wistfulness. "A 12-year-old recipient of the first-class Order of Merlin. Unprecedented." "Tell me about it," Fudge said enviously. "I had to wait until near retirement to earn one, and that boy gets it first." Harry, utterly clueless about wizarding politics, felt little at this exchange. Ron, on the other hand, nearly dropped his jaw. Tom was really going to receive the first-class Order of Merlin. Before leaving, Fudge made sure to put on a final show, kindly comforting Harry and promising him a healthy godfather. Only then did he leave, taking Peter with him under Snape's reluctant gaze. Elsewhere, Tom also received news from Mrs. Greengrass. His first-class Order of Merlin had finally been approved. However, judging by the ministry's usual inefficiency, it would probably take another month before the award ceremony was held. This allowed Tom to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The fifth trial had been the one that held him up the longest. Dragged all the way into summer, it had taken nearly a full year. At last, he had crossed to the other shore. Had money been spent? Of course it had. Mrs. Greengrass did not say how much, only that the amount was negligible. Damn it. In defense against the dark arts class, Tom suddenly muttered under his breath, "Sooner or later, I'll plow through all of them." Someone as outstanding as him still being blocked by so-called seniority and age. The world was clearly already rotten. If it was going to rot anyway, why should he not be the one enjoying it? That role, he was definitely going to take. Since it was class time, Peter Pettigrew being taken away caused little disturbance. Fudge would not announce anything for now. He needed to gather more evidence against Crouch. Dumbledore, of course, knew that he had effectively sold out old Barty Crouch. Life would not be easy for him in the future, but that was all. Crouch still had connections within the ministry, and at the time, harsh punishment for Death Eaters had been a societal consensus. It would not land him in Azkaban. If Sirius could be released, Dumbledore would gain a reliable ally, and Harry's growth could be guided far better. Everything was a choice made through careful weighing of interests. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. The term was nearing its end, and final exams were approaching. Young witches and wizards hurried through the castle corridors, heavy schoolbags clutched to their chests. After being held once last week, the public dueling class would not be held again this term. This was a relief for most Hogwarts students. Aside from a small handful of exceptionally talented ones, most were simply no match for Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo. But outstanding students had never been the true measure of a school. There would always be intelligent, gifted, hard-working individuals. Even without teachers, they could grow. The real standard lay in the average level of the student body. Chapter 4:15, Exhaustion, Pride, and a Dangerous Question. Standards were the most important metric for judging a school's quality. From the current situation, Hogwarts was clearly inferior to Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo. This troubled Professor McGonagall greatly. Her standing in the educational world was already on shaky ground, and as a result, students found their homework piling up more and more by the day. On the last day of May, in the library, Tom was accompanying Cho as she revised third-year Transfiguration when a sudden cry rang out from behind the bookshelves. Moments later, an unconscious student was carried out. "That's Vory," Cho said hesitantly after getting a clear look through the crowd. Tom nodded. "Yeah, should be her. She's still wearing the Ilvermorny uniform." He was genuinely surprised. Cassandra Vory fainting in the library was unexpected. Recently, he had not interacted much with Cassandra, but he knew she spent every day studying. Studying and more studying. She never rested. Even during last week's public dueling class, she had only stepped onto the stage to defeat a few Hogwarts and Castelobruxo students before hurriedly leaving. Had she finally pushed herself too far? Before long, news of Cassandra's collapse spread throughout the school. By dinner, it had become a hot topic of conversation. Everyone had reached the same conclusion. Vory had been hit hard by Tom and Ginny, and that was why she had been training obsessively to become stronger. Some students even claimed they had seen Cassandra secretly practicing at night while wandering the corridors. The hospital wing. Tom sat by a hospital bed, eating with great enthusiasm. The person lying on the bed could only be Cassandra. Her face was pale, her lips colorless. Her usual arrogance had vanished, replaced by the fragile beauty of someone ill. The sick beauty rolled her eyes at him. She had never heard of anyone visiting a patient while bringing a full meal and eating right in front of them. Tom finished an entire chicken leg without effort and asked vaguely, "I heard you pushed yourself this hard because I stimulated you." "It has nothing to do with you," Cassandra denied flatly. "I just want to take advantage of the exchange to learn more magic from other countries." "Don't flatter yourself." "Oh." Tom nodded. Then it must have been Ginny. This time, Cassandra fell silent. She did not refute it. The main reason really was Ginny. As for Tom, she had already convinced herself that the basilisk truly had been killed by him. There were always monsters like that in the world. But Ginny Weasley. She was only a first year. And she had defeated Cassandra through sheer ferocity. That was what truly unbalanced her. Part of her wanted to learn more knowledge, but more than that, she wanted to numb herself so she would not think about that defeat. "Actually, I didn't come here specifically to see you." After finishing the last piece of lamb pastry, Tom elegantly picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. "Miss Vory, there's something I'd like to ask you." "You? Asking me?" The girl's brows knitted tightly. "Riddle, are you joking?" "I'm not an omniscient being," Tom smiled. "Of course there are things I don't know." He flicked his wand, and the small dining table and plates vanished. "Miss Vory." The boy's voice suddenly softened, carrying a strange rhythm. Cassandra could not help but lift her head, meeting those eyes that shone like stars. "The vampire causing trouble in Britain recently, does it have anything to do with Ilvermorny?" Almost without thinking, she blurted out, "How could that be? What did you do to me?" "You realized?" Tom showed no embarrassment at having his method exposed. Instead, he found it strange. It was not that he looked down on Cassandra, but even an adult wizard would not have broken free that quickly. Very soon, he found the reason. Around Cassandra's slender neck hung a platinum necklace, and as for the pendant, Tom's gaze instinctively followed downward. "Where are you looking?" the girl snapped, both embarrassed and furious, shrinking to the edge of the bed. "Flat as a runway. What's there to look at?" Tom curled his lips. Penelope had far more to look at than her. "You." Cassandra was so angry her chest finally heaved. I'm just stating facts, Tom said calmly, with no intention of backing down even as she fumed. A real man should admire in awe, then throw deliberate punches and lash out with words, full force and unrestrained. Cassandra snapped, you actually used legilimency on me. The vampire has nothing to do with Ilvermorny. That's slander. It was not slander. Tom said silently to himself. So far, more than 40 witches and wizards had been infected and turned into so-called vampires. Even Snape and a group of healers were at a loss. A week ago, the Ministry of Magic had managed to corner the culprit, but 5 Aurors were no match for that vampire. 2 were infected, and before reinforcements arrived, the murderer escaped again by relying on speed and strength. That escalated the situation completely. There were not that many witches and wizards in Britain to begin with. Over 40 infected meant over 40 wizarding families placed in danger. The threat was now comparable to that of werewolves. Originally, Tom did not care. This was Dumbledore's and the Ministry's problem. But Rouse had squeezed out a piece of information from Sauron. Sauron seemed to know that vampire. That piqued Tom's interest. However, based on what he had just seen through legilimency, he was certain Cassandra knew nothing. Seeing that she was still angry, Tom shrugged helplessly. Since I was caught, there's nothing to say. Using legilimency without permission was my fault. As an apology, how about you and I have a fair and proper duel? Cassandra froze. Was that really the correct way to apologize? But strangely enough, she was tempted. Chapter 416, Midnight Duel Beneath the Stars. After midnight struck, Tom arrived at the hospital wing and led Cassandra out of the castle. She had already changed out of the patient gown and back into her Ilvermorny wizarding robes. As she walked, a constant clinking and clattering echoed through the empty corridors. Even separated by 2 or 3 floors, the noise could still be faintly heard. Tom had no choice but to cast a silencing charm on her to avoid attracting Filch and Mrs. Norris. Only after they left the castle did Tom finally complain, are you here to duel or to show off your wealth? All these magical items cost money, you know. Cassandra had not worn all those ornaments for decoration. The silverware, gold pieces, and gemstone-inlaid jewelry were all precious magical artifacts. Tom only gave them a rough scan and already counted more than a dozen. The Vory family isn't short on money. Besides, if I fought you without preparing properly, that would just be arrogance mixed with stupidity. Despite having fainted just that afternoon, Cassandra was in unexpectedly high spirits. The corners of her mouth were lifted as she spoke. Even if I can't beat you, I still have to cause you some trouble and figure out what you're really capable of. Tom laughed. That's a pretty naive idea. If all this stuff gets destroyed later, don't blame me. Cassandra snorted softly. Then let's try. The 2 of them arrived at the Quidditch pitch. There was actually a better option, the Room of Requirement, but Tom did not want to take anyone else there, so he chose to walk the longer route. No need for warm-ups. Just attack. Tom drew his wand and flicked it casually at Cassandra. She looked momentarily distracted, froze for 2 seconds, then immediately fired off a silent dark curse. Oh. A sneak attack too. You've improved, Tom said lightly. He sidestepped the spell, his wand hanging loosely at his side. The grass beneath them began to grow wildly. More than a dozen thin green snakes were transfigured, hissing as they flicked their tongues toward Cassandra. A ring of blazing fire erupted. Heat waves swept through, blasting the charging snakes away. Cassandra rapidly activated several artifacts in succession. In an instant, she went from wizard to lighting technician, dazzling beams flashing everywhere. Mixed into the chaos were spells of her own, creating an impressive spectacle. Tom calmly raised his left hand. Wisps of pale white mist surged outward. It looked soft and harmless, yet it stood like an unbreakable wall, steadily rejecting every incoming attack. An energy storm erupted across the Quidditch pitch. It looked terrifying. But all of it was burning money. Alchemy artifacts with combat functions were never cheap. In Borgin and Berks, even one could sell for hundreds of galleons. Cassandra, however, was activating them like sprinkling water. Tom genuinely could not understand what this woman was thinking. He simply maintained his defenses, calm and unhurried, and when he felt the force of the attacks weaken, he pushed forward slightly. Crack. The first layer of the protective barrier fractured. Cassandra was knocked back 2 steps by the shockwave, yet she still maintained her casting stance. Thunder descended from the sky. The earth beneath transformed into 2 massive hands, shielding the boy from wind and rain. Step by step, Tom advanced. Every spell that flew toward him was flicked aside one by one, until Cassandra was finally forced into a corner. Their eyes met again, but this time she was not petrified. A necklace around her neck floated up, emitting a faint golden glow. You really do have everything, Tom muttered. With a sharp glare, the necklace finally reached its limit. The chain shattered inch by inch, the gemstone at the bottom cracking apart along with it. You're really strange. Cassandra no longer resisted. She leaned against the wall, panting heavily. She had just unleashed every spell she knew in one breath. Now her mind was muddled, her body drained of strength. Rest for a bit. 2 chairs flew down from the stands. Cassandra lay back and rested for a while before finally recovering enough to open her eyes again. Riddle, do you think I'm useless? If you're useless, then there are a lot of people in this world who don't deserve to live. Tom lay back in his chair as well, gazing up at the night sky. Hogwarts was far from modern cities. On clear nights, countless stars were visible. This was one of Tom's favorite ways to relax. Sometimes, he would even call Ariana out to watch the stars with him. That said, Vory, why are you so obsessed with becoming strong? Why? Cassandra fell into thought. Tom was in no hurry. He enjoyed the cool night breeze and leisurely identified constellations overhead. After an unknown amount of time, her voice drifted over softly. Maybe, it has something to do with my father. Tom replied lazily, sounds like your dad isn't exactly a great guy. Don't talk nonsense, Cassandra shot him an annoyed glare. He's just very strict with me. He thinks I have the best conditions and the most privileged background, so it's only natural that I should be better than everyone else. After I started school, I was always the top student. Over time, I guess I just became like this, until I met you and Ginny Weasley. That's when I realized I'm actually just a clown. You're impure in your motives, Tom said, sitting up slightly. Vory, becoming strong never needs a reason, and it's not about comparing yourself to others. It's about satisfying your own desires. Cassandra frowned delicately. Isn't comparing myself to others also a kind of desire? But that desire is too narrow. It traps you within your own limits. Tom pointed at himself, then toward the highest point of Hogwarts. I also want to surpass Dumbledore. But that isn't what drives me forward. I just want to keep improving, to pursue the essence of magic itself. That's why I won't stop for the sake of any single person. Your American wizarding world has decent overall strength, but it lacks truly great wizards. You can't even imagine what the peak of magic looks like. You have to admit that, right? Cassandra nodded silently. Looking through modern history, there was not a single world-renowned great wizard from North America. In the future, stop chasing being the best at everything. Your father never achieved that himself, so what right does he have to demand it of you? As long as you're stronger than you were yesterday, that's enough. The breeze stirred the girl's golden hair. Cassandra looked at Tom, who had already lain back down and closed his eyes, and softly replied. Chapter 417, A Birthday Beneath Unicorn Light. After that night, Cassandra finally returned to normal. She still worked hard, but no longer pushed herself to the point of neglecting sleep and food. Every day she would seek Tom out to ask questions, and she no longer cared about the strange looks from others. She felt Tom's words were absolutely right. As long as she became better than the version of herself from the day before, there was no need to care about what anyone else thought or said. Once revision week began, their interactions grew more frequent. Still, most of Tom's attention shifted back to Daphne, because her birthday was approaching fast. He even set the vampire matter aside. The reason was simple. That pathogenic vampire had fled, and now the unlucky ones were the wizards in Spain. The final Saturday before exams arrived. Today was Daphne's birthday. Early in the morning, Tom was already busy. He first arranged for the house elves to prepare cake and a grand meal. Then he went to the unicorn territory in the Forbidden Forest to decorate the area. He even caught several puffskeins, enchanting them and turning them into different colors to use as decorations. By noon, he brought everyone who would be attending the celebration over one by one. Astoria, Hermione, Cho, Ginny, Luna, Penelope, Hannah, Susan. And the most unexpected guest of all, Cassandra. Daphne's face had been blooming with joy. The moment she saw Cassandra following behind Tom, she immediately switched to her cold, distant expression. Happy birthday, Greengrass, Cassandra said calmly, unfazed by the sudden change in Daphne's attitude. She took out the birthday gift she had prepared in advance, a delicate set of hair clips. One could not strike someone who brought a gift. Even though Cassandra was not smiling, the present was clearly chosen with care. Daphne had no choice but to thank her politely. Then, while Cassandra went to look at the unicorns, Daphne quietly grabbed Tom, pouting in displeasure. Why did you bring her too? No frowning on your birthday. Tom laughed, gently pinching Daphne's cheek and smoothing the crease between her brows before explaining. She overheard me mentioning your birthday earlier. She already prepared a gift, so I figured I might as well bring her along. The moment I see her, I think about how arrogant she used to be, Daphne muttered, still unhappy. That was family influence. She was taught badly, Tom said patiently. Cassandra is actually pretty foolish. She's easily influenced by others. Look at her now, isn't she much better? And more people just makes it livelier. Tom understood her much better now. Most of the problems stemmed from her overly strict father. Too much pressure. From the sound of it, the rest of the Vory family were not much better either. Quite similar to the Malfoys, really. No wonder they were distant relatives from 1,000 years ago. Once petty people gained power, their tails shot straight into the sky. Clearly nouveau riche, yet convinced they were superior, even more active and greedy than many old noble families. Let's not talk about that, Tom said, resting a hand on Daphne's shoulder. Think about what kind of gift I prepared for you instead. Daphne's attention was immediately diverted. She acted spoiled and insisted on seeing it right away, but Tom refused, insisting on waiting until after the meal. Left with no choice, Daphne went to pull the girls who were playing with the unicorns and puff skeins back so they could eat. Aside from Padma, Hannah also showed off her cooking skills. Her roasted lamb received unanimous praise. When it came to cooking, Hannah was an absolute genius. Tom would occasionally go find her just to mooch a meal. At last, the candles were blown out, the cake was cut, and Daphne made her wish. She immediately urged Tom to take out the gift. Everyone else was just as curious about what Tom had prepared for her. Under a dozen expectant gazes, the boy glanced around, whistled once, and Usagi shot into the sky, rolling wildly like an eel. The sky darkened at once. Now this feels right. After building up the suspense long enough, Tom finally presented the gift. The exquisite gift box opened on its own. Brilliant, multicolored light burst forth, filling the girls' vision. Only when the glow dimmed did they finally see what lay inside. A breathtaking crystal lotus. It had 24 petals in total. Each petal reflected a different color, the hues constantly shifting. So beautiful. Daphne cradled it carefully in her hands, the more she looked, the more she loved it. But it can't just be for looks, right? Hermione asked. She adored the crystal refinement of the lotus, but she knew Tom well. He favored things that were both gorgeous and practical. He would never give Daphne a mere ornament. Of course not, Tom said with a grin. Each petal represents a different spell. Some are offensive, some defensive, and others are useful everyday charms. Temperature regulation, dehumidifying, cleaning, refilling, summoning charm, and more. It covers most commonly used spells. As long as you carry the lotus, it's basically equivalent to being a master of silent casting for all of them. The difficulty of making it isn't that high, but handling compatibility between the spells is tricky. Engraving the magical runic circuits is also extremely delicate. The most important part is the material. It has to be beautiful and durable. For that, I had to shamelessly rely on Nicholas again to get magical crystal water. That stuff is almost extinct. Worldwide production is under 100 pieces a year. Daphne's face lit up with pure delight. The other girls' eyes turned red with envy. Tom. Astoria sighed softly. You're really going to spoil my sister into a useless person. Daphne was already lazy enough. Now she had such a perfect tool for cutting corners. That was dangerous. Astoria. Daphne said, pretending to be angry. Is that how you talk about your sister? You're just jealous. Hee hee, Tom treats me so well. I'm not jealous, Astoria protested quietly, though the guilt in her tone was unmistakable. Tom rubbed her head gently and gave her a meaningful look. Astoria understood instantly and broke into a bright smile. Silly sister. It won't be long before I have one too. After that, Hermione, Cho, Ginny, Penelope. Tom found the right moment to subtly reassure each of them in turn, ensuring everyone was treated fairly. The faint traces of jealousy in the girls' hearts vanished completely. While laughter and warmth filled Tom's side of the forest, inside the castle, someone was already packing up quietly. It was time to run. Chapter 418, a letter, a scandal, and the curse at work. Exam week. Monday. The headmaster's office. Dumbledore stared at a letter in his hands, his expression complicated. He had originally thought today would be nothing more than another ordinary day. But after reading this letter, his entire state of mind shifted. Dear Albus. I have truly enjoyed my time teaching at Hogwarts. The students here are bright, my colleagues are friendly, and you have given me tremendous support. But happy times are always short-lived. No one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will arrive first, just like what's happening to me now. Although I would very much like to continue serving you, staying at the school and growing alongside the students, love is like a tornado. It strips me bare and leaves me powerless to resist. Now is the best time to say goodbye. If I don't leave now, I might not be able to run away at all. I hope you find an even better defense against the dark arts professor. I also hope you can help me deal with that annoying Frank Graves. I will take good care of Solène for him. Your loyal. Rouse Wilkinson. P.S. Albus, please be careful of Ilvermorny. The infectious vampire is called Lester. It's trouble Frank brought over from North America. P.P.S. Don't forget to settle this month's salary. Just deposit it directly into Gringotts. Damn it. Dumbledore took a deep breath. Was Voldemort's curse really this vicious? Right at the end of the school year, it still managed to take out his defense against the dark arts professor. That alone was not the most troublesome part. After all, this had happened year after year, and he was already used to it. The real problem was the sheer amount of information packed into that letter. From between the lines, Dumbledore understood one thing very clearly. Rouse had run off with Ilvermorny's Professor Solène. And that final warning, the vampire, Lester, was actually trouble Ilvermorny had secretly brought into Britain. A terrifying aura flickered for an instant. The old man's eyes narrowed as rare anger surfaced. But even so, he had no solid grounds to arrest Frank. A few lines in a letter were not enough to serve as evidence. The Great Hall. The atmosphere before exams was tense. Many students ate while desperately cramming, praying to Merlin at the last minute. Tom, on the other hand, was spacing out. Rouse running away was no small matter, and he had naturally reported it to Tom. Even so, Tom had not expected him to leave while also taking Solène with him. As for the information about the vampire Lester, Rouse had only revealed it to Dumbledore with Tom's approval. What Tom knew went far deeper. That vampire had not been brought over by Frank. Solène was fully aware of the situation. Lester Howell. A typical German-descended surname. He was the offspring of a vampire and a human. Vampires in this world were nothing like those depicted in movies or novels, handsome men and beautiful women. Their appearances could only be described as grotesque. Cross-species unions like this were rare, and in a sense similar to Hagrid's birth. They required a certain bravery. There had been previous cases of vampires and humans having children, but Lester was special. He possessed both a wizard's spellcasting talent and a vampire's agility and affinity for dark energy. Most critically, he only fed on wizard blood. He could easily distinguish wizards from muggles in a crowd and had the ability to convert. Anyone injured by him would develop the same bloodthirsty impulses. This was all the intelligence Solène had. The order had come from Ilvermorny's headmistress, Eglantine Fontana, to dump Lester in Britain. As for why, even Solène did not know. Tom was unsure whether Rouse had successfully stolen someone away, or whether he himself had been counterplayed. He only reminded Rouse to be careful and did not interfere further with his choice. The intelligence seemed reliable, but what exactly was Fontana planning? Was this entire affair her personal scheme? Or, were there more people standing behind her in the American wizarding world, all of them unwilling to see Britain prosper? The truth lay buried under layers of fog. Tom did not bother thinking about it. Instead, he tossed the problem straight to Dumbledore and let the old man deal with it. He glanced toward the high table. Many seats were empty. Frank, completely unaware that his fiancée had already run off, was still leisurely enjoying his breakfast. It was only after the students headed to their exam halls, and Frank still had not seen Solène all morning, that he sensed something was wrong. The Ilvermorny and Castelobruxo professors were not required to invigilate exams, but disappearing the entire morning was still unusual. Frank went to Solène's quarters and knocked. No response. Growing anxious, he drew his wand. Alohomora. The door flew open. Frank rushed inside and froze. The room was completely empty. Aside from the original furniture, nothing remained. On the desk lay 2 letters. Frank grabbed one and began reading. His body started to tremble. It was written by Solène. The gist was simple. Their relationship had only ever been a family arrangement. There had never been love. Rouse was her true love. When he opened the second letter, Frank's eyes turned red. Calling it a letter was generous. Rouse had left only a single sentence. Yes. We have a child. Wilkinson. Frank lost his mind. He stormed toward the headmaster's office, the commotion loud enough that even students in the exam halls could hear it. By evening, though the finer details were still unclear, everyone knew what had driven the professor mad. His fiancée had run off with someone else. And he had been carried out of the headmaster's office horizontally after shouting at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's official explanation was that Professor Graves had become overly emotional and fainted. After 2 days of rest, he would be fine. The students of all 3 schools exploded with gossip. Ilvermorny's students were hit the hardest. They had come for a 2-month exchange, and their professor had been stolen. Roger Davies of Ravenclaw looked at Rouse with pure admiration. Professor Wilkinson is seriously legendary. What, you want to steal someone else's fiancée too? Another boy joked. Of course not. Roger shook his head like a rattledrum. I just admire his courage to pursue love and freedom. I think this is the curse at work. Marietta joined the conversation, lowering her voice mysteriously. No one has ever lasted a full year in that position. I thought Professor Wilkinson would be the exception, but he didn't even make it a whole year. Didn't Lockhart block the curse for a while before? Either way, I've never seen a defense against the dark arts professor last across school years. Have you? Marietta countered. Forget us. Even my parents have never seen one. Honestly, it's impressive Dumbledore manages to find someone new to take the fall every year. The chatter among the students grew louder and louder. Even though Frank was no longer present, Professor McGonagall had clearly had enough. She raised her wand to her throat and coughed heavily twice. Only then did the hall quiet down. Focus, she said sternly. You still have exams ahead of you. Chapter 419, the curtain rises. Even as she spoke, McGonagall could not help blaming Rouse inwardly. If you were going to run, you could have run earlier or later. Why pick this exact moment and disrupt the student's mindset? For the next few days, Frank was nowhere to be seen in the castle. It was not until the day after exams ended that he finally appeared again, his face dark and expressionless. Looking almost like Snape, he said nothing as he led the Ilvermorny students away from Hogwarts. I thought he'd go hunt down Professor Wilkinson, Daphne muttered softly as she stood with Tom on the astronomy tower, watching Ilvermorny's procession depart. Tom smiled and shook his head. Wilkinson could be anywhere by now. Graves doesn't know the place, even if he wanted revenge he wouldn't know where to start. And even if he did find him, he wouldn't stand a chance in a real fight between professors. That's true. Daphne nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. What was Vory pulling you aside to talk about earlier? Tom answered honestly. She said if I ever go to North America, I can contact her. She'll treat me to a meal. Don't believe her, Tom. The little witch sees the chance to plant a seed. She's been putting on an act lately. If you really went to see her, she'd definitely bring a whole group to get revenge on you. Tom laughed and nodded without arguing. In truth, Cassandra had only given him a mailing address, saying he could contact her if he went to North America. Visiting her home was out of the question. Even she knew what her family was like. If Tom showed up, there were only two possible outcomes. Either he would be beaten out the door, or the Vory family would be wiped out. She's gone now. Forget about her. Tom smiled. Come on, walk with me. Okay. Let's go see the Whomping Willow. Daphne happily linked her arm through his. The days after exams dragged by longer than any others for Tom, because the award ceremony for the first-class Order of Merlin had been scheduled for the end-of-year feast. He could not be bothered to study anymore. During the day, he drifted between the girls. At night, he spent time in the learning space chatting with the two old men and Ariana. At present, both Grindelwald's and Ariana's approval ratings had reached 99%. Just one final step remained. Tom already knew what the bottleneck was. The day Ariana truly accepted the obscurial within her, learned to use it, and defeated Grindelwald would be the day both of their approval ratings reached full marks. Judging by her recent behavior, secretly practicing with the obscurial more and more often, that day was probably not far off. At last, after Slytherin crushed Hufflepuff by a huge margin and went undefeated to claim this year's Quidditch Cup, the final day of the term arrived. The Great Hall was once again draped in silver and green. Annoying to the other three houses, but comforting to Slytherin. Unlike last year, when Dumbledore had nearly turned the tables by awarding Gryffindor points at the last moment, this year Slytherin's score was so overwhelming it bordered on despair. You could practically fill the scoreboard to the brim. Dumbledore entered the hall wearing a brand new silver robe. Lavish food appeared at once. Eat, my children. Please enjoy this wonderful evening, he said warmly, before sitting down and speaking quietly with Professor McGonagall. Do we really have to say it at a time like this? McGonagall asked seriously. Wouldn't sending letters during the holidays be better? Albus, believe me, she continued. Students will always say they missed the letter over summer. They will always find excuses. This has to be announced while everyone is present, in person. All right, Dumbledore said with a sigh. He swept a pitying gaze across the hall. Many students were happily making plans with friends for the summer, sharing their hopes and schedules for the next 2 months. Happy? They might be crying in a moment. When the plates finally vanished and everyone assumed Dumbledore was about to announce the House Cup winner, he instead said calmly, please be patient. We have some special guests arriving today. They'll be here shortly. Special guests. Before the murmurs could spread, the heavy oak doors swung open. A carefully dressed Cornelius Fudge entered, followed by more than a dozen wizards. As he frequently appeared in newspapers, many students recognized him instantly. Dumbledore stepped forward with a smile. The two men embraced warmly as accompanying reporters snapped photos in rapid succession. Standing below the high table, Dumbledore's voice rang through the hall. "Allow me to introduce our guest. This is our Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge." Fudge wore the affable smile unique to politicians, waving to the four long tables. Today's true protagonist was Tom, but that did not stop Fudge from taking the opportunity to bask in the spotlight before the awards. "I'm very pleased to return to Hogwarts," Fudge said cheerfully, "especially for such an inspiring occasion. Those who accompany me today are all members of the Order of Merlin. Each of them is a pillar of the British wizarding world. We have gathered here to recognize Tom Riddle for his contributions to the wizarding world and to award him the first-class Order of Merlin." In an instant, all attention shifted from Fudge to Tom. Under countless gazes, Tom stepped toward the high table. Solen's role had always been that of a plot catalyst. One purpose was to draw the North American storyline into play. The other was to maintain the curse on the defense against the dark arts position. As long as Voldemort was not truly dead, no one in that role could leave unscathed. There had to be a reason. No need to worry about me discarding female characters. The main cast, and even the original characters I've put real effort into writing, are not getting thrown away. Professor McGonagall doesn't count. Chapter 420, The Light of the Fifth Palace. The Fifth Palace in Tom's mind flared with brilliant light. His mood was excellent. He did not even mind being turned into a prop for Fudge's political show, cooperating smoothly through the long and tedious awards ceremony. The system prompt followed shortly after. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the highest domestic honor medal. Reward, 1,000 achievement points, 5,000 academic credits. This award can be obtained repeatedly. Rewards will be halved each subsequent time. What the hell? This is a repeatable task. Tom's smile, frozen in place for the photo with Fudge, grew even brighter, this time carrying a trace of genuine joy. Even if the reward halved each time, this was still a stable source of achievement points. Although it may be a little early, I still want to say this. After you graduate, come to the Ministry of Magic. The ministry needs talents like you. I do too. After the ceremony, Fudge patted Tom's shoulder, his tone full of appreciation. Tom smiled and nodded. If there's a chance, I'll go to the ministry. Leaving aside what he would actually do there, the idea that Fudge could last until Tom's graduation was already impossible. After Fudge and his entourage left, the students finally began to recover from the shock. Although the newspapers had mentioned before that Tom might receive a first-class Order of Merlin, the long delay had caused most students to gradually forget about it. A 12-year-old first-class Order of Merlin recipient felt like still struggling with basic incantations, only to suddenly find a Nobel Prize winner sitting next to you. How could the gap between people be bigger than the gap between humans and goblins? Dumbledore, however, did not give them much time to digest it. Fudge's long-winded ceremony had eaten up too much time, and there were still many things left to announce. Thank you to Mr. Riddle for bringing unprecedented honor to Hogwarts. He is the youngest recipient in history. For this, I will award 500 points to Slytherin. And the winner of this year's House Cup is obvious. Congratulations to Slytherin, claiming the House Cup for the 8th consecutive year. The matter of Peter Pettigrew had not yet been fully resolved, and Fudge had requested confidentiality to avoid alerting Crouch. So this was the only way Dumbledore could add points for Tom. The students did not react much. With or without the extra 500 points, the outcome would not change. They offered polite applause. Even Slytherin themselves were not particularly excited. They had won too many times already and were long used to it. When the applause died down, Dumbledore's expression grew heavy. There are two pieces of unfortunate news I must inform you of. Professor Wilkinson has resigned from the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts due to personal reasons. I can only respect his decision and wish him lifelong happiness. Additionally, Professor Charity Burbage has resigned from the post of Muggle Studies. She believes she needs to gain a deeper understanding of modern Muggle society. In other words, tomorrow Hogwarts will welcome 2 new professors. Many students wore strange expressions. Professor Burbage seemed to have changed after being sharply confronted by Wilkinson. She had been admitted to St. Mungo's for a period, and after returning, she became noticeably withdrawn. Had the curse of the Defense Against the Dark Arts position spread to other posts? Professor Wilkinson had looked harmless, yet he turned out to be a professor killer, taking 2 down with him. Terrifying. The final announcement will be made by Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore said, yielding the floor. Professor McGonagall stood up without any preamble and went straight to the point. Starting next academic year, Hogwarts will be reforming its examination system. The detailed changes will be announced when the new term begins. Today, I will say only one thing. After the new school year starts, there will be an immediate placement test. The exam scope will cover all content from this academic year. You're joking, right? Does that mean we have to study during the holidays? George jumped up, shouting. Mr. Weasley. McGonagall's severe gaze forced George back into his seat. Do you intend to arrive next term with an empty head and face the more demanding curriculum and the world's most elite student exchange? I love this school deeply, and I believe you do as well. She swept her gaze across the hall. If that is the case, then you must realize that aside from a small number of outstanding students, most of you still have significant shortcomings. 2 precious months should not be wasted. Even during the holidays. Everyone understood the logic, but aside from Hermione, not a single student looked happy. Including Tom. McGonagall had taken his suggestion and pushed it to the extreme. A placement test right at the start of term. Who was this vicious? This was absolutely vicious. Achoo. Snape sneezed at the most inappropriate moment, breaking the silence. Enjoy your holidays, but do not forget your identity as students. That will be all for today. The students filed out dejectedly to pack their things. One group was an exception. The 7th-year graduates. They laughed gleefully, offering silent condolences to the underclassmen for the miserable days ahead. Tom asked Daphne to help deal with the classmates who would surely come to congratulate him. Halfway through, he cast a disillusionment charm and slipped out of the castle. He had no idea what kind of reaction the Merlin talent reward might cause. The Forbidden Forest was safer. Once he reached the unicorn territory, Tom released Usagi to stand guard, preventing magical creatures from disturbing him. Only then did he touch the palace and claim the reward. A golden stream of light shot out from the palace, shifting from intangible to tangible, flowing through his entire body in an instant. Tom shuddered, then quickly returned to normal. In the next moment, the world changed before his eyes. The pitch-black night sky brightened slightly. Looking into the distance, the forest seemed filled with countless clusters of multicolored light. The largest one hovered directly above his head. It was Usagi. Chapter 421, Seeing Magic, and the Price of Eternity. At the same time, Tom also understood exactly what his newly acquired talent was. Merlin's magic perception. The host gains magic perception abilities equal to Merlin's, with the same level of sensitivity. The description was extremely brief. So brief that it left Tom momentarily confused. Magic perception. This counts as a talent. But very quickly, Tom realized just how terrifying this gift truly was. Magic, in the wizarding world, was universally acknowledged as an abstract concept. Yet no one would ever deny its existence. To deny magic was to deny wizards themselves. Very few people could objectively describe what magic actually was. At best, they could only vaguely sense it while casting spells, or when encountering high-density magical constructs. But now, Tom could truly see magic. He could perceive the flow of magic, its movement, and the changes it underwent in motion. Abstract concept. That was just an excuse. A lack of talent, dressed up as philosophy. Only now did he realize he had truly opened his eyes to the world. Tom felt like someone pursuing the ultimate truth of magic, suddenly ripping away layers of translucent veils. The once distant and alluring figure now stood vividly before him, close enough to touch. Diffindo. Tom raised his wand and cast a severing charm at an extremely slow pace. From calm stability, to violent agitation, to the final explosive release of energy, he saw every step with absolute clarity. Hiss. The boy sucked in a sharp breath, personally contributing to global warming. No wonder Merlin was called the god of magic. Everyone else was groping forward in the dark, while he was taking an open-book exam. How could he not be powerful? With this ability, he could not only analyze himself, but also learn by observation, stealing insights from others. More importantly, he could perceive the world itself on a far deeper level. Later, when studying Andros's and Grindelwald's magic, combined with overdrive mode, his progress would be so fast that even he would find it unbelievable. Ha 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 ha. Tom's unrestrained laughter echoed through the forest, startling flocks of birds into the air. He was not usually this arrogant. But this time, he simply could not hold it in. This was far more useful than strengthening raw magical power or enhancing specific spell talents. It was like installing a scanner and analyzer directly into his brain. Whether learning or comprehending, everything would now take half the effort for double the result. Seeing his master so happy, Usagi affectionately leaned in. Thump. Tom was knocked flat onto the ground. Ow, my back. Usagi, you forgot to shrink yourself. Usagi's full form was now over 10 meters long and weighed more than 5 tons. Tom was lucky he had not been crushed outright. You. Realizing it had caused trouble, Usagi quickly shrank down and activated its adorable mode. I didn't even blame you. Why are you acting all wronged? Grumpily rubbing the dragon's head, Tom could not be bothered to get up. He lay there and unlocked the 7th trial. Seventh trial, profit. Seventh trial, profit. Fame alone is not enough. Profit is also required. The host must earn 5 million galleons and become the publicly recognized richest person in the wizarding world. Current progress, 0/5,000,000. Trial reward. 1 golden apple. 1 golden apple tree seed. Golden apple. A wedding gift from the earth goddess Gaia to Hera. Upon consumption, grants eternal life, everlasting youth, and awakens divine power. The golden apple tree seed must be nourished with enormous amounts of magic. Note: the golden apple trial was originally one of Heracles' labors. All forms of shortcuts and cheating are prohibited. All profits must be earned legally and reasonably. Tom shot upright. What does this mean? What do you mean by this, trial palace? Is Tom Riddle the kind of person who relies on loopholes or cheats? This is an insult to his character. But upon seeing the reward, tears nearly slipped from the corners of his mouth. A golden apple. Not only a legendary treasure in Greek mythology, but also a famous artifact in Norse myths. Ignoring the vaguely described divine power, eternal youth, and immortality alone already surpassed every known treasure in the wizarding world. Even Nicholas's Philosopher's Stone was not worthy of comparison. More importantly, this reward included a seed. Self-sufficiency. He would no longer need to beg Nicholas every year. He could eventually turn 1 apple into thousands. In the past, Tom had disdained money. With enough strength, wealth was merely an external thing. People would throw galleons at your door on their own. But now, he suddenly found real motivation to make money. This garbage trial did not even count the tens of thousands of galleons he had already earned through hard work. 5 million. Hogwarts' annual expenses were only 1 or 200,000 galleons. How long would this take? Until the year of the monkey. Does zero-cost acquisition count as legitimate business? Maybe he should try tomorrow. Putting away the unicorns and hugging Usagi, Tom headed back toward the castle, already having several suitable candidates in mind. The next morning, Tom got up early. He was about to head to the headmaster's office to pick up the gargoyle when he saw Malfoy bragging in the common room with his 2 lackeys. His eyes lit up, and he walked over. "Tom, good morning," Malfoy greeted hurriedly, and the 2 followers followed suit. "Morning," Tom said with a smile, extending his hand. "I'm broke, Draco. Lend me some money." When he needed him, it was Draco. When he didn't, it was Malfoy. Malfoy was screaming internally, but his hands moved quickly. Not only did he empty his own pockets, he also squeezed Crabbe and Goyle dry. In the end, he scraped together more than 50 galleons. Tom took the money and put it into his wallet. The progress remained at 0. So this did not count as legitimate labor. Disappointed, Tom walked out of the common room under the puzzled gazes of the 3 boys. Robbery did not work. Then how about a bit of appropriate extortion? Malfoy frowned. "We gave him all our money. Why does Tom look even more unhappy?" The 2 thick-head followers did not answer, only nodding along in agreement. So angry was Malfoy that he stormed back to his dormitory. Chapter 422, Chapter 422, 3,000 galleons and a perfect accomplice. Knock knock knock. After retrieving the gargoyle from the entrance of the headmaster's office and personally witnessing Dumbledore conjure a shabby wooden door to block the passage, Tom took advantage of the remaining time and hurried off to harass Snape. With the Marauder's map, he intercepted him precisely in the courtyard garden. "Riddle, what do you want this time?" Snape took 2 guarded steps back. He was genuinely afraid of Tom now. Every time Tom actively sought him out, there was a 90% chance it meant trouble, and the remaining 10% was good news that somehow still managed to disgust him. Either way, it never ended well. Snape frantically stacked defensive charms on himself. "It's the holidays. I'm not obligated to answer your questions. I've already given you the potions you wanted. Now leave. If you miss the train, how are you supposed to get home? See you next term." Tom did not care in the slightest about Snape's cold resistance. He took 2 quick steps forward, cutting off Snape's retreat, his expression warm and friendly. "Severus, since it's the holidays, let's talk as friends." Snape twitched. This brat really knew how to push boundaries. "Are you satisfied?" Before Snape could think of a way to drive him off, Tom asked a question straight to the point. "Satisfied with what?" Snape frowned. Tom stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Peter Pettigrew will soon be sent to Azkaban. Do you think that's a just punishment? He's an animagus, and he knows advanced dark magic taught by Voldemort himself. Can you guarantee he won't escape?" Snape's face hardened, hatred flashing in his eyes, but he kept his composure. "What are you suggesting? Cutting the weeds at the root? Pettigrew is under ministry custody." What exactly can I do? Lily. Tom sighed softly. Thinking about how Harry's mother died at Voldemort's hands, and yet no one avenged her, it really breaks my heart. I heard from Professor McGonagall that Lily was her favorite student. Gentle. Kind. Just like my Hermione. Enough. A furious roar cut him off. Snape's face flushed red, muscles twitching as he ground out each word. Riddle. What do you want? Professor, I'm just offering you a chance to take revenge with your own hands. To finally release the hatred you've carried all these years. Tom's smile was dazzling. After Pettigrew is sentenced, when the Ministry transfers him to Azkaban. You even have the perfect scapegoats. Those Death Eaters still at large will hate him to the bone. After all, he's the one responsible for Voldemort's downfall. The only thing missing. Tom paused. Is strength. He pulled out a copy of WhatsApp and shoved it into Snape's chest. Ordinary criminals are escorted by a full Auror squad. But Pettigrew is different. He's a major offender. At least 2 squads, possibly even Dementors. Facing that alone would already be difficult for you. If you also can't expose your identity, your success rate drops sharply. There's even the risk of Pettigrew escaping in the chaos. So, you need a partner. Snape narrowed his eyes. And that partner is you. Tom spread his hands and countered calmly. Looking at all of Britain, no, the entire world. Can you find a better candidate than me? Snape did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, thinking. Tom was right. Going alone was too risky. And Snape's greatest flaw was that he had no friends. Finding someone strong enough, trustworthy enough, and willing was practically impossible. The best option really was Riddle. Not because they were close. But because this kid was rotten to the core. Snape knew it well. Riddle was indifferent to most things unless there was something to gain. So what did he want this time? What do you want? Snape finally asked, looking up. You've gone to all this trouble to push me into killing Pettigrew. What do you want from me? Tom smiled faintly. Relax, Professor. I just want to earn some pocket money. Just a tiny bit of galleons. Galleons. Snape stared at him as if he'd heard a joke. You. Short on money. Did the Greengrasses go bankrupt? Now it was Tom's turn to darken. Professor, I'm not living off anyone. You have a serious misunderstanding about me. You're not living off anyone. Snape's mouth twitched. He admitted Tom was capable and would do fine on his own, but that had nothing to do with whether he was living lavishly or not. Even Snape knew that the Greengrass sisters bought Tom things every other day. And Granger too. From head to toe, there probably wasn't a single thing Tom wore that he'd bought himself. Fine. Afraid Tom would change his mind, Snape quickly agreed. How much? A mere 30,000 galleons. Snape nearly jumped. Riddle, why don't you just rob a bank? Robbery's too troublesome, Tom grinned. Professor, isn't the chance to avenge Lily Evans worth 30,000 galleons? Tom was not asking for more because he knew Snape was not poor, but he was not rich either. What he lacked was money, not the ability to make it. With the trial approaching during the summer, 30,000 galleons was just about Snape's limit in the short term. Any more and there would be nothing left to squeeze. You're ruthless, Riddle, Snape snarled, but clearly agreed. Even knowing Tom was using Lily as an excuse for extortion, he still could not refuse. As long as Pettigrew died, he would accept the cut. Tom pointed at WhatsApp. The instructions are inside. Contact me anytime you need me. With that, Tom released Rayquaza, jumped onto its back, and flew toward Hogsmeade Station. The train let out a low hum and departed on schedule. As usual, Tom occupied a compartment with Daphne and the others. This time, Ginny also brought Luna along. Inside the compartment, the girls chatted and laughed freely, topics bouncing endlessly. Tom stared out the window, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Around noon, seeing him still spaced out, Daphne finally could not help asking. Me. Tom snapped back. Nothing much. Just set myself a goal and I'm figuring out how to achieve it. What goal? Hermione asked casually, chewing on scrambled eggs. How to make 5 million galleons as fast as possible. Chapter 423, 5 million galleons. Ginny sprayed the milk out of her mouth, thankfully straight at the floor. What did you say? The others stared at Tom in shock. In English, million was already a unit jump, so no one thought they'd misheard. But, 5 million, tied to galleons. Was that even a thing? Tom, do you have a fever? Hermione reached out to touch his forehead. 5 million galleons is 25 million pounds. The wizarding economy isn't even that developed. I honestly doubt Britain has that many galleons in circulation. It does, Daphne nodded seriously, her little head bobbing. Britain has that much money. Hermione paused. Fair enough. Those pureblood tycoons had been around for hundreds, even thousands of years. They probably hoarded galleons like dragons. But that's still not money one person can earn, right? Well, it's not impossible. Tom's eyes lit up. Daphne, you've got an idea. The little witch's cheeks flushed red. Half her body leaned against Tom's shoulder, her soft lips close to his ear as she whispered, well, if the two of us got engaged, wouldn't the Greengrass fortune be yours? Oh, right, we'd have to subtract Astoria's half. But even half of it would definitely be 5 million galleons. That'd be super easy, wouldn't it? Tom froze. Was she a genius? Or was he the genius, born with the natural talent to live off someone else? Hermione and the others were just as stunned. Daphne had tried hard to lower her voice, but the compartment was only so big, and everyone's attention was already on them. They'd heard enough. Aside from Luna, the rest all looked at Daphne with eyes full of betrayal. So that's how it is, Daphne with the thick eyebrows and honest face. You were planning to sneak ahead of everyone. Even Astoria was angry now, her cheeks puffed out. Why should her half be subtracted? She could help Tom too. I'm talking about making money, not. Tom struggled to find the right word. It's too early to talk about that. Be good, eat your lunch. I'll think some more. Daphne looked thoroughly displeased, but seeing Tom drift back into thought, she didn't dare disturb him. She could only vent her frustration on the food. Such a perfect chance. Failed again. When would she finally manage to kidnap Tom and drag him home for good? Ding. The sudden system prompt snapped Tom out of his thoughts. Summary complete. Please review your academic year evaluation and claim your rewards. With a thought, Tom opened the details. Congratulations to the host for completing a fulfilling second year. During this year, you fearlessly confronted authority to eliminate harmful elements within the teaching staff, fully demonstrated your academic abilities, sparked a re-evaluation of pureblood standards across the wizarding world, and led Slytherin to claim the House Cup with unprecedented points. Chain mission, Hogwarts greatest student in history, stage 2 completed. Completion rating, perfect, record-breaking house point increase. Rewards, 1,000 achievement points, 5,000 house points, 1 legendary lottery draw. Yes. Tom clenched his fist internally. He knew breaking records would come with benefits. Not only did he get another 1,000 achievement points, he also scored a legendary draw. Host, Tom Riddle. Identity, Hogwarts, prospective, third-year student. Credits, 11. Achievement points, 4. Unclaimed rewards, 1 legendary lottery draw. Seeing that he was only a little over 200 points short of 5,000, Tom's head nearly exploded. A year and a half of grinding, and he was still 200 short. No. During the summer, he had to publish more papers. No matter what, he was summoning his first immortal legendary professor. The long whistle echoed through platform 9 3/4 as the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled in under the eager gazes of waiting parents. Students rushed toward their long-missed families, warm scenes unfolding all over the platform. Remember to message me, Ginny said, pointing at WhatsApp, before pulling Luna along toward that unmistakable sea of red hair. Mum. The girl threw herself into Mrs. Weasley's arms. My darling. Molly stroked her hair lovingly, then asked, was that the boy you were just talking to? Riddle. That's right. That was Tom. What a good child. Handsome, kind, and well-mannered. Molly did not hold back on her praise, leaving the rest of the Weasleys dumbfounded. Percy clearly remembered Molly writing to him earlier, telling him to stop Tom and Ginny from getting close. Now her attitude had done a complete turn. He blurted out in disbelief, Mum, didn't you say? Percy, that's enough. Molly cut him off. I looked into it later. Riddle is a good child. He even received a first-class Order of Merlin. Such an incredible achievement, isn't it? Being friends with such an outstanding boy will only make Ginny better. Don't interfere in your sister's affairs anymore. Ginny pulled faces smugly at her brothers. Why had Molly changed so drastically? Because Ginny had come clean. She told Molly everything about the diary and Voldemort, emphasizing Tom's role in it all. Certain details were naturally omitted. Molly had been terrified after reading it. Gratitude toward Tom came naturally. 6 sons and 1 daughter. Ginny's favored status in the Weasley household went without saying. Tom was practically their family's savior. What was wrong with getting closer to their savior? Absolutely nothing. Of course, for Ginny's privacy, Molly would not reveal the truth to George and the others, leaving them to remain confused. On the other side of the platform, Tom quickened his pace and precisely intercepted Malfoy. "Mr. Lucius. Long time no see. Riddle. Mr. Riddle." Lucius Malfoy forced a smile, subtly positioning his wife and son behind him. Even after all this time, he still couldn't forget the indifferent look Tom had once given him. "Care to set aside some time tomorrow for a chat?" Tom smiled, as if he hadn't noticed Lucius's small movements, his voice lowering slightly. "Let's talk about the diary." Lucius felt as though he'd plunged into an icy abyss. He nodded mechanically. Chapter 424, The Price of a Diary. The first day of a perfect holiday. A small cafe in Diagon Alley had been booked out entirely by Lucius Malfoy, specifically to receive Tom. Why here? Lucius absolutely did not dare give Tom the address of Malfoy Manor. That would be no different from handing over his own weakness. He came alone, without Narcissa or Draco. Sitting restlessly at the table, Lucius kept running through possible responses in his head. The moment Tom mentioned the diary yesterday, he knew he was exposed. But how much did Dumbledore know? And what exactly was Tom's purpose in deliberately arranging this meeting? Just as Lucius was still thinking, the bell above the door rang crisply. The door opened, and Tom walked in. Lucius rose instinctively. Only after Tom sat down opposite him did he realize how low his posture had been. He quickly forced himself to appear calm and gave a stiff nod. "Mr. Riddle." The moment their eyes met, Lucius felt a surge of guilt and lowered his gaze again. Those eyes seemed able to see through everything. There was no hostility in them, yet they still made him instinctively fearful. This kid is seriously weird. Lucius cursed inwardly. For Tom, Hogwarts was more like a seal. The relaxed, cheerful atmosphere, surrounded by foolishly adorable students, softened his temperament considerably. But once he stepped outside the school, it was as if the seal had been lifted. He no longer needed to hide or suppress anything. Overwhelming strength and an endless stream of hidden cards silently amplified his presence. Merlin's magic perception made anyone who met his gaze feel as though they had nowhere to hide. "Mr. Malfoy, let's keep this brief. I have other matters to attend to." Tom glanced at the watch on his wrist and spoke casually. "The diary that once belonged to Voldemort is now in Dumbledore's hands. He's been studying it for quite some time. And Ginny Weasley has already confessed everything. Honestly, Mr. Malfoy, what you did was far too crude. I can't believe you thought it was a good idea to act personally." "Don't make baseless accusations," Lucius snapped stiffly. "I have no idea what diary you're talking about, or who Ginny Weasley is. What does that impoverished family have to do with me? Playing dumb won't solve anything." Tom's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. In an instant, the noise of the street outside seemed to be muted, unable to penetrate the cafe at all. "You can make as many excuses as you want here. It won't matter. If Dumbledore says it was you, then it was you. Understood?" It felt as if someone had clamped a hand around Lucius's throat. He couldn't force out a single word. His long-held aristocratic pride finally collapsed, and he could only say weakly, "Mr. Riddle. State your terms. If you were truly on Dumbledore's side, there'd be no need to meet me in private. Since you chose to speak with me, that proves you want something too. And that you're not the same as Dumbledore. Worthy of being the textbook fence-sitter." Lucius Malfoy was terrified, but survival sharpened his mind. Dealing with smart people really does save time and effort. Tom smiled faintly. "To be honest, Dumbledore doesn't intend to kill you either. You know him. He always operates within the rules. At most, he'll drag you into endless trouble and leave you overwhelmed." Lucius nodded and sneered. "That's exactly why we feel safe around Dumbledore. We dislike him, but we're not afraid of him. Not like you." He added that silently. "Before leaving school, I spoke with Dumbledore." Tom leaned forward slightly. "Hand over your seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and this matter ends here." "The board seat?" Lucius hissed. "Riddle, that's asking too much. Being a school governor didn't earn him a single canute. In fact, it cost him a great deal each year. But it was a symbol of status and legacy, a badge of honor he flaunted among pureblood families." Tom had expected this reaction. People never turned back until they hit a wall. "If you hand it to me, you can at least keep some dignity. If not, Dumbledore can contact the other 11 governors and force you out of the board." "How dare he?" Lucius slammed the table and stood up. "Blame yourself for giving Dumbledore that opportunity. Calm down, Mr. Malfoy." Tom pressed down lightly with one hand. Lucius's face went pale as he collapsed back into his chair. "Our discussion isn't over yet. Losing your temper now would be premature. Lucius thought Tom was about to switch from persuasion to force. Panicking, he hurriedly explained. I need time to think, Riddle. I can't make such a decision based on your word alone. Tomorrow. I'll give you an answer tomorrow, all right. That's fine. Tom nodded slightly and took a sip of coffee. Then let's talk about the diary. Lucius felt Tom's appetite was outrageous. One board seat isn't enough. What more do you want? Tom smiled, pity in his eyes. Mr. Malfoy, you don't understand how much trouble you've brought upon yourself. What we discussed just now only dealt with Dumbledore's anger. But what about Voldemort? At the name, Lucius's body trembled. What do you mean? Tom finished his coffee in one gulp. Go back and look it up. With the Malfoy family's foundation, there should be records about Horcruxes. Once you've read them, you'll understand why I'm saying this. With that, Tom turned and left the cafe. The noise of the outside world flooded back into Lucius's ears. He sat there in a daze for a long time before finally coming to his senses. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he rushed home and dove straight into the family library, frantically searching through records. Riddle kid, this place really is better than anywhere else. Sunlight filled the garden as Tom returned to the Riddle estate. The gargoyle noticed him and sighed with satisfaction. Chapter 425, Sunlight, Stone, and a Lich's Notebook. I've almost forgotten what sunlight feels like, the gargoyle sighed contentedly. In the castle, all I ever do is stare at candle flames. Tom chuckled and patted its head. If you like it, get some more sun. I'll have Para come later to wax you properly and give you a full maintenance. No. The gargoyle shook its head vigorously. How could a lowly house elf touch my noble body? If anyone's waxing me, it has to be you. I don't have time for that, Tom refused immediately, then smoothly changed his tone. But if you help me with a small favor, I might reluctantly give you a proper polish. The gargoyle eyed him sideways. You Slytherins are all full of schemes. Fine, what do you want? I'm just a statue, don't expect miracles. It's simple, Tom said with a grin. You just need to act as a sparring partner for Hermione and the others. You're thick-skinned anyway, getting hit a few times won't hurt. If you agree, I guarantee you'll return to Hogwarts shiny and glossy. Hearing that it was such a trivial matter, the gargoyle relaxed and agreed readily. No problem. Let those little girls hit me however they want. Great. Keep sunbathing, then. I'll go let them know. Oh, and you still have to guard the door at night. Old job. No problem at all. At lunchtime, Tom explained the arrangement with the gargoyle. Daphne and Astoria did not care much, but Hermione was clearly delighted. Looking at Daphne, who seemed carefree and only interested in eating and having fun, Tom sighed helplessly. Don't say I didn't warn you. There's still an exam when school starts. No matter how lazy you are, you must study at least half an hour every day. What can you even learn in half an hour? Hermione frowned, feeling Tom's standards for Daphne were far too low. For her, it's enough. As long as she doesn't regress. Tom had never intended for Daphne to become especially strong. As long as she stayed around an average to slightly above average level, that was enough. She had already taken so many strengthening potions that they barely worked anymore. Her life essence had been raised significantly. With half, or even less, of the effort others needed, she could keep up just fine. Hee, Tom treats me best, Daphne said smugly, raising her chin at Hermione. It was so childish that Hermione could only laugh, not get angry. Still, she felt a bit envious. Unfortunately, she was not the type who liked acting cute or relying on others. She preferred to be strong on her own. During the afternoon break, Daphne and the other two went to nap. Tom headed down to the deepest room in the basement. This was his laboratory, and also the safest, most isolated room in the entire house. Thick iron plates lined the walls, layered with countless protective enchantments. No outside disturbance could reach in, and nothing inside could leak out. A battered book with a purple cover suddenly appeared in Tom's hands. Even without opening it, the surrounding space seemed to warp slightly. The book at the center of that distortion radiated a strange allure, causing pain and fascination in equal measure, drawing one toward madness. This was not just a book. It was a terrifying magical tome. Kel'Thuzad's Notes, Volume 1. When Tom drew this book from the legendary lottery the previous night, he had been completely stunned. The infamous Kel'Thuzad was someone he knew all too well. In Warcraft, he was second only to the Lich King among Liches. Originally a human and a member of the Kirin Tor's Council of Six, he stood near the pinnacle of human mages before being tempted by the first Lich King, Nazul, to transform himself into a Lich. From that moment on, he dedicated himself to wreaking havoc across the world. His superiors died one after another, yet he remained active. The Scourge, summoning the Burning Legion, invading the Shadowlands. He was everywhere. A true model worker among villains, active from the level 60 era all the way to the Sanctum of Domination. Even though this was only the first half of his notes, it fully deserved the status of a legendary reward. If it were the complete version, it would undoubtedly be an even higher tier. But still. With that aesthetic, shouldn't the reward have been Mediva's book instead? He had no interest in unleashing an undead apocalypse. Yet having drawn it, not studying it would be an unforgivable waste. The notebook had already been completely tamed by the system. All its whispers, temptations, and negative effects were neutralized, which was why Tom dared to open it. After skimming through it, he realized things were not as bad as he had imagined. Though called a Lich's notes, it also contained Kel'Thuzad's insights and experimental records from his time as a human. Some were useless in this world. Others could be adapted through magical simulation. The most useful parts for Tom were Kel'Thuzad's understanding of frost magic, mental magic, and a vast number of biological experiment records. Compared to Slytherin's rather meager experiments, Kel'Thuzad's documentation was immensely rich. Originally, Tom planned to study it in the learning space, but the system informed him that the space's level was too low to simulate the mental guidance embedded in the notes. Ironically, studying it in the real world was faster. That did not trouble Tom. He split off part of his mind into the meditation room to benefit from its bonuses, still boosting efficiency considerably. While Tom was calmly studying knowledge that could make the world tremble, Lucius Malfoy had returned to his manor. Ignoring his wife's and son's questions, he went straight into the library to search for information on Horcruxes. Night fell. After turning down dinner for the third time and telling Narcissa he would not be coming out, Lucius finally found what he was looking for. In a notebook written by a Malfoy ancestor in the 15th century, he found descriptions of Horcruxes, their functions, and the atrocities committed by one Horcrux creator. There was no method of creation. The more he read, the paler Lucius's face became. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Snap. Lucius slammed the book shut and collapsed onto the floor. This time, Tom Riddle had utterly ruined him. Both of them had. Completely. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, The Secret of Immortality. Lucius knew his former master all too well. The Dark Lord appeared generous and magnanimous, sharing glory and power with his followers. During that era, the Death Eaters had become a name that struck fear into the wizarding world, running rampant and acting without restraint. But in truth, the Dark Lord was an extremely selfish man. In many matters, he went to great lengths to assert his own supremacy and uniqueness. After reading the records about Horcruxes, Lucius was certain he had touched upon the Dark Lord's ultimate secret. No wonder the Dark Lord so often claimed he had conquered death, that he had gone further down the path of immortality than anyone else. Now it all made sense. And the more you knew, the faster you died. He had handed one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes to Dumbledore. What kind of suicidal lunatic makes a move like that? The Dark Lord was surely still alive somewhere. When he eventually returned and discovered what Lucius had done, the punishment would be unimaginable. That alone was not the worst part. After all, Lucius had acted unknowingly. The real disaster was that he now understood what a Horcrux was. The Dark Lord was not the sort of master who respected privacy. Using legilimency on his subordinates was common practice. How do you silence someone who knows your deepest secret forever? Lucius would wager every last galleon of the Malfoy fortune that, in the Dark Lord's mind, there was only one answer. Eliminate the problem. That was why Lucius felt utterly trapped by Tom. The moment he heard the word Horcrux, his life had slipped out of his own hands. What do I do? What do I do? Lucius paced frantically. He could not think of a perfect solution. He was too weak. In front of the Dark Lord, he had no ability to resist. If he died, what would become of Narcissa and Draco? A widow and a child in the pureblood world would be devoured without mercy. Father. Tom sent you a letter. Draco's voice rang out from beyond the library. Like a drowning man grabbing the last piece of driftwood, Lucius rushed out. Bloom of Frost. On the outskirts of London, in the Royal Botanical Gardens, Tom stood holding a bud of ice. As the frost-laden flower began to bloom, the temperature within several kilometers plummeted sharply. In less than 20 seconds, frost coated once lush green leaves. When the blossom reached halfway open, Tom suddenly closed his palm. Shards of blue ice drifted from between his fingers, refracting rainbow hues in the sunlight. The falling temperature stabilized. Inside the learning space, two old men and Ariana watched Tom's little performance. Andrus did not hesitate in his praise. Tom, if you unleash that spell at full power, this entire forest would freeze solid and shatter into dust. Absurd. Completely absurd, Grindelwald muttered, his mismatched eyes gleaming with confusion. He didn't even draw upon the astral energies you mentioned. He did all of that with his own magic alone. If it were Albus, I could understand, but... Stop bringing up Albus, Ariana cut him off bluntly. I don't believe Albus is as strong as Tom. Tom didn't even use a wand just now. Could my brother do that? Well, wizards using wands is perfectly natural, Grindelwald protested weakly. If anyone else had belittled Dumbledore like that, he would have unleashed fiend fire without hesitation. But this was Ariana speaking. Still, Grindelwald knew the truth. Even with a wand, a wizard of their level would need total concentration to achieve similar results. Tom had done it effortlessly, as if lifting a feather. I often forget to carry my wand. It doesn't affect me much, Andrus added casually, backing Ariana up. You're a freak. Don't use exceptions as examples. How many people in the world are like you? As the three bickered, Tom smiled faintly. The dramatic increase in his frost magic was not the result of sudden enlightenment. It was simply because, following Kel'Thuzad's notes, he had engraved within his body a magical circuit specifically optimized for frost magic, known as the Frost King's Crown. When his magic flowed through the circuit, it functioned like a turbocharger, massively amplifying frost spells. The circuit was only roughly completed. Many details still required refinement. Once perfected, its power would undoubtedly rise further. Unfortunately, this method was unusable by anyone else. Without Merlin's magic perception, even Tom would not be able to clearly sense the flow of magic and perform such precise manipulation. Which meant that, for now, the only person in the world qualified to master this was Tom Riddle. He wondered, if he faced Dumbledore now, whether his frost magic alone could withstand the old man's might. Returning home from the forest, Tom waited until Ariana was absent before handing over part of his experimental summaries to Grindelwald. After only a glance, Grindelwald's expression changed. Tom, who exactly wrote these notes? Was it Herpo the Foul? No, Tom shook his head, offering no further explanation. Verify them as soon as possible. Let me know if there are issues. I understand. After agreeing, Grindelwald could not help asking, almost resentfully, can't I see the original? He knew Tom's sudden leap in ability over the past 2 days was entirely due to a magical notebook he had obtained. When you become a figure as great as the 4 founders, I'll show it to you. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Without the system's protection, even the king of the century would be affected by the magic embedded in the notes. Placed in this world, Kel'Thuzad as a true lich would likely surpass even the founders and Merlin in raw magical might. Chapter 427, The Day of Judgment. Tom had once considered using the notebook as a weapon. In the end, he abandoned the idea. If it created a puppet controlled by the notebook's will, the resulting disaster would be far worse than Grindelwald and Voldemort combined. Tom spoke with unusual seriousness, and Grindelwald finally extinguished that lingering curiosity. He let out a dry laugh. This is the first time in my life I've felt weak. You're not weak, Tom replied calmly. It's just that the owner of this notebook was far too powerful. And far too evil. Before the conversation could continue, a burst of flames flared in midair in the living room. Fawkes emerged from the fire in a flash of scarlet and gold. Dumbledore's letter. Tom untied the parchment from Fawkes' leg and opened it casually. Since you're here, stay a few days. I'll be heading to North America soon. Newt had written to him. He was currently in the East and would soon be returning with the Qilin. It would not be long before Tom himself set foot in New York. Fawkes chirped cheerfully and nuzzled Tom's cheek. No problem. I'll be back after delivering the message. Tom read the letter quickly. Dumbledore was inviting him to attend a hearing 3 days from now. The cases of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew were to be retried. Tom felt no interest whatsoever. He simply had Fawkes carry back a polite refusal. Spending that time shopping with Daphne sounded far more appealing. Tom did not care what happened to Sirius. But Harry spent each day in restless anticipation. Whenever Hedwig brought back a newspaper, he would devour it immediately, searching desperately for news of when his godfather would be freed. There was nothing. Until one morning. Snape rang the doorbell of Privet Drive, his expression as blank as ever. You. Petunia opened the door. At first she frowned in confusion, but as she looked closer at the black robes and pale face, recognition dawned. Her old neighbor. Her sister's classmate. What is it, dear? Vernon lumbered over at Petunia's shriek. Who are you? Why are you at my house? We don't welcome your kind here. The sight of wizarding robes sent him into blustering outrage, though he did not dare step closer. It was all that boy's fault. If not for him, their respectable family would never have had dealings with freaks. Snape remained utterly unmoved by their hostility. I am not here for you, he said evenly. Please call Harry Potter. No. Vernon exploded like an enraged boar. That old man promised me. During the holidays, the boy is under our discipline. I will not allow him to bring your unsavory sort into my house. Snape. Harry had crept out from his cupboard, drawn by the commotion. The sight of his potions professor on the doorstep stunned him. Impertinent. Snape snapped instantly, as if by instinct. Even during the holidays, I am your professor. How does a student greet a professor? Harry swallowed his irritation. Sorry, professor. I was just surprised to see you. No matter what, Snape was the first wizard he had seen all summer. And perhaps he carried the news Harry had been longing for. I am taking Potter to attend to a matter. Seeing Harry's compliance, Snape's tone softened slightly as he addressed the Dursleys. Vernon bristled again. I said no. He is not to have contact with any of you people during the holidays. Whatever it is can wait until term starts. Snape ignored him entirely. Instead, he looked at Petunia with a complicated expression. Evans. One of the people responsible for your sister's death has been captured. I am taking Potter to witness his trial. Do you truly intend to stop me? One of Lily's killers. Petunia whispered, eyes widening. But I thought he was already. Her gaze shifted involuntarily to Harry, to the lightning scar on his forehead. Harry suddenly realized his aunt understood far more about the magical world than he had assumed. She was betrayed, Snape continued quietly. And the betrayer has been caught. Who? Peter Pettigrew. Petunia's mind flashed back to a wedding years ago. Though it had ended badly, she remembered Lily's friends. Especially the short, unpleasant men whose appearance had been disturbingly unforgettable. He always looked like a bad sort. Petunia breathed, her eyes reddening as she turned to Vernon. Vernon wrapped an arm around her stiffly. I understand, dear. He glared at Harry. Go, then. But if you're not back by midnight, don't bother coming home today. Harry nodded so vigorously it hurt. His heart had already flown to the ministry. Professor, how are we getting there? Do not ask meaningless questions. Just follow me. As they walked, Harry hesitated. You seem to know my aunt. Snape nodded without hesitation. I grew up next door to the Evans family. Your aunt once wrote to Dumbledore, asking to attend Hogwarts. She was politely declined. From that day on, she despised magic. Harry stared, stunned. He had never imagined Petunia had once longed to be part of his world. After that brief explanation, Snape fell silent. They took a bus. Then the underground. Finally, they arrived in a quiet alley in central London. Under Harry's puzzled gaze, Snape led him toward a battered red telephone box that looked long abandoned. Chapter 428, Into the Ministry. Harry had never imagined that entering the Ministry of Magic would be done in such a ridiculous way. After Snape dialed a sequence of numbers, a cold female voice echoed inside the telephone box. Following a brief interrogation, 2 silver visitor badges clattered out of the slot. Once they pinned them on, the telephone box shuddered and began to descend like a lift. Down they went, deeper and deeper, until at last the doors opened into a dazzling golden hall. The dark blue wooden floor gleamed beneath a peacock blue ceiling. Golden symbols drifted lazily through the air. Along the walls stood rows of fireplaces, wizards stepping in and out of green flames in a constant stream. Harry immediately remembered how he had once tumbled into Knockturn Alley the previous summer. Stay close, Snape said curtly as he moved forward into the crowd. If you get lost, I will not retrieve you from security. Harry hurried after him. They passed a grand fountain. At its base shimmered heaps of silver sickles and bronze nuts. A plaque beside it read that all proceeds from the fountain supported St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. If Sirius were freed and Peter Pettigrew locked away for life, Harry decided he would toss 10 galleons into it himself. 2 visitors. Invited to observe the proceedings in courtroom 6. Snape placed a parchment on the desk before a young wizard seated there. Wands, please. Merlin's beard. Harry Potter. The man had looked bored moments earlier. Now his eyes bulged as he stared at the name on the parchment. His gaze snapped upward and locked onto Harry. You're Harry Potter. I am, Harry replied, startled by the sudden change. The wizard seized his hand enthusiastically, pumping it up and down. The boy who lived. I grew up hearing about you. Could I get your autograph? Harry blinked. Did this man realize their respective ages? He looked well into his 20s. But in fairness, 11 years ago the wizard had likely been a student. Harry's name had shaken the entire magical world. The excited shout had drawn attention. Within seconds, the registration area turned into a Harry Potter fan gathering. Wizards and witches crowded around him. Some wanted autographs, some photographs. Others merely wanted to brush against him, perhaps hoping to borrow a bit of his luck. Harry shot a desperate look at Snape. Snape stood off to the side, arms folded, watching coldly. Only when the time grew short did he push through the crowd, seize Harry by the arm, and drag him free. The trial is about to begin. Do not waste our time. Yes, Professor Snape, the registration wizard said nervously under Snape's glare, fumbling to begin wand checks. Years ago, Snape had been his professor as well. Old fear resurfaced instantly. Harry hurried through security and officially entered the ministry. Before he could breathe properly, Snape's voice sliced into him again. Potter, do you enjoy being adored so much? At Hogwarts they are accustomed to your mediocrity. Perhaps you prefer the outside world. My apologies, did I interrupt your moment? Not at all, Professor, Harry replied with a polite smile. They're simply happy you know who is gone. Though it's impressive you remain so memorable among students. When Harry was in form, he could match Snape's sarcasm blow for blow. Snape shot him a venomous look. It was the holidays, however. Most of his usual punishments were unavailable. He silently added the insult to a growing ledger of future grievances. They traded barbs until they reached the courtroom level. The air there was damp and cold. Harry's bravado faded. A nervous silence settled over him. Snape pushed open a heavy black door. The courtroom was tiered like a theater. The entrance was at the very top. Benches descended in steps toward the center. Many seats were already filled, especially the first 3 rows. Cameras gleamed in eager hands. Are there really this many newspapers in Britain? Harry muttered. Aside from the Daily Prophet, Which Weekly, and a few others, he had no idea. Many were invited from abroad, Snape murmured without moving his lips. Fudge wants attention. They took seats midway down in a less crowded section. I will be called as a witness, Snape said quietly. No matter what you hear, keep your mouth shut. Harry opened his mouth to object. Snape's gaze turned lethal. That message is from Dumbledore. Personally, I would prefer Black remain in Azkaban forever. If you feel the same, by all means, speak freely. I understand, Harry muttered, shrinking slightly. He did not fully grasp the dangers of courtrooms. He did not know how far people might go to twist testimony or provoke reactions. After about 10 minutes, the chamber fell silent. A side door opened below. A group of officials entered. At the front walked Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Beside him strode a stern gray-haired woman and a broad-shouldered man with a mane of hair like a lion. Behind them followed more than a dozen witches and wizards in deep purple robes, older, dignified, carrying an air of authority. Harry watched as the gray-haired woman took the central seat of the panel. Fudge and the lion-like man sat on either side of her. The others filled the rows closest to where the accused would stand. The trial was about to begin. Chapter 429, Verdict. Order. The woman struck her gavel sharply. The murmuring died at once. Her commanding voice rang through the courtroom. Today we reopen the Benjamin Street explosion case, as well as the charge of Death Eater affiliation against Sirius Black. Presiding Judge, Director of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones. Reviewing Officials, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, Head of the Aura Office Rufus Scrimgeour. Court Recorder, Wolf Wiblin. Jury, the Wisengamot. Bring in Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Harry leaned forward, eyes fixed on the side door. It swung open. A low hum of whispers spread across the chamber as several Aurors escorted the prisoners in. Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black were seated separately under heavy guard. Pettigrew looked far more haggard than before. A fresh, blood-red bite mark marred his face. Harry barely glanced at him. All his attention locked onto the gaunt, yellowed figure nearby. Sirius Black. Harry's godfather. Sirius was so thin he looked as though a stiff breeze might snap him in half. His filthy, matted hair hung in tangled ropes, obscuring most of his face. Yet Harry could see his chest heaving violently as he hurled furious curses at Pettigrew. Every foul word echoed across the courtroom. Order. Bones slammed the gavel again. An Auror pointed a wand at Sirius before he finally fell silent, though his eyes still burned with hatred. Call the witness Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore rose from the jury section with a gentle smile and stepped down. He paused beside Sirius, placing a steady hand on his shoulder. That simple gesture was enough. Sirius's eyes reddened. He bowed his head and began to weep quietly. Dumbledore did not offer comforting words. He knew what Sirius needed. Instead, he began to recount the truth in a calm, unwavering voice. The betrayal of James and Lily Potter. The secret passing of information to the Dark Lord. The explosion that destroyed half a street, the severed finger left behind. The fake death. 11 years spent hiding as a rat in the Weasley household. Gasps rippled through the chamber as revelation followed revelation. Snape was called to testify. Dumbledore even produced the Marauder's map, borrowed from Tom at the cost of letting the boy borrow Fawkes for a time. The map revealed how Pettigrew had been exposed. Once Dumbledore finished, questioning began. Harry finally understood Snape's earlier warning. The interrogations were ruthless. Many questions were clearly designed to reassert Sirius's guilt. They attacked his decade-long silence, his escape, his failure to present evidence earlier. Two figures stood out. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, and an elderly wizard on the Wizengamot, Barty Crouch. They pressed hardest. Their voices sharp. Their arguments relentless. More than once Harry nearly leapt to his feet. Snape's stare pinned him in place. What silenced even Scrimgeour and Crouch was Pettigrew himself. He confessed. Calmly. Not only did he admit to betraying the Potters, he added details Dumbledore had not mentioned, including his role in revealing the Longbottom's whereabouts. Pettigrew had thought it through. Even if he escaped Azkaban, the world outside was far from safe. Death Eaters, furious at losing their former glory because of him, would tear him apart. Better to survive in prison. Lie low. Escape later, perhaps to another country under a false name. But now, with the confession clear and uncoaxed, even Crouch's demand for spell verification changed nothing. Pettigrew was not under enchantment. Those in favor of declaring Black not guilty and placing full responsibility upon Peter Pettigrew, raise your hands, Bones declared. Hands shot up. Fudge lifted his with theatrical enthusiasm, casting a smug glance at Crouch. More than 80% were in favor. Bang. The gavel struck. Sirius Black is hereby declared innocent and released. Peter Pettigrew will be transported to Azkaban tomorrow to serve a life sentence. Applause thundered through the chamber. Dumbledore clapped gently. As the Aurors removed Sirius's shackles, he threw himself into Dumbledore's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Under the cover of his cries, only Dumbledore heard his whispered plea. Let me kill him. Let me kill him. Calm yourself, Sirius, Dumbledore murmured, gripping his shoulders firmly. Peter has received justice. Death is not the worst punishment. The Dementors will ensure he understands that. Sirius's trembling gradually subsided. Yet not everyone shared the celebratory mood. Snape watched coldly as Pettigrew was led away. There was no regret in Pettigrew's eyes. No fury. Only the resignation of a gambler who had lost and accepted it. Snape stepped slightly aside from Harry and pulled out his enchanted notebook. He sent a message to his only friend. I accept your terms. We move tomorrow. At the Riddle estate, Astoria lay asleep with her head resting on Tom's thigh. Feeling the vibration of the notebook, Tom raised a hand. It flew into his grasp. He read the message. A slow smile curved his lips. With a flick of his finger, words appeared. As long as the money's right, I'll even take down Dumbledore for you. When Snape saw the reply, his eyelids twitched violently. Chapter 430, Godfather and Godson. After the court was dismissed, Harry hurried down the steps and stopped awkwardly in front of Dumbledore and Sirius Black. He did not know what expression his godfather would wear when looking at him. Would he dislike him? Dumbledore gently patted Sirius's shoulder, silently prompting him to turn around. Hello, Harry said stiffly. Sirius straightened and turned. He saw Harry. Those vivid green eyes, filled with hope, tension, and unmistakable unease. Sirius froze. If not for Lily's unmistakable eyes, Harry was James all over again. For a brief, dizzying moment, Sirius was transported back to his youth, back to the reckless, radiant days when he and James roamed the corridors of Hogwarts like kings of the world, laughing, daring, alive. Then weakness surged through his body, dragging him back to reality. James was dead. Dead because of his own foolish decision. Dead because of Peter's betrayal. Harry. Sirius said, equally uncertain. In truth, he knew almost nothing about the boy before him. Only that he had been James's best friend. Only that he had been named Godfather before Harry was even born. 11 years in Azkaban for a mistake he believed was his own. That alone proved how deeply he had loved James. But would Harry accept him? Both of them fell silent. Dumbledore, smiling kindly, broke the tension. Sirius, it has been more than 10 years since you last saw Harry. Yes, it has. Sirius nodded and gestured with his hand. The last time I saw him, he was about this small. Harry, I even held you back then. You grabbed my hair. He looked at Harry carefully, still holding himself back, and added softly, you know. I'm your godfather. I know, Harry replied. Your father appointed me your guardian. Sirius swallowed. I failed James and Lily before. I failed you. But now my name is cleared. I want to make up for it. If you're willing, we could live together. I could take care of you. Harry felt like his heart had taken flight. Leave the Dursleys? Of course. That would be brilliant. My parents left me some money. We could buy a small house somewhere quiet. A house. Sirius suddenly straightened, a spark of confidence flashing through him. Harry, I'm not short on money. And I own plenty of properties. Do you prefer London? Or Yorkshire? Liverpool? Anywhere you like. For a fleeting moment, they were already planning their new life. And then Dumbledore stepped in, the gentle destroyer of beautiful dreams. I'm afraid that won't be possible, he said calmly. Harry cannot leave the Dursleys. Why? Father and godson demanded at the same time, identical outrage flashing across their faces. For Harry's safety. A silencing charm had already formed around the three of them. Voldemort was defeated, Dumbledore continued quietly, but he is not gone. He will return. And when he does, Harry will be his target. I'll protect him. Sirius burst out. With my life. Sirius. Harry felt warmth flood his chest. It was the first time he had ever felt something like this. But if Voldemort returns, Harry pressed, catching a flaw in the logic, wouldn't I be more vulnerable at the Dursleys? No, Dumbledore shook his head. You will be safest there. He explained patiently. Lily sacrificed her life to cast an ancient magic. It is that magic which saved you. It still lives in your blood. That is why you can resist Voldemort in ways others cannot. To maintain that protection, you must return to your aunt's home once every year and continue to call it home until you come of age. Silence. Both Harry and Sirius struggled to process it. At last Sirius spoke, reluctant but resigned. I understand. But I can visit him, can't I? Take him out for a few days now and then. That is perfectly acceptable, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Last year Harry spent part of the summer at the Burrow. The Weasleys. Sirius laughed faintly. Old friends. Are you finished? Came a cold voice from behind them. Sirius turned, and his smile vanished. Snape. You're still here. Despite Snape's testimony helping him, Sirius had no intention of offering gratitude. I'm responsible for returning Potter home, Snape said flatly. Unless you would prefer to do it yourself. He glanced pointedly at Sirius's prison-worn appearance. Perhaps change your clothes first. The Dursleys may not appreciate their nephew associating with someone who looks like an escaped criminal. I'm in too good a mood to argue with you, Sirius shot back, though he did glare. Then he turned to Harry and squeezed his shoulder. Go home for now. I'll sort myself out and come to see you soon. Number 4, Privet Drive, right. Right. See you soon, Harry replied reluctantly. Snape wasted no time dragging him out of the courtroom. Dumbledore watched them leave, smiling faintly. Severus is a good man, in his own way. Do you feel guilty saying that? Sirius snorted, already slipping back into his familiar reckless tone now that the worst was over. Oh, and there's something else I wanted to ask. Yes. Dumbledore turned. I'd like to thank Tom Riddle in person, Sirius said earnestly. If he hadn't discovered Peter through that map, I'd never have seen Harry again. I'd never have known the traitor was still alive. Chapter 431, The Interception. Well. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Instead, he led Sirius toward the exit of the courtroom. It was indeed Mr. Riddle's discovery that made today possible. I invited him to witness the hearing, but unfortunately, he declined. He seems quite busy. If you wish to see him, I'm afraid it may not be easy in the near future. That's fine, Sirius shrugged. I'm not in a hurry. Gives me time to think about what sort of gift I should prepare to thank him. It need not be extravagant, Dumbledore advised gently. Books, rare knowledge perhaps. Mr. Riddle does not lack money, nor does he particularly desire it. If Tom had heard that, he would have marched straight back to the courtroom. Not lack money. He was practically starving for it. Sirius Black held the entire Black family fortune. A generous thank you from him would absolutely have counted as legitimate income. Fortunately, a second source of funding was about to arrive. The next day. The North Sea. The Ministry treated Peter Pettigrew's transfer with extreme seriousness. Or rather, Fudge did. Pettigrew was a political weapon, a living stain on Barty Crouch's record. As long as he remained locked in Azkaban, that stain remained. 10 Aurors escorted him. 2 drove the Thestral-drawn carriage. 8 followed on brooms. Inside the carriage, Pettigrew sat shackled hand and foot. The restraints were specially designed. If he attempted to cast even the slightest spell, they would tighten instantly and inject a paralytic toxin. They departed from London, heading north toward the sea. Azkaban lay on a remote island near the edge of the North Sea, close to Norwegian waters. The journey would take nearly an entire day of flight. After 4 hours over open water, the escort team landed on a small island to rest. At the highest hill overlooking the forest below stood 2 black-robed figures. Tom and Snape. "Professor, I must say, you are impressively thorough. You even calculated their rest stop." Both wore black robes and pointed masks. Standard Death Eater attire. "Michael," Snape muttered darkly, "you should call me Francis." Tom's lips twitched beneath his mask. Determining aura rest patterns was hardly difficult. Azkaban had housed many former Slytherins. Snape had heard more than enough careless information from former students' families over the years. "Shall we begin?" Tom asked. "Be careful," Snape warned. "If your identity is exposed, I cannot save you. You will have to beg Dumbledore yourself." With that, Snape cast a disillusionment charm and slipped down the hill. Apparition was impossible here. The Aurors had laid anti-apparition wards across the landing site. In Tom's eyes, Snape's physical form vanished, but his magical trace glowed clearly. Distinct. Slightly furtive. Tom nearly laughed. He raised his wand to the sky. "Bloody hell, it's freezing," Dawlish grumbled, biting into his sandwich. "It gets colder the further north we go," another Auror replied with a grin. "Surely you know that." "I do. I just hate that I drew the short straw for this job." A moment later, Shacklebolt looked up sharply. "No. That isn't natural. The cloud density is wrong. Someone's casting." "Don't be ridiculous," Dawlish scoffed. "Who would come out to this miserable rock?" He did not finish the sentence. A barrage of massive fireballs crashed down, obliterating the perimeter wards. At the same time, a crystal orb hanging from one Auror's belt began shrieking, glowing violently. "Stupefy." A spell slammed toward the forest's edge. Cloak fibers flashed, absorbing most of the impact. The hidden figure barely evaded the rest. "Ambush," someone roared. Within seconds, spells crisscrossed the clearing. When Snape's silhouette flickered into visibility, the Aurors' expressions changed drastically. Death Eaters. They believed Death Eaters had come to rescue Pettigrew. Snape himself looked momentarily stunned. Since when were Aurors this well-equipped? Alerting eyes. Anti-curse cloaks. Tom winced internally. Those improvements had been his. He had accidentally armed the opposition. Poor head of house. Watching Snape forced into defensive apparitions and narrow dodges, Tom's soft heart surfaced again. He calmly finished a square of chocolate. Took a sip of tea. Then stepped forward. One step. Hundreds of meters vanished beneath his feet. He appeared directly between Snape and the advancing Aurors. The air changed. Magic thickened. Then it erupted. A wave of absolute cold burst outward from Tom like a detonation. Frost raced across the earth. Grass crystallized mid-sway. Moisture in the air froze instantly into shimmering shards. Absolute zero domain. The world went white. Sound fractured. The Aurors felt their limbs seize as biting cold penetrated through cloak and bone alike. Breath crystallized in their lungs. Even the sea beyond the cliffs groaned as its surface began to stiffen into sheets of spreading ice. Snape stared. He had known Tom was powerful. He had not known this. The forest below transformed into a frozen graveyard of silver and blue, frost-climbing trees like veins of glass. And at the center of it all stood Tom Riddle. Calm. Untouched. Utterly in control. Chapter 432, Absolute Zero. The tangible ice-blue frost surged outward in vast, sweeping waves, distorting even the surrounding space. Snape, just about to apparate, abruptly halted and threw up a shield charm instead, bracing himself against the freezing tide while cursing inwardly. "You little bastard, can't you tell friend from foe?" The Aurors, rigorously trained and quick to react, joined forces and conjured a massive Protego totem. Silver light flared, forming a dome that was instantly swallowed by the encroaching blue-white storm. Visibility dropped to nothing. They waited for the spell to subside. It did not. Tom's magic was never so simple. 2 colossal ice tornadoes descended from sky to earth, shrieking as they tore across the island. They converged toward the Aurors, merging into a single roaring pillar of frozen destruction before detonating in a thunderous explosion. The blast hurled Snape dozens of meters through the air before he slammed to the ground in an undignified sprawl. When the storm finally faded, June had become midwinter. The earth lay fractured and frosted. Snowflakes drifted lazily from a pale sky. The forest stood silent beneath a thin layer of ice, as though the North Sea itself had crept inland. Snape spat out dirt and staggered upright. "You didn't kill them all, did you?" "Of course not. Tom gestured toward a massive crater ahead. There. Nicely frozen. 9 auras stood encased in solid ice, expressions preserved in a gallery of human absurdity. Shock. Rage. Confusion. One even looked mildly offended. As long as they're alive. Snape exhaled sharply. He had come to kill Pettigrew, not start a war. If 9 auras died, the ministry would erupt. He paused. Why are there only 9? The other one was guarding Pettigrew. I handled him too. Tom's tone turned meaningful. This was entirely my effort, by the way. You mostly spectated. We'll need to adjust the pricing. Snape ignored him. He had emptied his vault to scrape together 30,000 galleons. Sold rare potion ingredients. Even parted with treasured stock. If Tom demanded more, he would have to sell himself next. Inside the carriage, Peter Pettigrew trembled violently. A gag stuffed into his mouth prevented incantations, leaving him able only to whimper through muffled sobs. The Aurors had gagged him to stop spellcasting. Now he could only listen. He had heard explosions. Apparition cracks. Combat. Death Eaters. How could they know so quickly? Yesterday his identity had been exposed. Today they had come. He curled inward, heart hammering. The Aurors would win. They had to win. Most of the truly dangerous Death Eaters were imprisoned. 10 Aurors against a handful of stragglers. They would win. They must win. The Thestrals screamed suddenly. The carriage exploded into splinters. Pettigrew tumbled onto the frozen ground, scrambling to right himself. When he looked up, 2 cloaked figures in pointed masks stood before him. Snape flicked his wand. The gag detonated. Pettigrew's mouth filled with blood as teeth shattered, but he didn't care. He dropped to his knees, sobbing. Don't kill me. Please. I served the Dark Lord. I gave him information. I'm one of you. It was your information that led to his defeat. Snape's voice, distorted and cold, dripped with hatred. Crucio. Pettigrew's scream tore through the frozen air. The Cruciatus curse shredded his nerves and soul alike. He writhed on the ground like a worm, unable to faint. Every time darkness crept in, agony dragged him back. There were no witnesses. No Dumbledore. No restraint. Snape poured 11 years of hatred and regret into that curse. Enough, Tom said lightly. Keep this up and the Aurors really will freeze to death. Reluctantly, Snape ceased. Pettigrew lay twitching, barely conscious. Snape flipped him over. Their eyes met. Recognition dawned through blood and terror. You're Avada Kedavra. Green light burst across the snow. For a fleeting moment, the frozen forest glowed emerald. Pettigrew fell heavily onto his back, limbs splayed, eyes wide with the final horror he would ever feel. Silence returned. Snape stood there, breathing hard. After a long moment, some invisible weight seemed to ease from his shoulders. Let's go. Tom nodded. He flicked his wand, releasing a red flare at the isolated aura. Then another burst struck the 9 frozen figures in the crater. The ice began to crack subtly, ensuring survival without immediate awareness. Then both figures vanished with twin cracks of apparition. They reappeared in Ireland. Tom shed his disguise and smiled brightly. Professor, feel free to call anytime. Transparent pricing. Excellent service. Bulk discounts available. Highly rated. Snape removed his hood and glared. 30,000 galleons per appearance. I can't afford you. Tom shrugged. Look on the bright side. Without me, you wouldn't have reached Pettigrew. You might have ended up in Azkaban yourself. Would you rather Dumbledore come rescue you? Snape's jaw tightened. He hated how correct that sounded. Chapter 433, Frost and Fallout. Tom said it with perfect confidence, completely forgetting that the Aurors upgraded gear had been his handiwork in the first place. Snape, unaware of that delightful detail, found himself momentarily speechless. It wasn't as if he hadn't fought back. He had. But those Aurors, armed to the teeth with enchanted equipment, had gone full offense without a hint of caution. The moment Tom stepped in, they were utterly overwhelmed. The only flaw in expensive things is that they're expensive. No, being expensive wasn't Tom's flaw. It was Snape's. Where, Snape asked at last, voice edged with unmistakable bitterness, did you learn such powerful frost magic? Tom smiled warmly. Want to learn? I can teach you. 50,000 galleons. I guarantee next time you face 20 or 30 Aurors, you'll freeze them into decorative lawn ornaments. He wasn't entirely joking. While Snape couldn't replicate Tom's internal magic circuits, the refined frost spells Tom had adapted were still terrifyingly potent. With Snape's talent, mastering them wouldn't be difficult. It wasn't a scam. You've fallen into a vault at Gringotts, haven't you? Snape snapped. Since when are you this obsessed with money? Tom sighed dramatically. Life's expensive. How else am I supposed to support girlfriends? Forget it. You wouldn't understand. A silent blade slid neatly into Snape's heart. He turned sharply, cloak billowing. Go squeeze someone else dry. But despite his irritation, a dangerous curiosity had already taken root. Tom had to have uncovered the legacy of some ancient, powerful wizard. There was no other explanation for the spells and potions he kept pulling from nowhere. Galleons, in truth, meant little to Snape. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to earn a bit more this summer. Just to purchase a few items. Tom watched him leave, smiling faintly. Then he opened the system interface. 5 million galleon trial progress, 80,000/5,000. 30,000 from Snape. 50,000 from Lucius Malfoy. Lucius had actually paid 100,000, but the system only recognized half. Pure extortion didn't count. Only value exchange did. Helping Lucius extract and preserve certain memories. Leaving his family a contingency plan. That qualified. Tom exhaled. Still far too slow. The most profitable things in the world were always the same, technology and finance. He would have a hand in both. Back on the island, the ice encasing the Aurors began melting rapidly. 15 minutes after Tom and Snape's departure, the 10 Aurors staggered free, shivering violently but alive. Noses ran uncontrollably in the frigid air. Then they saw Pettigrew's corpse. Merlin, help us. Whether it was Dawlish, Kingsley Shacklebolt, or the others, it made no difference. Every scalp tingled. Why would Death Eaters kill Pettigrew? One asked blankly. Shacklebolt's jaw tightened. Because Pettigrew gave up the Potters. The Dark Lord fell because of that. Those two were avenging him. Yet doubts gnawed at him. The attacker's power had been immense. Far beyond what he associated with the scattered remnants who'd avoided imprisonment. Report to the minister, Dawlish muttered, teeth chattering. Now. They operated back to London one by one, abandoning even the Thestrals in their haste. When Minister Cornelius Fudge heard the report, his world collapsed. Death Eaters. Still active. His first instinct was immediate, suppress the news. If word spread, panic would follow. And in that panic, he would be the first casualty. He ordered absolute secrecy. Then, trembling slightly, he made the only correct decision available. Find Albus Dumbledore. At 12 Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore had been helping Sirius sort through ancestral clutter when the message arrived. He froze. Peter is dead, he said quietly. 2 Death Eaters intercepted the convoy to Azkaban. The Auror survived. Pettigrew did not. Sirius stared. Then he laughed. Laughed and laughed, until tears streamed down his face. Good, he choked. Good. Dumbledore understood. And yet, those 2 mysterious Death Eaters troubled him far more than Pettigrew's death. To kill under 10 Aurors guard. That was no small matter. Sirius, continue sorting. I must visit the site. Can I come? Sirius asked quickly. I just want to see the body. I won't interfere. I'm afraid not, Dumbledore replied gently. Fudge requires discretion. Sirius exhaled sharply. Then make sure it's really him. I will. The island still lay gripped by unnatural cold. Hours had passed, yet the temperature hovered near freezing. Dumbledore stepped onto the frostbitten earth and felt the residue in the air. Powerful. Violent. Layered. He could almost see it in his mind. Golden motes flowed from the tip of the Elder Wand, spreading like shimmering silk across the battlefield. A pair vestigium. The golden dust shifted. Scenes began to replay before him. Ice. Wind. Explosion. Green light. Dumbledore's blue eyes darkened slightly as the past unfolded. Chapter 434, Echoes Within the Blizzard's Shadow. The Revealing Traces spell was a form of tracking magic capable of reconstructing magical footprints, lingering magical fluctuations, or fragments of scenes that had appeared within a specific area over a short period of time. Of course, such reconstruction had its limits. Dumbledore knew perfectly well that it would be impossible to fully restore what had happened. He was using the spell more to gauge one thing, just how intense the battle had truly been. The result did not disappoint him. Yet it troubled him. A blizzard of ice and snow had swept across the entire region. Everything that appeared after that point in the vision became hopelessly blurred. That meant the spell had reached the absolute limit of the magic it could bear. Did the Death Eaters truly possess someone capable of wielding such power? Dumbledore stood quietly in place for a long while, lost in thought, before operating back to the Ministry of Magic. How was it, Albus? Cornelius Fudge had been waiting anxiously. He was alone in his office, and the moment Dumbledore returned, he asked with unconcealed hope. Cornelius, I need more clues. Could you allow several Aurors to accompany me to Hogwarts? I have an artifact that can reconstruct events through their memories. It may prove helpful. No problem. I'll go with you, Fudge agreed without hesitation. He immediately summoned 5 Aurors and followed Dumbledore to Hogwarts. When Fudge saw the shattered wooden planks outside the headmaster's office, he froze. He had visited Hogwarts frequently in recent months. Wasn't there supposed to be an indestructible stone gargoyle guarding the entrance? Albus, what happened here? Dumbledore gave an awkward little smile. I gave the gargoyle a holiday. I didn't expect anyone to visit during the break. Fudge was left equally awkward, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he finally said, You're quite humane. If Hogwarts is short on funding, just tell me. I'll do my best to approve it. Thank you. They did not linger on the embarrassing topic. Dumbledore led the group inside, produced the pensieve, and instructed the Aurors how to extract specific memories and place them into the silvery basin. He pulled Fudge along to witness the entire scene as if they were present at the attack itself. When Fudge finally lifted his head out of the pensieve, his face was deathly pale. Too brutal, too terrifying. He muttered repeatedly. The accompanying Aurors were equally shaken. At the time, they had been utterly powerless. Their protective cloaks had shattered within seconds. Then the cold had swallowed them whole, encasing them in ice, their consciousness sinking into darkness. When they awoke, the attackers were already gone. Fortunately, the 2 Death Eaters had shown no intent to kill. Otherwise, 10 men might have gone out and not a single one returned. Were those truly Death Eaters? It felt more like the Dark Lord himself had descended. Don't be too nervous, Cornelius, Dumbledore said gently. They merely struck by surprise. Trust in the Ministry's Aurors. They can regain control of the situation. Standing among the crowd, Kingsley Shacklebolt silently shook his head. Regain control? Hardly. Albus, you must find them. This is far too dangerous, Fudge said, his tongue nearly twisting with agitation. I will do my best. But. Dumbledore hesitated. You know how difficult it is to locate 2 individuals who are hiding their identities. I trust you, Albus. After seeing the Ministry delegation off, Dumbledore gazed into the heavy night. He did not intend to rest. Instead, he headed for Spinner's End, where a certain professor resided. So late at night, and you're not afraid of disturbing my rest? Severus Snape's face was sour as he let Dumbledore into the house. It was a modest 2-story home, roughly 80 square meters per floor. A row of cauldrons bubbled in the sitting room, steam rising steadily, warming the interior against the cold outside. You're brewing potions. So many. Dumbledore asked lightly, unfazed by Snape's chilly tone. Though clearly unwelcoming, Snape still handed him a cup of hot cocoa. I had a sudden burst of inspiration and decided to run a few experiments. Surely you're not here to schedule my holiday time as well. Of course not, Dumbledore replied with a smile. I am no muggle capitalist. I merely asked out of concern for one of my professors. I feel quite well. Thank you for your concern. If there is nothing else, state your business. As he spoke, cold sweat had already begun to seep into Snape's palm. The Dark Lord was mercurial and volatile, and most of his followers trembled before him, save for a handful of lunatics. Dumbledore, on the other hand, treated everyone with warmth and patience. Strangely, that brought Snape even greater pressure. I have bad news. Oh, no, Dumbledore corrected himself with a faint smile. For you, it might be considered good news. Peter is dead. 2 Death Eaters attacked the transport convoy and killed him to avenge Voldemort. Snape's hand paused midair with his teacup. A look of fierce satisfaction flashed across his face, but it vanished quickly. He sneered. You should never have handed him over to the Ministry. If you'd let me kill him, none of this trouble would exist. Fudge must be panicking now. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Cornelius has asked me to find the culprits as soon as possible. And what does that have to do with me? Snape set the teacup down sharply, tea sloshing over the rim. Do you think I intercepted Peter Pettigrew? I did not say that. I am not suggesting that. Please do not invent such ideas, Dumbledore denied promptly. You had extensive contact with Death Eaters in the past. I hoped you might offer insight. One of the killers was highly skilled in ice magic. The other displayed remarkable mastery over spells. Any thoughts? My status among the Death Eaters was hardly prestigious, Snape replied after a moment's thought. Those old veterans all outranked me. He paused, considering carefully. Alex. Gibbon. Rodolphus Lestrange. They possess that sort of strength. Chapter 435, When Truth Walks Unspoken Through the Night. But they're all in Azkaban. Then I have no idea, Snape replied flatly. Dumbledore nodded with faint regret. Very well. It seems I shall have to seek other methods. As Dumbledore reached the doorway, preparing to leave, Snape suddenly spoke. You dislike these troublesome affairs, don't you? Why take the initiative to help this time? Fudge's request was rather difficult to refuse. Dumbledore gave a helpless shrug. Then he looked at Snape and said softly, but I believe that now their objective has been achieved, they will not act again. After some time, Fudge will calm down and forget about this matter. What do you think, Severus? Politicians are all the same, aren't they? Safe journey. Snape raised his cup in farewell. Goodbye. I shall see you at the start of term. Bang. The door closed. Snape calmly drank cup after cup of black tea. Only after confirming that Dumbledore would not return did he collapse onto the sofa, utterly drained. His back was already soaked through with sweat. That old. He muttered under his breath. That child, has he already become this terrifying? Walking along the dimly lit street, Dumbledore suddenly let out a quiet sigh. Some things did not need to be spoken aloud. Not every matter required concrete evidence. Dumbledore had already determined who was responsible for the attack. To put it somewhat dramatically, he had watched nearly every British wizard of the past century grow up before his eyes. He knew what kind of person each one was, and roughly how capable. Not just Death Eaters. Looking across the entirety of Britain, those capable of such a feat were few. Alastor Moody would count as one. Several old comrades from the original Order of the Phoenix would qualify. As for the rest, merely thinking about it sufficed. Add motive into the equation, and the answer became even clearer. One of the attackers was Severus Snape. The other was Tom. In Dumbledore's estimation, Snape had likely sought Tom out for assistance. He never guessed that, in pursuit of profit, a certain young man had whispered like a devil into a professor's ear, igniting the killing intent buried deep in his heart. But knowing was one thing. Dumbledore could not accuse Snape based solely on his own deductions. Even if he had solid proof, he would pretend to know nothing. The guilty party was dead. The innocent Aurors remained unharmed. Such an outcome was acceptable to him. His final act had been nothing more than a subtle warning, a reminder to Snape not to go too far. That was the end of it. What truly unsettled him was Tom's rate of growth. Almost single-handedly, he had overwhelmed 10 Aurors in seconds. In the reconstructed memory, Snape had practically been a background figure. I must pay closer attention to my student's psychological well-being, Dumbledore sighed soundlessly. With a faint shimmer, his figure vanished from the worn streets of Spinner's End. Meanwhile, Tom had also received Snape's warning. Snape, Dumbledore came to see me. He's already guessed it was my doing. You likely won't escape suspicion either. Keep your mouth shut. As long as we deny everything, this has nothing to do with us. Tom, what does it have to do with me? You were the one who launched the ambush. You were the one who killed him. I'm just an innocent student dragged into this mess. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ignoring Snape, who was on the verge of exploding with rage, Tom continued eating snacks and watching his soap opera. He had never expected to conceal the truth from the seasoned and razor-sharp Dumbledore. In fact, Dumbledore had been extraordinary since youth. No one else could converse with ancient wizards in their hundreds while still in their teens, earning admiration and goodwill from nearly everyone. But Tom was not worried. He had already figured the old headmaster out. As long as you did not cross his bottom line, you could jump about as you pleased. Dumbledore might even be secretly pleased right now. After all, what had Tom done? He had embodied the very ideal of profound teacher-student loyalty. To avenge Professor Snape, he had dared to provoke even the Ministry's Aurors. Was that not precisely the quality Dumbledore most wished to see in him? Deep affection. Courage. Devotion. So let the headmaster worry himself sleepless. Tom intended to savor these remaining days of holiday leisure. Unfortunately, on the very second morning of his intended laziness, someone knocked on his door. Amelia Bones looked exhausted, travel-worn and pale. Upon seeing Tom, she forced a faint smile. I'm here to give you money again. 100 anti-curse cloaks. 100 vigilant eyes. And the highest grade protective necklaces. I know you never sell those, but Fudge has given me strict orders. I must bring back at least 10. You. Her voice trailed off awkwardly. She was asking Tom to break his own principles. Naturally she felt uncomfortable. Honest Hufflepuff. Tom suddenly realized something. Beyond technology and finance, arms dealing was also a tremendously profitable business. This time, he was eating from both sides. First from Snape, now from the Ministry. The most efficient way to plunder resources was to incite war. The dark thought flickered through his mind before he pressed it down. For now, dealing with Amelia Bones was more important. He feigned surprise. Such a large order all at once. I'll need some time to prepare. The sooner the better. It's urgent, Bones urged, though she understood the difficulty. What exactly happened? Tom pressed. After hesitating for a moment, she told him the truth. Tom was her biggest benefactor. Even if Fudge had strictly forbidden her from speaking, she felt it necessary. It was a matter of principle. Besides, she believed such matters should not be concealed. The public had the right to know. After listening, Tom looked speechless. He casually tossed a copy of the Daily Prophet onto the table. You're being so secretive over something like this. Isn't it already printed here? Bones leaned closer to look. Her expression turned peculiar. Then she burst out laughing. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, Panic in Print and Gold in Hand. Amelia Bones' laughter was complicated. There was a trace of self-mockery for her earlier solemn secrecy, but far more of it was directed at the Ministry of Magic and Cornelius Fudge himself. The minister had issued strict orders that the information be kept confidential. Yet the very next morning, it appeared splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet. Death Eaters return. Peter Pettigrew silenced forever. She skimmed the article. It offered no detailed account, but the most crucial facts were all there. 2 Death Eaters had killed Peter under the protection of Aurors. That alone was enough to make Fudge jump in fury inside his office. My apologies, Mr. Riddle, Bones sighed. I was at the ministry all night arranging search teams. I didn't even have time to glance at a newspaper. This emergency procurement is because the Aurors and Hit Wizards have personally experienced how practical and necessary your equipment is. They strongly urged the ministry to purchase more. And the protective necklaces? Tom raised an eyebrow. That explanation sounds rather polished. He did not believe for a second that the ministry would willingly spend such a fortune to equip Aurors with top-tier gear. Bones looked even more embarrassed. Well, certain individuals are quite frightened. The ministry will cover part of the cost. The rest will come from their private funds. Madam Bones, for your sake, I can agree to sell a batch of protective necklaces. But their craftsmanship is extraordinarily complex. They require large quantities of rare materials, tremendous effort, and the success rate is not high. Naturally, the price will reflect that. Tom lifted his hand and spread all 5 fingers. 5,000 galleons each. If they agree, I will release my current stock. If they try to haggle, even 1 galleon less, I will not sell. Bones was visibly startled by the price. Her annual salary, even with allowances, barely reached that amount. Yet when she considered the necklace's formidable defensive capability, along with the final emergency apparition mechanism embedded within it, 5,000 galleons was not entirely unreasonable. I will convey this to the minister, she said cautiously. She would not make such decisions on behalf of others. And the rest of the equipment? Delivery in 3 days, Tom replied. Conveniently, he was heading to New York in 3 days as well. Bones departed, and Tom returned to his workshop to prepare. He had ample stock of anti-curse cloaks and protective necklaces. The vigilant eyes, however, were in short supply. In truth, they were somewhat limited in function. Any opponent equipped with counter-tracking methods or concealment magic could render them useless. When Snape had launched his ambush, the vigilant eye had only triggered at the exact moment he struck. Tom had already designed a superior version, of course. But producing it required renegotiating prices, and he could not be bothered. For now, this would suffice. He had always maintained 3 tiers simultaneously. 1 batch in use. 1 batch in reserve. 1 batch under research and development. The protective necklaces followed the same principle. 2 upgraded versions were nearing completion. That made it the perfect time to sell off the older models. The next day, Bones returned. Not only did she bring confirmation, she brought the money in full. 57,000 galleons in total. The vigilant eyes and anti-curse cloaks accounted for 7,000. Money from wealthy patrons was always the easiest to earn. Tom sighed in satisfaction. It had only been a few days since the holidays began, and he had already earned over 100,000 galleons. At this rate, 5 million did not seem so unattainable. Of course, he knew this was merely a one-time windfall. Once fulfilled, there would be little follow-up. True wealth would have to come from other avenues. Tom handed over the stock without delay. Bones wasted no time lingering. The Daily Prophet article, however, had unleashed chaos. For many witches and wizards, it dredged up memories of those dreadful years. Anyone wearing a pointed hat was given a wide berth. People returned home cautiously each night, never certain whether the person sleeping beside them might be under the imperious curse and ready to cast a flash of green in the dark. The dark mark itself was an unspoken nightmare. Wherever it appeared, wizards within 10 kilometers would flee in blind panic. The fear had never truly disappeared. It had merely been forgotten. Now Peter Pettigrew's death reminded the public of one undeniable truth. The Dark Lord's followers had not been eradicated. The Ministry's Owl post office was flooded once more. Citizens enthusiastically reported suspicious individuals, overwhelming auras, and hit wizards alike. They ran themselves ragged, chasing false leads and wasting manpower and resources. Diagon Alley grew deserted. It was the height of summer, yet Hogwarts students were strictly forbidden by their head of house from venturing out. Fudge had no time to continue targeting Barty Crouch. Surviving this crisis was his immediate priority. The first step was to investigate the most suspicious figures. Lucius Malfoy. Not Vory. They had escaped punishment last time, but everyone understood how that had happened. Rufus Scrimgeour led the operations, summoning these pure-blood families repeatedly for stern warnings. Complaints filled the air. Ordinarily, Fudge would have rushed to appease his financial backers. This time, he did not bother. In fact, he deliberately allowed Scrimgeour to pressure them. Do not stir trouble. Do not endanger his position. At the same time, Fudge once again invited Dumbledore into the public eye. Dumbledore agreed readily. He did not wish for Snape's personal vendetta to destabilize the entire wizarding world. The effect was immediate. After Dumbledore spent 2 days in Diagon Alley, the public mood noticeably calmed. With Dumbledore present, Death Eaters did not seem so terrifying. Gradually, order began to return across Britain. Fudge felt relief. And unease. The old wizard's reputation was simply too immense. Used properly, Dumbledore could secure Fudge's authority. But what if one day Dumbledore decided he wished to experience life as Minister for Magic? Would Fudge simply sit and wait for his own displacement? In the corners unseen by Dumbledore, invisible cracks had already begun to form between him and Cornelius Fudge. Chapter 437, Across Oceans and Carefully Balanced Hearts. Tom paid no attention to the turmoil raging outside. On the third day, after handing the final batch of goods to Amelia Bones, it was time for him to depart. Stay home and listen to your mother. Don't lose your wand again. When I come back, I'm checking your homework. Understood. The only person who made him this worried was Daphne. The young witch nodded at first, then immediately threw herself at Tom's arm, her face full of reluctant pleading. Can't you take me with you? I'll be very obedient. Tom sighed helplessly. I'm going for work, not sightseeing. I won't have time to play with you. You won't know anyone there. You'll be bored every day. And if you leave, what about Astoria? Then I'll go too. Astoria blinked her big eyes. I'll keep an eye on my sister. The logic sounded slightly questionable, but Daphne nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. Just take us both. Spare me, please. Tom raised his hands in surrender. I just came back for the holidays and already I'm packing both of you off with me. Your mother would never forgive me. Didn't we agree? When I return, I'll take you to France to visit Nicholas. After considerable effort, he finally coaxed the two sisters into good spirits and sent them back to the Greengrass estate. He then had lunch at the Granger household, enjoyed afternoon tea at a cafe with Cho, and only then set off for France. Tom had refined time management to an art form. The reason he was not bringing Daphne, Astoria, or Hermione to North America was simple. This trip, he was taking Fleur. As for bringing Daphne and Astoria to visit Nicholas without triggering a battlefield of emotions, that was because in August, Fleur and Gabrielle would be traveling to the Vosges Mountains to visit their grandmother. Both sides had been arranged flawlessly. Absolutely no risk of divine punishment. Upon arriving in France, Tom went straight to Nicholas Flamel's residence and dumped the materials he had prepared in one enormous pile before him. Seeing the mountain of resources meant for producing WhatsApp, Nicholas's heartbeat quickened. He turned to Tom. Are you trying to exhaust me to death so you can inherit my estate sooner? The capable should shoulder more work. Tom smiled modestly. I'm not demanding a quota. Produce however much you feel like. The more we have, the faster we can promote it. Oh, and you might want to invent some auxiliary tools. Simplify repetitive steps and hand them over to apprentices. Alchemy could never be fully automated. Each piece required the creator to inject their own thought, something akin to awakening a spirit. Without that personal imprint, the artifact would never fully activate. No machine could replace that. But fixed rune carving, parchment assembly, and similar repetitive steps could absolutely be streamlined into a production line. After listening to Tom's suggestions, Nicholas finally snapped. He raised his modified mechanical fist and punched Tom squarely in the shoulder. You dump everything on this old man while you go off traveling with your little girlfriend. I have other research to handle, Tom protested loudly. This is called maximizing inspiration. Besides, you're not exactly bursting with new ideas lately. If I don't assign it to you, who should I assign it to? Oh. Nicholas's eyes lit up. What have you created now? Tom briefly explained his recent projects. Nicholas nodded slowly. Very convenient indeed. Fine. You pass this time. Tom grinned. Then I'm off. Fleur's waiting for me at home. Go already. The sight of you annoys me. Nicholas waved him away impatiently. Tom did not mind in the slightest. He even slipped into the materials room and quietly pocketed a few extra items before strolling leisurely out of the estate. The next day. Under Gabrielle's tearful gaze, Tom and Fleur boarded a flight to America. After 8 hours in the air, they landed at JFK Airport. It was Fleur's first time in North America. She carried a spark of curiosity. But when they reached the city center, her delicate nose wrinkled and her brows knit together. This is the most prosperous Muggle city. Why is it so dirty? Tom snapped his fingers, sealing off unpleasant odors within a 5-meter radius. Only then did she dare breathe normally. Perfectly normal. Many major cities look glamorous on the surface. The filth in the corners goes unnoticed. Not just here. Some districts in Paris aren't any better, are they? Fleur nodded in agreement. Beyond the 10th arrondissement, large areas of Paris had changed drastically. She complained softly, recalling how those streets had once been clean and bright during her childhood. She did not know when everything had shifted. Now she would never consider venturing far from the city's core. This is nothing. Tom listened to her reminiscing and kept his thoughts to himself. Give it a few decades and even the Germans will become minorities. Gaul itself will change beyond recognition. Even the famed Seine will. No. Better not. He quickly pulled his thoughts back before disgusting himself. Leading Fleur forward, he took a single step and they appeared before Newt's home. The iron gate opened automatically. Tom walked straight in. Aren't we supposed to wait for someone to open the door? Fleur asked, startled. Isn't this rude? It's fine. Uncle Newt and Aunt Tina gave me permission. If I showed up like a guest and waited outside, they'd be upset. That reassured her. They passed through a secluded winding path and approached a villa embraced by flowers. Tom reached out and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened. Tom broke into a radiant smile and stepped forward to embrace the elderly woman. Aunt Tina, I've missed you to death. Chapter 438, Exile is a kind of mercy. Aunt Tina. After Tom greeted her with his usual playful grin, Fleur offered a polite greeting of her own. In terms of age, Tina could easily have been Tom's great-grandmother. But given the chaos of generational titles on his side, Fleur simply followed his lead. Tina smiled warmly. Fleur, it's lovely to meet you. Tom mentions you often on WhatsApp. Welcome to our home. She paused, then shot Tom a look. Actually, you're here because of this rascal. From now on, treat this place as your own home. No need to be shy. Her tone was not truly reproachful. It was more the faint helplessness of someone suddenly reminded of a certain young man's colorful romantic history. Men like Newt were becoming rarer by the day. Tom, having no idea what had earned him that glare, wisely chose to play dumb. Tina led them inside. After asking Fleur a few questions about her background, Tina nodded to herself in quiet assessment. Yes, there was a slight disadvantage in bloodline. No matter how stunning a half-Vila might be, it was still considered a dilution of wizarding heritage in the eyes of many. Yet the Delacour family had been established in France for 3 centuries and had not declined. Most importantly, the girl was composed and mature beyond her years. Tina's mindset was hardly unusual in the wizarding world. Prejudice toward mixed blood ran deep, regardless of type. She did not object to Fleur dating Tom. But if one were to rank them, Fleur would not be first. Strangely enough, Tina felt a degree of goodwill toward the unseen Miss Greengrass. Pure blood. Proper status. A future that could provide Tom with solid support. Tom, blissfully unaware that Tina had already begun arranging invisible seating charts for his future, would likely laugh himself breathless if he knew. Daphne had nearly been spoiled rotten by him. She spent her days pouting and acting cute. Eldest sister material. Hardly. After chatting for a while, the two women quickly grew familiar. No matter the age, when women gathered together, gossip was inevitable. And what gossip was more explosive than the recent scandal of Rouse abducting Solène? Tom had already told Fleur the rough outline. Rouse and Solène were both North American wizards from prominent families. Naturally, Tina had heard whispers. The two women grew increasingly animated until Tom could not help joining in. "Aunt Tina, didn't Graves cause a scene with the Carusos?" This wasn't just a slap to the face. It was practically a boot to the throat. Even Tom had found it outrageous when he heard. Not loving Frank was understandable. Even having an affair after marriage was hardly unheard of. But running off openly with Rouse had not originally intended to flee far. He believed remaining in Britain would be safe. North American influence could not reach that far. Resign quietly and lie low for a while. Tom, however, had insisted he go farther. Rouse was simply too chaotic. Watching him made one's head ache. Next term, perhaps Lupin should take over. At least he was steady and unlikely to cause another international scandal. How could there not have been trouble? Tina glanced at Tom before continuing eagerly. There was nearly a duel. 20 or 30 wizards from both families drew their wands. Makusa sent dozens to mediate. If they had truly clashed, at least a few would have left in coffins, and a few more would have been buried quietly afterward. But then the heads of the two families handed over their wands, went into a bedroom, talked for half an hour, and came out reconciled. Reconciled? Fleur's voice warped in disbelief. How is that even possible? Did someone use the Imperius curse? You silly child. Tina patted her hand gently. Makusa's aurors are not fools. They checked. Graves was not under control. The two families reached an agreement. Solène Caruso's cousin became engaged to Frank. No, correction, they're already married. There was some monetary compensation. And most importantly, Solène was expelled from the Caruso family. Tom nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Expulsion from a pure-blood family was no small matter in the wizarding world. Even Voldemort respected such measures. Sirius Black had openly opposed him. Yet because the Black family had cast Sirius out, Voldemort never retaliated against the Blacks as a whole. He even treated Sirius's brother as a trusted subordinate, convinced to the very end of his loyalty. No matter how furious the Graves family might be, their grievance would now fall solely upon Solène. The Carusos as a whole were spared. And the Wilkinsons? Tom asked, thinking of Rouse's family. Did they just stand aside and watch? Tina shook her head. Aside from two aurors serving in the ministry, the rest of the Wilkinsons retreated to the west coast. Graves would not dare attack ministry officials, and he cannot find the others. So he can only swallow his anger. Tom clicked his tongue. A family capable of producing someone like Rouse would naturally carry a streak of recklessness in their bloodline. With the gossip thoroughly exhausted, everyone seemed satisfied. Tina led Fleur upstairs to prepare the guest room. Tom returned to his own room for a much-needed nap. He only came downstairs near dinner time. Rouse was in Britain with his parents. Newt was still traveling, bringing back a rare magical beast. For now, only Tina was home. But that evening she invited her sister over for dinner. It was Tom's first time meeting Queenie, the natural legilimens. Like Tina, time had softened but not diminished her beauty. Her temperament was even more elegant. Where Tina was fiery and straightforward, Queenie was gentle, sentimental, and quietly fragile. Aunt Queenie. Uncle Jacob. Tom greeted them properly with Fleur at his side. He even summoned Grindelwald out to greet an old acquaintance. There had once been no small measure of enmity between them. Yet this time, Grindelwald did not spit venom as he had upon seeing Newt. Instead, his expression was complicated. He had once genuinely valued Queenie's gift. The ability to read minds was terrifyingly powerful. It allowed him to sense the direction of hearts, identify traitors within his ranks, and discern truth from deception with chilling ease. Chapter 439, Moonlight, Old Love, and a Very Unromantic Spell. Grindelwald glanced toward the elderly, round figure nearby and ground his teeth inwardly. What a waste. Such a rare and terrifying talent, and she had been whisked away by a muggle. Jacob was well over 100 years old now. Under normal muggle circumstances, he would long since have been dust in the ground. Fortunately, over the years he had consumed quite a few magical tonics. Physically, he was comparable to a muggle in his 70s or 80s. His condition was surprisingly decent. The two old men exchanged polite nods. Jacob then winked at Tom. Quite the handsome lad. Almost as good-looking as I was in my youth. Queenie did not hesitate to expose him. Darling, you already had high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol when I met you. You looked like 10 adorable little dumplings stacked together. Dear, could you leave me a bit of dignity in front of the children? Jacob's face fell, wrinkles bunching together dramatically. I'm only telling the truth. I fell in love with how adorable you were. And I you. Tom and Fleur exchanged a glance. Both saw the same speechless resignation in each other's eyes. How had they just been force-fed romance by a pair of centenarians? Fortunately, Queenie and Jacob only indulged briefly before restraining themselves. It was a habit, not a performance. Queenie's gaze drifted over Fleur's tall, graceful figure, her striking beauty and refined temperament. For a moment, it was as if she saw her younger self. The fondness in her eyes deepened. Such a good child, she murmured. But when her eyes met Tom's, she paused. For the first time in a very long while, her natural legitimacy yielded nothing. It was as if her ability had simply slipped. Tom blinked innocently. If I told you I was born with a clemency, would you believe me? Queenie laughed softly. She could hardly imagine how Newt had grown so close to a young man whose personality was entirely opposite his own. And yet, there was something undeniably fascinating about Tom. Mental magic had once been Tom's weak point. He relied mostly on the sheer quality of his soul to brute force resistance. He had never studied it deeply. That changed after obtaining certain esoteric notes. Mental abilities were among the most universally applicable powers across worlds. With even modest study, Tom's proficiency in both defensive and offensive mental magic had improved dramatically. Queenie's natural gift no longer threatened him. Dinner itself was simple and warm, an ordinary family gathering. No grand discussions of wizarding politics. Most of the conversation centered on Queenie's complaints about her less than impressive descendants. None had inherited her legitimacy. Even their magical aptitude was merely passable. Tina could only sympathize. While a wizard's power often correlated with their parents, it was never guaranteed. If greatness bred greatness unfailingly, pure bloodlines would never have declined. Even her own child. Yes, the affinity for magical creatures had been inherited from Newt. But in combat. Utterly hopeless. Tom and Fleur, the younger generation, quietly ate their meal. They responded only when directly addressed. Eventually, they escorted Jacob and Queenie to the gate, bringing the evening to a peaceful close. Late at night, Fleur slipped silently into Tom's room. She wore a silver silk nightgown that shimmered softly in the moonlight, smooth and luminous against her equally flawless skin. Tom immediately clutched the blanket to his chest in mock alarm. Fleur, don't do this. I'm still a child. No, wait, you're still a child too. Let's wait a few more years. What are you thinking, idiot? Fleur's cheeks flushed pink as she scolded him, though she climbed onto the bed with practiced ease and tugged half the blanket over herself. I just can't sleep in a new place. I'm used to my own room. I came to talk. Tom nearly choked on his retort. You're unfamiliar with your room, but this bed is new to you as well. You're not attached to the mattress, you're attached to the person. Wisely, he swallowed the comment and shifted aside, making space. Fleur nestled close, their bodies pressed together beneath the blanket. Aunt Queenie and Uncle Jacob have such a beautiful relationship, Fleur said softly. 70 years together, and they're still that loving. It's rare. It is, Tom agreed. Queenie kept placing food on Jacob's plate. You didn't even do that for me. What kind of ridiculous observation is that? Besides, it's not that I didn't feed you. Your fork kept sneaking onto my plate. She could not help but laugh. Then her expression grew quiet. She tilted her head upward, gazing at his profile, her long lashes trembling faintly. Do you think we'll be like that someday? Of course, Tom said without hesitation. We'll be even more affectionate than they are. Just the two of us, she asked softly. Tom froze. He forced himself to respond. Well, strength in numbers. You. Fleur pinched him sharply. It's just the two of us right now. Couldn't you say something sweet to comfort me? Tom shook his head firmly. No. I may be a Slytherin, but in matters of the heart I'm an honest Hufflepuff. There's no point lying to you. If I can lie about this today, I could lie about something else tomorrow. Fleur fell silent. He had always been like this. He had never hidden Daphne. Never hidden Hermione. Never pretended otherwise. If he had lied just now, would she truly have been happier? The question tangled itself into a knot she could not untie. Frustration flared. She suddenly climbed atop him and began pounding him lightly with her fists. You're awful. The mock assault gradually softened into playful teasing. In the process, Tom noticed something important. The back of her silk nightgown was cut open. Her pale, smooth back gleamed faintly in the moonlight, as if it carried its own radiance. At last, his restraint snapped. Under Fleur's bewildered stare, Tom shot off the bed in a blur, grabbed his wand, and began muttering incantations while rummaging through his bag. What are you doing? Come here, Tom said seriously. Lie down. I'm going to give you cupping therapy. Chapter 440, The Ice Cream Torch. Tom woke up very late the next morning. Mainly because he had become completely obsessed with cupping therapy. He had enjoyed himself thoroughly. Fleur, however, had nearly burst into tears at the sight of her reddened back. If she had been a full Vila instead of half, she might well have transformed into a shrieking fury on the spot. Even so, she kept him awake until the sky was nearly light before finally allowing him to sleep. Fortunately, Tina was not a rigid guardian. She did not care what time the youngsters woke up. As long as they were well rested, she was content. Would you like me to take you to the Diamond District today? Tina asked over lunch. The Diamond District was New York's version of Diagon Alley. Tom had visited it with Newt before. Its size was at least 10 times that of Diagon Alley, with not only commercial streets but also residential zones, essentially a city built entirely by wizards. No need, Tom shook his head. We'll stay in today. Tomorrow I plan to take Fleur to some Muggle landmarks first. The wizarding side can wait. By the way, don't you have work today? He had already found it odd the previous day. It was a weekday, yet Tina seemed to be home the entire time. At his question, Tina's hand holding the fork stiffened for a split second before she answered casually, after working for decades, I grew tired of it. So I resigned. I'll stay home and help Newt with the creatures. It's not like I'll be idle. Fair enough. Tom nodded in agreement and steered the conversation along her line. Those little ones already wear me out. Uncle Newt practically maintains a whole world. Tina smiled. You treat yours like pets, so you fuss over them. Newt gives them a space to grow on their own. Overindulging them would strip away their wildness. The topic never returned to Makusa or her resignation, but Tom filed the moment away silently. With Tina's restless personality, there was no chance she would voluntarily quit while still capable. Something had happened. He had originally planned to probe for information. Now he let the thought drop. After the meal, Tom brought Fleur into the small world. She stood motionless for nearly a full minute, staring at the vast wilderness of plains, rivers, mountains, polar expanses, and forests stretching endlessly before her. Her reaction was entirely natural. Anyone entering Newt's world for the first time would be stunned. It was not merely magic. It was the magnificence of life itself. Tom handed her a broomstick. The two of them flew leisurely through the sky. Many magical creatures there were not even listed in Fleur's textbooks. She relied on Tom's explanations as they passed. Over a marshland, Tom spotted a new inhabitant. A horned serpent. Uncle Newt even brought one of those back. And he tells me not to cause trouble. He's the most reckless of us all. I finally understand why the French ministry is so wary of Mr. Scamander, Fleur murmured. If he ever entered with this entire world and something went wrong, even mobilizing the whole ministry wouldn't be enough. They had already seen dozens of 5X classified creatures. That was the equivalent of dozens of dragons. Imagine releasing that onto the streets of Paris. The thought alone was chilling. Before leaving, Tom visited the whomping willows he had asked Newt to cultivate. They were thriving beautifully, rivaling those at Hogwarts. He casually collected a few leaves and branches before the two of them departed the small world. Over the next 2 days, they explored New York thoroughly. Tom even indulged in a bit of mischief. With a subtle spell, he transformed the torch of the Statue of Liberty into a massive ice cream cone. The spectacle caused nationwide uproar. Makusa knew it had to be a wizard, yet they could not uncover a single trace. They were left scrambling to discreetly repair the embarrassment Tom had created. After enough fun, it was time for serious matters. The day before Newt was due back, Tom told Fleur, spend today with Aunt Tina. I have an appointment at Gringotts. Fleur nodded. Go ahead. Aunt Tina and I are visiting Aunt Queenie to learn how to bake bread. Tom kissed her forehead lightly, informed Tina of his departure, and left Newt's house. He hailed a taxi to the agreed-upon cafe. Before Gringotts, he had someone to meet. The waiter had just placed 2 iced Americanos on the table when his guest arrived. Boss. A tall, thin middle-aged man plopped into the seat opposite him and gulped down half the coffee in one go. Tom smiled faintly. Rouse. Long time no see. Phew, that hits the spot. Rouse set the cup down and grinned. Not that long, really. Exams plus the holiday. Barely half a year. It was Rouse, under the effects of polyjuice potion. The idea had been Tom's. The safest place was often the most obvious. Let Rouse perform a bold vanishing act by returning to New York with Solène. Frank and the Graves family would never imagine their targets were hiding right under their noses. They had mobilized connections across continents, searching everywhere except New York itself. Boss. Rouse began. Tom lifted a hand, cutting him off. He produced a notebook and slid it across the table. This is the payment I promised you. Grindelwald's advanced human transfiguration. He's refined it recently. The physical strain has been greatly reduced. It's nearly free of dark magic classification now. Also, Dumbledore asked me to give you one of these. He produced a device. It's a WhatsApp terminal. His contact code is included. Add him. Rouse's eyes lit up as he grabbed the notebook eagerly. This was exactly the spell he had coveted. Thank you, boss. With this, hiding will be even easier. Take your time studying it. If you have questions, ask me. Tom leaned back in his chair. You insisted on meeting in person and wouldn't say a word on WhatsApp. What's so important? Rouse's expression sobered instantly. Solène, there's something wrong with her. She cheated on you. Tom sat up straight, suddenly energized. Chapter 441, Schemes Beneath the Surface and a Deal with Goblins. Rouse's face darkened. Could you at least wish me well for once? I can be absolutely certain the child is mine. Tom nodded thoughtfully. I'll invent a bloodline verification spell someday. You must teach me that. No, wait, that's not the point. Rouse's eyelid twitched violently. Sometimes he felt his boss was even less reliable than he was. You were right at the beginning. Solène followed me for another reason. What she wants aligns with what we are doing. We. Tom paused. The Saints. Exactly. Rouse's tone grew solemn. Over the past week she has hinted more than once, urging me to bring her to Germany to seek help from her maternal relatives. If they cannot withstand the Graves family, she suggested contacting an old friend. And you know perfectly well who that refers to. The Saints. Tom nodded slowly. So she doesn't love you. You were cheated after all. Rouse nearly collapsed. Can we not return to that? Boss, this is serious. All right. Tom smiled faintly. Just lightening the mood. Relax. No matter what, she is yours now. Tell me your thoughts. Rouse's expression twisted with conflict. To be honest, my feelings toward her are, primarily physical. Especially after realizing she is calculating behind my back, whatever emotion I had faded quickly. But, she is carrying my child. The Wilkinson line has been thin for generations. I am nearly 30 before having a child. I cannot abandon it. Tom shook his head. Do I seem heartless to you? Even if Solène has ulterior motives, I would not kill her out of respect for you. Let alone harm your child. Relief and gratitude flooded Rouse's face. Give me a little more time, he said firmly. I will uncover more. No problem. But be careful. Tom produced 3 protective necklaces. These were superior even to the batch sold to the ministry. He explained their functions and instructed Rouse to safeguard them carefully. They were not merely employer and subordinate. Tom respected Rouse's intelligence and character. He did not mind extending grace to a friend. And one more thing, Tom added. Her mind is also shielded by layered magic. Previously, I could not penetrate it. Now, I am far more confident. I will remain in North America until the end of July. If you have nothing concrete by then, I will handle it myself. It will not endanger her life or the child. But afterward, I will erase a portion of her memory. Oh, and regarding Rosier. I have already explained that your departure was authorized by me. It was not dereliction of duty. You have nothing to fear. The timing of certain forbidden notes had been impeccable. Back at Hogwarts, Tom had already sensed formidable mental protection surrounding both Frank and Solène. Neither legilimency nor veridicerum would have sufficed. That was why he had waited. Now. Nothing would stop him. Seeing how thoroughly Tom had considered every angle, Rouse nearly wanted to kneel in devotion. The child had been his greatest concern. The second was Vinda Rosier's wrath. From what he had learned through his maternal family, Vinda's methods were not something one wished to experience. With Tom's assurance, Rouse left the café lighthearted. Tom remained seated, slowly finishing his dessert while pondering the broader picture. North America was growing increasingly chaotic. The vampires sent to Ilvermorny. The hidden secrets of Solène and Frank. Tina's abrupt resignation. Even Cassandra's Vory family felt off. Cassandra had once mentioned their close ties to the Graves family, layers of distant kinship intertwined. It would not be surprising if they were involved. What were they scheming? Without a figure like the King of the Century at the helm, conspiracies alone could not shift the grand design. If one had ambition, why not wait for Dumbledore to age and fade before making a move? Tom summoned Grindelwald and Andrus into the learning space and laid out the situation. After listening, Andrus yawned irritably. All these plots and intrigues. I always despised such people. Smash them with a single punch and be done. Why rush? Grindelwald replied calmly. If they dare act, they must possess some reliance. Even if it is merely what they believe to be a trump card, it may be worth examining. Besides, Albus is still standing at the forefront. Do you wish Tom to expose himself so early? Tom's priority is completing his trial and accumulating strength. Once power is sufficient, every scheme becomes a clown's performance. Both Andrus and Tom agreed wholeheartedly. In the learning space, Andrus clapped Grindelwald on the shoulder. You finally said something sensible. Though your own history contradicts it. You were as underhanded as they come. Rubbish. Grindelwald brushed his hand away. If Albus had not stopped me, do you believe I could not have flattened every ministry in a single day? Is that not proof that I lack sufficient strength and had to use alternative methods? Andrus burst into laughter. At least you possess self-awareness. Tom set down his coffee cup, left 3 crisp Hamilton bills on the table, and stepped into the street. Let us see how much Solène truly knows. I hope she is central to this. If she is merely a pawn, that would be disappointing. It was 11 in the morning. New York streets shimmered with heat. Thankfully, the towering skyscrapers blocked the harsh sunlight. Tom entered the tallest building within the Diamond District. The North American headquarters of Gringotts. Correction. As of last month, the global headquarters of Gringotts had relocated here from Egypt. Today, he intended to negotiate a business deal with goblins. If successful, combined with the forthcoming expansion of WhatsApp across the wizarding world, his 5 million galleon trial objective might be completed within the year. Chapter 442, Chapter 442, The Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Price of Gold. Mr. Riddle, welcome. I am Famer, Director of the European region. On the 38th floor of the Gringotts global headquarters, a goblin greeted Tom with remarkable enthusiasm. It was not that North American goblins were particularly polite. Nor was it that Tom's fame or reputation was so overwhelming that a regional director would personally receive him with a smile. It was purely the power of money. 1,000 galleons had already gone to the manager of Gringotts in Diagon Alley. Another 3,000 sat quietly on the polished floor beside Tom's chair. Goblins were both easy and difficult to deal with. With enough gold, most obstacles became manageable. Fortunately, Tom's trial required him only to earn 5 million galleons. Whether he spent them afterward did not matter. Otherwise, after completing the task, he would certainly have found a way to reclaim every last coin from these so-called guardians of wealth. Famer, I am here to discuss a business opportunity. Tom lounged casually, idly flipping a coin between his fingers. It was not a galleon, but a coin cast from pure gold. Famer's gaze rose and fell with each flash of metal. What business? How much profit? Incalculable. If the returns were minor, I would not have come to headquarters. I could have discussed it with billers in London instead. Tom leaned forward slightly, his voice carrying a subtle undertone of temptation. This is a venture that could influence the entire wizarding world. Greed flickered in Famer's eyes, then shifted into suspicion. He was aware of Tom's growing reputation. The young wizard was known internationally now. But reputation and power had little to do with making money. Business required something else entirely. Mr. Riddle, please be direct. Our time is valuable. Tom placed a silver card on the desk. Its surface was engraved with intricate patterns, along with the Riddle family crest. A dragon. A phoenix. The dragon was shaped in the likeness of Rayquaza. The phoenix resembled the mythical firebird of ancient legend. The symbolism was simple. Tom Riddle. Bearing the posture of dragon and phoenix. A figure destined to dominate his era. What is this? Famer frowned. The runic patterns were beyond his comprehension. Goblin craftsmanship excelled in metalwork and enchantment binding, but wizarding alchemy was a different discipline. The overlap was limited. Gringotts frequently handles Muggle currency. You should be familiar with bank cards. This is a bank card designed specifically for Gringotts, along with the necessary supporting devices. With it, witches and wizards will no longer need to carry heavy pouches of coins or endure tedious currency exchanges. A simple swipe will record the transaction and transmit the amount directly to Gringotts. Then, once a month, Gringotts settles the accounts. No daily inconvenience. No wasted time. Compared to modern Muggle banking, it was somewhat less efficient. But it aligned with wizarding sensibilities. Gringotts was seen as a vault keeper, not an institution with authority to withdraw funds at will. If transactions were instantaneous transfers, many wizards would reject the convenience outright. There was an alternative as well. Tom had designed a stored value card. Wizards could deposit funds into Gringotts in advance and spend freely afterward. Most importantly, the stored value card could be anonymous. It could be gifted. A gift card system. A concept refined in his previous life. Retail chains had built empires on it. As Tom finished explaining, Famer's eyes seemed to gleam like polished galleons. He understood perfectly how convenient Muggle bank cards were. If implemented successfully, wizarding commerce would surge dramatically. Gringotts was not merely a bank. It had investments in numerous sectors. They had considered a magical equivalent for nearly a decade. Technical barriers had ultimately forced them to abandon the project. And now a student had solved it. "Mr. Riddle, name your price," Famer said, heat in his voice. 50,000 galleons. "Agree, and the sum will be transferred to your vault immediately." Tom smiled faintly. "Do not insult my time, Famer. I am Muggle-born. I understand predatory financial systems far better than you imagine. You think this pocket change will satisfy me? With 50,000 galleons, I could convert it into explosives and reduce your Gringotts tower to rubble." Famer's expression stiffened. He had hoped to take advantage of inexperience and found instead a negotiator who knew the game intimately. But goblins were not ashamed of opportunism. He replaced his embarrassment with another smile. "My mistake. Commercial negotiation relies on leveraging information and technical asymmetry. Surely you understand. Spare me the justifications." Tom's voice remained calm. "My terms are simple. The equipment and cards are provided free of charge. For every transaction, a handling fee of 1%. I take 80% of that fee." 80%? That is outrageous. Famer nearly leapt from his chair. "My authority extends to 10% at most. Even if you supply the devices freely, we must persuade merchants, cultivate usage habits, invest in infrastructure. The initial costs are substantial." Tom's expression did not change. "But once successful, the revenue will be enormous and perpetual. Consider the volume of galleons circulating globally each day. Even 1%, with my share, becomes an inexhaustible stream. And most importantly," he allowed the words to linger, "with bank cards, galleons never truly leave Gringotts. You will no longer endure the daily irritation of watching vaults emptied and coins carried out of your halls." Famer inhaled sharply. His estimation of Tom rose several tiers instantly. The boy had identified the deepest weakness of every goblin. Profit was desirable. But hoarding gold within Gringotts was paramount. Chapter 443, Gold that never leaves and a duel in black mist. As long as the gold continued to circulate within the vaults, wizards would hold ownership in name, while goblins retained actual control. For goblins, who valued treasure as life itself, that temptation was far more lethal than mere profit margins. "No wonder you are the Tom Riddle who authored the Pure Blood Register. Your scholarship is impressive." Famer offered flattery before continuing, "But the ratio you propose is still too high. Give me time. I will do my utmost to secure at least 30% for you." Tom's right hand turned lightly, and a top hat appeared. Famer's expression shifted. Was the negotiation collapsing? Tom rose from his seat and nudged the silver card further across the desk. 7 days. I will return in 7 days. You have that long to consider. You may also attempt to crack my technology. If I do not receive a satisfactory answer, I will negotiate directly with Gringotts branches in Britain, France, and elsewhere. As for Goblin Unity, we both know how reliable that is." He smiled faintly at the stunned goblin and left the office without another word. United as goblins was practically a legendary joke in the wizarding world. Throughout history, goblin rebellions had often been dissolved with nothing more than bribes. On one occasion, 3 ringleaders were bribed simultaneously. The revolt collapsed into internal conflict over uneven distribution. If Tom released his offer strategically and adjusted the profit share slightly, multiple branches would gladly challenge headquarters for it. The true strength of his position lay elsewhere. The card system combined his mastery of magical encryption and long-distance communication with certain newly acquired arcane refinements. Even Nicholas Flamel might require years to decipher it. Goblins. Alchemists. They would never crack it in their lifetime. Technological monopoly was Tom's greatest leverage. If he were not eager to complete his trial quickly, he could have gradually constructed his own independent financial network. But in truth, the outcome would be similar. Whatever goblins earned would still rest in Gringotts. Which meant, in essence, it was being held for him. Back at Newt's residence, Tom accompanied Fleur into the small world to visit the Horned Serpent. Despite its 5X classification, the creature proved unexpectedly gentle. Perhaps Usagi's watchful presence in the skies contributed to that docility. No matter how much Tom and Fleur teased or pestered it, the serpent remained cooperative, even carrying them along as it wound through marshland and forest. Only when Fleur was thoroughly exhausted did they return to the villa. After her earlier traumatic experience with cupping therapy, Fleur wisely avoided sleeping in Tom's room. The moment she lay down elsewhere, Tom entered the learning space. Ariana, are you ready? Yes. This time I will win. Ariana clenched her small fists with fierce determination. Outside the meditation chamber, the field cleared instantly. In a breath, it transformed into a dueling ground. More than half a year had passed since Ariana first faced Grindelwald directly and demanded a duel. In those months, they had fought every few days. Every single time, she lost. Worse still, after the holiday began, Grindelwald had raised his simulated skill level by another year. He now matched the proficiency he possessed in his 5th year at Demstrang, near the age when he and Dumbledore once battled in equal fury. Victory had grown even more elusive. That was why Ariana had been sullen these past days. But today she summoned Tom as referee, brimming with confidence. He already suspected why. Ariana. Begin. Grindelwald smiled lightly, wand angled toward the girl. Avada Kedavra. Green light slashed forward. No one flinched. He opened with the killing curse every time, a morbid habit. Ariana did not blink. Her wand swept downward. 2 iron constructs erupted from the ground. The curse struck one square in the chest, denting the metal but failing to pierce through. Grindelwald's robes flared as he vanished and reappeared behind her, firing 2 more spells. Clang. Clang. The constructs absorbed the impact. Loyal guardians shielding their summoner. Andrus watched approvingly. You once said your headmaster excelled in transfiguration. Seems the Dumbledore family truly inherited that talent. From ignorance to surpassing most adult wizards in half a year. Remarkable. Such a pity, Tom murmured. Had Ariana lived, she would likely stand second only to Dumbledore. Her talent was extraordinary. Even the system had once classified her as possessing potential for the title, King of the Century. But potential alone did not defeat the dark wizard before her. Grindelwald's expression sharpened. His wand movements grew precise and devastating. Brilliant arcs of light tore through the air, hammering against the Iron Guardians. Without Ariana's constant repairs, they would already lie shattered. Using the killing curse against transfigured constructs was foolish. Grindelwald adjusted tactics instantly. His wand struck the ground. A wave of acrid sulfuric acid surged outward. Then with a graceful upward flick, a colossal hammer materialized above and crashed down. Momentum and mass combined. One construct exploded into fragments. The hammer dissolved midair into writhing serpents that coiled around the second construct, immobilizing it as acid flooded over its surface, corroding it into ruin. Ariana's strongest strategy was neutralized. The floor lay flooded with corrosive liquid, preventing further transfiguration. Ordinarily, she would concede here. But today she glared at Grindelwald with blazing fury. Dark vapor curled around her like smoke from a rising inferno. You old thief. You stole my brother and bully me too. Today I will tear you apart. The next instant, her form burst apart. In her place surged a tide of black mist. Wind roared. The Obscurus, heavy with pure destructive intent, hurtled toward Grindelwald like a living storm. Tom leaned back with a wicked grin. Old man's in trouble now. Chapter 444, Black Mist and the First Glimpse of Time. Tom had never witnessed another Obscurus besides his own, but as an Obscurial himself, he understood exactly what determined its strength. Time. The host's innate magical talent. The depth of magical reserves. Those were the key factors. Ariana excelled in all of them. Her Obscurus had matured to its peak. Combined with years of suppressed fury, it now teetered on the brink of madness. This time, Ariana did not restrain it. She fueled it. Host and Obscurus resonated as one, amplifying each other. The black mass surged forward with terrifying speed, almost like apparition. Tom had barely finished smirking when the creature was already upon Grindelwald. A translucent shield erupted in response. Black and white collided, forming a violent vortex that tore through the learning space. Crack. Crack. Under Grindelwald's startled yet faintly proud gaze, the white brilliance fractured piece by piece. The Obscurus shattered his defense and engulfed him completely. Black tendrils spiraled into a whirling cyclone, grinding relentlessly for over 10 seconds before finally dissipating. The darkness condensed. Ariana reappeared, breathing heavily. She was exhausted, but her eyes shone with exhilaration. The moment she found Tom, she ran straight into his arms. Tom, I won. He rewarded her with a fond pat on the head. Well done. It's only an Obscurus. At the end of the day, it's just power waiting to be wielded. You. Ariana's expression shifted from joy to astonishment. Above them, a far denser and more violent sea of black surged into existence. For the first time, Tom released his own Obscurus openly. The sky of the learning space darkened beneath the weight of it. Compared to Ariana's, his was thicker, heavier, more feral. I never told you before because I did not want you to worry. When I summoned you, I inherited fragments of your talents. The obscurus was your gift to me. Gift? Ariana repeated softly. Then her eyes widened in horror. Tom, your body will be destroyed. Relax. I've already eliminated the side effects. He smiled. I severed the obscurus from its instinct to drain magic and life force. It can no longer corrode me. He paused briefly. If you were alive, I could have healed you as well. There's nothing to regret. Ariana's tension melted into relief when she realized he was safe. She smiled brightly. This is already wonderful. I can stay with you forever. The obscurus cannot hurt me here. Compared to before, this is paradise. A cluster of white light shimmered in the distance. Grindelwald reappeared, composed and smiling. Within the learning space, only Tom could truly inflict harm. Grindelwald's temporary defeat had merely returned his consciousness to his original body. Once the residual pain faded, he could step back in. He approached them. Congratulations, Ariana. You finally stepped onto the threshold. She lifted her chin proudly. This is just the beginning. You're still my sparring partner until I can defeat you at your peak. Gladly, Grindelwald replied without hesitation. A series of system prompts echoed in Tom's mind. Recognition from Gellert Grindelwald has reached 100%. 1 talent extraction granted. Recognition from Ariana Dumbledore has reached 100%. 1 talent extraction granted. Extracting rewards. Congratulations. Talent acquired, time affinity, Grindelwald. Antioch Peveril's transfiguration talent, Dumbledore. 3 private instructors have reached full recognition. System upgrade conditions met. Upgrade duration, 7 days. Please wait patiently. As the final notification faded, the learning space froze. Time itself halted. Tom's consciousness was forcibly expelled. 7 days. He blinked, slightly disoriented. The system had wasted no time. The moment the requirement was met, it initiated its upgrade. And it would take a full week. So he could not enter the learning space during that period. He tested it. The interface confirmed the upgrade countdown. Other functions remained active. The extraordinary mode still worked. But direct instruction and sparring were unavailable. 7 days, then. He was curious what the upgrade would bring. For now, he turned his attention to the newly acquired talents. The one that intrigued him most was Grindelwald's time affinity. Upon activating it, the world subtly shifted. It felt eerily similar to when he had first gained Merlin's magical perception. Fragments appeared before his eyes. 15 minutes from now, he would walk to the bathroom. Half an hour from now, he would lie down to sleep. Then the vision splintered. He still went to the bathroom. But afterward, one possibility showed him reading until 2 in the morning. Another depicted him falling asleep almost immediately. A dozen variations unfolded in rapid succession. The stream continued until his head began to ache. Only then did it cease. Divination, prophecy, time. He rubbed his eyes and promptly walked to the bathroom ahead of schedule, just to test the waters. As he examined the gift more carefully, he recalled what Grindelwald had once explained. His ability was not conventional divination magic. It was innate. From childhood, he glimpsed fragments of future events, without context, without timestamps. That was how he had known the Elder Wand rested with Gregorovitch. That was how he had seized it. As his power grew, so did his control. He could perceive more fragments, with greater clarity. But what he saw were possibilities. One event could branch into hundreds of outcomes. It was his task to analyze and discern which would likely manifest. By contrast, Sybil Trelawney's true prophecies were fixed points. Near inevitabilities. Tom leaned against the sink, water running idly. He had just gained a talent that touched the fabric of time itself. Chapter 445, Branching Futures and Brewing Storms. Unless a variable like Tom interfered, the outcome of a true prophecy was almost certain. Yet the system had clearly labeled his reward as time affinity, not prophetic sight. Had Grindelwald failed to grasp the distinction? Or had the system refined the talent further? Tom leaned toward the latter. After all, Ariana's reward had been titled Antioch Peveril's Transfiguration Talent. That name felt both distant and familiar. It took him a moment to place it. Antioch Peveril. The eldest of the 3 brothers in the Deathly Hallows legend. If the system enhanced talents that reached 100% recognition, then perhaps it also clarified their origins. Which meant the Dumbledore family might descend from Antioch Peveril. By extension, they would be distant kin to the Potters. And Slytherin's line possessed the Resurrection Stone, the artifact of the second brother. So in the end, half of Britain's magical history traced back to one eccentric family of brothers. Tom finished untangling the thread of thought just as 15 minutes elapsed. He had indeed gone to the bathroom precisely as foreseen. Accurate. Back in bed, he retrieved 2 thick volumes from his small world, treatises on temporal theory written by obscure wizards who had flirted with dangerous ideas. He had always avoided the subject of time. There was a principle he never forgot. Those who toy with time are ultimately devoured by it. Until one possessed sufficient strength, certain taboos were better left untouched. But now avoidance was no longer an option. He did not need to manipulate time recklessly, but he had to master this gift. He let out a quiet chuckle. He had just confirmed another fragment of the future he had glimpsed. The next morning, Tom deliberately activated his time affinity upon waking. 5 minutes later, just before Fleur's knuckles tapped the door, he opened it himself. She froze. "How did you know I was about to knock?" "I didn't. I heard your footsteps." He shrugged casually. "Go wash up. Uncle Newt should be back soon." "Oh. I left my hairpins in here." Fleur drifted inside and quickly found the 2 butterfly clips she had bought during their outing. Breakfast consisted of rye bread she had baked at Jacob's bakery the day before. "Well?" she asked with hopeful eyes. She liked it. But what mattered was whether he did. "It's very good," Tom said sincerely. "The aroma of the grain is fully released. It would be even better fresh from the oven." Tina nodded approvingly. "Fleur learns quickly. She'll be a fine cook one day. Queenie asked me to bring her over again." "Then tomorrow I'll bake it fresh for you," Fleur declared brightly. "It will taste even better." "We'll make it together," Tom replied. "You can teach me." "Deal." Tina watched the exchange with faint envy. She remembered the effort she once poured into cooking for Newt. He had appreciated it deeply. But Newt was not like Tom. Tom never dismissed affection. He accepted it and returned it in kind. He added value to every gesture. Newt, on the other hand, would wake each morning and rush to his creatures first. Tina's spoon bent in her hand before she realized it. They finished the bread with onion soup. Tom smiled faintly. He's back. Newt had traveled across half the globe largely because of him. Tom led Fleur to the front entrance to greet their benefactor. Barely 2 minutes after stepping outside, a weary Newt descended from a taxi. He stared at Tom in surprise. "You were waiting for me. And you brought flowers." He assumed Tom was eager to see the panda. "No. Fleur and I just stepped out." "Your timing is impeccable." Inside, Tina reheated breakfast for Newt. He devoured it quickly before following Tom into the small world. He was about to release his latest acquisition when Tom raised a hand. "The panda can wait. I have a different question." Newt's expression tightened. "What creature are you after this time?" "Thunderbirds. Basilisks. Pandas. What next?" "A Qilin. If you wanted one, you should have told me. I could have visited an old friend." "It's not about creatures." Tom pointed upward. "What happened at Makusa? What forced Tina to resign?" Newt froze. His demeanor shifted from mild to serious. "Tom. That is adult business. We will handle it. It may be adult business. But it concerns me." Tom's smile did not reach his eyes. "If someone has pushed their way to your doorstep, you expect me to stand idle. If you don't tell me, I'll go to Makusa tomorrow and ask personally. Professor Snape gifted me quite a supply of veritaserum." A sharp screech echoed overhead. Usagi, sensing its master's rising mood, swooped down. Its dragon eyes narrowed, pressure radiating outward. "Calm down." Newt stepped back, blocking the exit instinctively. "Tom, please. It's only political disagreement. It hasn't reached that point." "Explain it first. I can judge for myself." Newt sighed. He had hoped to spare Tom the details precisely because he knew the boy's temperament. Tom did not tolerate injustice. He never allowed his own to suffer without retaliation. And his retaliation was never mild. But faced with that unyielding gaze, Newt realized there was no hiding it now. Reluctantly, he began to speak. Chapter 446, Forced Out. Long before this land became a nation, its coastal regions were scattered colonies belonging to different European powers. Aside from the native peoples, most Europeans who arrived were exiles. Criminals. Undesirables. Even among witches and wizards, the pattern was the same. Some had committed crimes. Some had offended the wrong person and fled to escape retaliation. In short, the New World was a melting pot of the desperate and the dangerous. As immigration increased, British settlers clustered together and spread Protestantism. Puritan influence grew rapidly. With it came an escalating hatred toward witches and wizards. The most infamous result was the Second Salem incident of 1693. A pastor's daughter fell ill with a mysterious affliction. It was declared to be a witch's curse. What followed was a sweeping witch hunt. 19 people were hanged. One was pressed to death beneath stones. This was not merely ignorance. There were hands pushing events from behind the curtain. The purifiers. A concept unique to North America. Many notorious magical mercenaries expelled from Europe had washed ashore here. Some concealed their identities and sought quiet lives. Others found freedom in chaos. For them, this land was paradise. Profit came first. They trafficked magical beings. Even fellow wizards were treated as commodities. To earn coin, purifiers would disguise muggles as witches and hand them to religious authorities. The Second Salem tragedy bore their fingerprints. When MACUSA was established, it battled the purifiers for nearly a century before the organization was largely dismantled. But remnants survived. From that point onward, those remnants severed all ties with wizarding society and embraced their identity as purifiers openly. They taught their descendants, whether muggle or magically gifted, that wizards must be eradicated. Their power, they claimed, was not magic but divine judgment granted by God to cleanse corruption. Because of them, North American wizarding society remained far more isolated from the muggle world than its European counterpart. Only in recent decades had that separation softened. Tina had been caught in the fallout of their resurgence. Not long ago, the newly appointed head of magical law enforcement, Sam Pickery, proposed a sweeping bill. Every wand in North America would be registered and monitored by MACUSA. Any unauthorized or illegal spell would trigger immediate detection. On the surface, it resembled Britain's trace. In practice, it was far stricter. It did not merely apply to minors. Adults would also fall under surveillance. Such an aggressive policy provoked fierce resistance. Tina was among its most vocal opponents. In fact, she had clashed with Sam Pickery more fiercely than anyone else. She was not alone, either. Numerous Aurors she had mentored stood behind her. The bill was shelved. Retaliation followed. Under the pretext of her age, Tina was reassigned to trivial clerical duties and meaningless errands. For someone with her temperament, such humiliation was intolerable. She resigned. Newt finished his explanation with a sigh. Perhaps retirement is for the best. At our age, entanglement in political struggles can turn dangerous. Once you step too far in, it is difficult to step back. Newt was awkward in conversation and disinterested in intrigue. But he was not naive. On the contrary, he understood people clearly. Dumbledore had once persuaded him to act not through manipulation, but because Newt chose to. Pickery. Tom repeated softly. Descendant of Serafina Pickery. Serafina Pickery was the former president of MACUSA who had captured Grindelwald. The political capital from that victory had secured her 2 decades in office. Newt nodded. Sam Pickery is her nephew. Dynasties everywhere, Tom murmured. Newt tried to reason with him. There is no simple right or wrong. Each side has its position. I plan to take Tina traveling for a while. She has worked long enough. Do you truly want her to return to that environment? Here's the problem. Tom's smile was bright, almost too bright. If she had chosen retirement herself, I would say nothing. But this. She was forced out. When he was still in a muggle school, long before Hogwarts, Tom had learned a simple truth. A leader protects their own. Right and wrong were secondary. The message mattered. And the message must be backed by action. Newt rubbed his temples. You. Let's not discuss that now. I brought you something rare. Are you going to ignore it? He was deflecting. Tom let him. Of course not. I've been waiting. Newt produced a smaller suitcase. Then another. From the opening tumbled 2 round shapes, rolling clumsily into the grass. 2 pandas. Black and white, plump and blinking in confusion. Tom widened his eyes theatrically. 2. Newt squinted at him. Why do I feel like you're not actually surprised? He had deliberately withheld that detail to create a grand reveal. Tom seemed delighted. But something felt rehearsed. Who says that? I'm ecstatic. Tom quickly produced fresh bamboo shoots he had prepared in advance and crouched to greet the newcomers. The pandas, still disoriented, immediately locked onto the bamboo and waddled toward him with eager determination. Tom realized something. Time affinity could not be abused casually. He had glimpsed Newt's return and the 2 pandas the previous night. The first time he saw it, genuine excitement had surged through him. Now he was performing that excitement. Seeing fragments of the future dulled the present. It made even joy feel rehearsed. Perhaps that was why so many omniscient beings eventually grew cold. When nothing surprises you, nothing truly moves you.